Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Gentlemen, welcome. Roundtable discussion. You flew from all over the world to be here. Esports World Cup. So pumped to have you. Joe, Wars, Jace. I'm gonna let you introduce yourselves though. Talk to me about who you are, what org you're playing for, that kind of stuff. Start with you, Joe.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, Ghost? I'm Jobo. I'm playing for Cloud9, and I'm from North Carolina. Super excited to be here, and I'm stoked.
I love it, dude. Jace.
I'm Foreign Jace, representing Cloud9 as well, from California. Glad to be here.
Heck yeah. And Wars, I got you sandwiched between these two guys. You might be pestered by them, or maybe a little bit of trash talk. But Wars, talk to me about you and Guild.
My name's Wars, part of Team Guild, and yeah, we're here to represent from the UK.
UK, heck yeah. Really excited to have you guys. We're gonna be talking for a while here. I gotta start with the classic question. Esports World Cup, all right? We're here, gentlemen. This is like big time, you know what I'm saying? Resurgence is the first thing we gotta talk about because this is something we've never seen before, right? This is the biggest Warzone LAN we've ever seen, $1 million prize pool on the table for you guys, but it's also the first Resurgence LAN. So Joe, I wanna start with you. Cloud9, your team, how are you feeling? Just temp check on Resurgence.
I mean, I'm super excited. Our team's super excited. I mean, all it's been grinding. We've been hitting the VOD, studying and stuff. But yeah, we're super stoked to be here. We honestly did not expect it to be Resurgence because like we just haven't really played that and stuff. So I've just been scrimming and all that. So we're stoked.
Yeah, Jay, same question to you, man. Like, I know we all know the volume of people that love Resurgence, YouTube and otherwise content is massive. So to see Resurgence here in competition form, what do you think?
It's nice to see like the expansion to Resurgence because comp is just, it's BR, it's like big map. So to see the rebirth or the Resurgence, it's very nice to see.
Yeah, War, same question to you. I think from your side of things with your team, being the solo person representing Guild, talking about your team, like your temp check on Resurgence, because obviously you got a ton of history, man, in big map battle royale. I mean, you go back from the very beginning, one of the top players from the very beginning of Verdansk. So what's Resurgence looking like for you guys?
I feel like it's looking really good. I mean, I feel like the Rebirth map is more just sort of about, you know, having the best gun skill that you possibly can, because obviously you're going to be in a lot more gunfights than sort of having all the big brains to get to the end zone of like the big map and stuff like that. So, and all 3 of us have got the gunny. So
yeah,
some good gas, right?
I like that. I like that. You guys do have the gunny. I mean, all of y'all have great teams. Speaking of that, we got to talk about the orgs. Okay, Cloud9. I mean, this is monumental for the Warzone scene. We've never seen orgs jump on Warzone like we see here for the Esports World Cup. So, talk to me a little bit about Cloud9. I'll pop between both of you guys and how they've treated you. Like, what does Cloud9 look like? Have you guys done practice? Like, what's the org look like?
So it was super, super cool. It was like crazy last minute because obviously this tournament and stuff kind of popped up out of nowhere. Like a lot of us didn't expect it. There was some rumors and stuff. And then there was a ton of teams that called our agent's phone, and they would seem like the best fit for us. So we're super excited, man. And obviously, I'm kind of biased. I like Carolina blue. So,
Yeah,
I saw the blue. I was like, and they've treated us great so far. Our team's super excited, and yeah, stoked.
Yeah, Cloud9's been around for a very long time, but Jace, what does it mean to rep them? Because I look at Cloud hasn't been in COD for like 7 years, I think, since like IW. So talk to me about that.
I mean, we are the first Warzone team for Cloud9, so it's very good to just be here, to represent them and just show out for them.
Yeah, same with Guild Wars. I mean, what's the organization been like? How's that been, kind of repping a new org like that?
I mean, well, they've been absolutely amazing. Obviously, I mean, it's sort of co-owned by David Beckham, which is awesome. I mean, and we have a lot of awesome sponsors and stuff like that, which is. They're going to be sending us out some goodies and stuff like that, and they've also offered us to go down to like the HQ and stuff like that, and they've just been absolutely amazing towards us. So.
Well, it's super cool too, because like your orgs are competing in their own competition, right? Like $20 million on the line for the orgs, and you guys get to earn them points in Warzone, and that's a pretty cool experience to like work with an overall team between like a modicum of different titles. You know what I'm saying, Joe?
I'm super excited for that too, and also Cloud9 just bought like the Subliners, and the Subliners did just win the COD Major. So I mean, obviously, like our team wants to obviously compete for them too, which is like the main goal, because I know the prize pool for those teams is crazy. So yeah, super excited to obviously have them, and hopefully, Wars, bring home a championship.
Yeah. Look, you don't need to apologize to him.
Oh, no,
you can.
That's my guy right here.
I know
so,
we're friends, but this is business.
Well, speaking of business, let's kind of get down to business here, gentlemen. We got $1 million on the table. Resurgent strats. Let's get into the weeds just a little bit. There's kind of always this conversation around anchors. I'll start with you guys, Cloud9. I mean, this is kind of general known fact. Bread's your anchor, right?
Yeah,
we see in snipers, like, I mean, we don't have to get deep into the meta, but like, talk to me a little bit about strategy without revealing too much in front of Guild.
Yeah, let me know.
But let's go to Jace. Like, what's kind of been the like mentality of your strategy going into this competition?
So Bread anchor?
Yeah.
Just simple. Bread anchor, me and Joe fly. That's it.
Is Bread making the calls, IGL?
He is.
Okay.
He's the big IGL.
Yeah.
The GOAT
100%.
IGL.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's true.
It's true.
I mean,
It
it
is
is.
true.
Yeah. But like, what's like snipers play in Resurgence? Because that's kind of been like a fun conversation of like what's the Carnate 88 look like right now in Resurgence? Because it's a really strong weapon. Obviously, we saw on a big map a ton. Resurgence it's so much faster paced. We're seeing still a lot of snipers, you think, across the board, regardless of Bread.
100%.
100%.
100%.
I'll be sniping for sure, because from even like a ton of scrims on small map, a ton of scrims on big map, it's definitely seemed like snipers are just OP right now. And like the only fights I'm taking are either a sniper fight, or else you're just getting super mixy. So it's like, for our team at least, snipers are super OP.
Yeah, Wars, I want to go to you. Are you the anchor for the team? Because
yes.
you got some slayers on your squad.
Yeah.
Bro. Talk to me about your team.
I mean, we've been pretty good in the practice and stuff like that. My main role is to just sort of keep them in check, because obviously they've got the potential to go and slay and everything. Sort of the thing that we've been doing is just we buy a load out. Those two take it. I don't even touch it. I just leave it there. They go off, do what they want to do, get as many kills as they can, and then if they die or whatever, they just come back to the loadout and just keep regaining.
That's a great teammate right there.
And
That's a great teammate.
I'm just like, whenever I'm like, oh, there's a team might be pushing me, like AJ Vision, come back, and then we fight together. Work, and then
well, that's the
it.
key. Like, and everybody at home knows this too, because they all love Resurgence. Like, the key is you gotta stay alive.
Yeah,
you just gotta keep somebody alive, and you always have a chance. So I think we'll see a lot of that. I think it's a fun way to kind of transition into the state of competitive Warzone. Guys, we all know this. Like, we are in out of kind of nowhere, almost like a golden age of Warzone competitive. You all have very different perspectives of how long you've been competing. Joe, I know you were playing a lot of Blackout way back in the day.
I used to play Blackout too.
I know you did, and you've also been near the top of the earnings leaderboard since the very beginning of the game. Jace, like, you're up there as well, top 50 overall earned. So I want to go around the board here. We'll start with you, Joe. Talk to me about the state of competitive Warzone, man. Like, we're in a different spot right now.
It's just so crazy, because like even in the OG days in Blackout, like I was playing like a ton of people like Jukies, a ton of people on Wagers on PS4 way back in the day. So like it's so cool to just see all this like grow, and then see those friends I had 5 years ago in college. I was playing freaking Wagers against. See this now, and just how much it exploded with Warzone and stuff. So just super excited, going from obviously like TV2s and Verdansk, and all that was cool. But now just like having a more competitive format. Obviously it's still growing and stuff. This is like our first kind of year we've had it. So, but I'm excited to see kind of where it goes. But obviously this is only our first year. So seeing what it could be in the future, I'm stoked.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
I know day one was hard for you. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, you know, it's just your joke about Seymour's tight pants, him getting at you about your play style, Brody getting attacked by the community. It's just, you know, it's just been a long couple of days already.
Yeah. Oh, hi there. Day two, right around the corner. We've got our own personal things to work through, and we're getting through some good stuff.
Figuring it out. We're getting there. It's just...
Oh, perfect timing. Let's get you going here, friend. I mean, the thing about it is solos is one part, and it could be a stressful day, but now we get to trios.
It could. The thing is, Europe doing well at something finally here in Warzone, and I don't want to get my hopes up too much.
Yeah, Hopium very much so is a part of Copium, and we just need you to feel loose, relaxed, and just be accepting that EU's not going to do any damage today. So get in there, enjoy your massage, and we'll see you guys on the air.
I appreciate you, my friend.
You got it. See you guys soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Esports World Cup. This is Call of Duty Warzone, and yesterday was incredible. And if it's anything like yesterday, today is going to be just as good. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful analyst, Dream Crazy Infinity, and Seymour. We're back once again. Dream, it feels so good.
Oh, it feels good indeed to be here in sunny Riyadh. I will tell you what, yesterday proved to be some surprises, that's for sure, you guys. But we have group play today. How excited, because some of these groups you guys know are stacked.
Some of them were stacked, some of them yesterday for solos had a bit of struggles, a little bit to get into that, but look at you looking fresh. I know you're ready for today's action, Infinity.
Yeah, as a solo, apparently I struggled yesterday. I've had to learn a few things. Apparently people don't know that I'm British, and with British comes a lot of sarcasm. I've got it out of my system today, folks, right? I've not taken my daily cup of tea. I've not had my crumpets for breakfast. It's all out of the system. I'm going all American today. I've just eaten hamburgers all day long.
Perfect day to go All-American. It is 4th of July. After all, we love that as Americans on the desk, but our Canadian, he might have a different opinion. Seymour, great to see you.
No, you know what? It was Canada Day the other day. I had my so it's the Americans moment right now. And Brody, I told you before we came here, they're not used to playing Call of Duty with you. But aside from the fact, like Dream Crazy said, we're out of the solos, we're into the trios, and it's going to be ramping up everything to the max today.
That's it, to the max, right? So what are we doing? Yesterday was all about solos. Today, we're bringing those solos together once again to play trios. Let's take a look at our format and how everything is going to work. So we still have the 3 groups, Group A, B, and C, and they will all be playing 6 maps today. Now, the thing is, A will play B, then A will play C, and then B will play C. Now, starting today, all 21 teams are still at play. Now, tomorrow is where we start doing our eliminations. 8 teams will be eliminated. Only 14 teams will play the 8 maps on day number 4. Who will be those 14 teams? Well, it's up to the players to decide that. Group play, a little bit different. Solos, they got used to the setups. It was that litmus test, as they were saying. And, well, I'm hoping they're ready to play all out because trios is not going to be any easier than the solos yesterday. But we did have a lot of great moments that took place yesterday, and I would like to start going through a couple of them for our top 5. So let's start taking a look and see what kind of moments kind of blew us away, because for me, there's a couple that come to the top of my mind specifically. Starting on number 5 was Tenix, and he was a big conversation yesterday, Seymour.
Yeah, I mean, this Omid team, they kind of fell into their own solos during the World Series of Warzone. They didn't really find too much value in that, but coming together, they looked good yesterday.
They did look good yesterday.
Yeah, and this was an incredible play. Probably one of my favorites moments, if not the favorite moment from yesterday. Jay taking it all the way towards the end of a game, not just taking some incredible kills, but also taking the dub. Again, a reminder, folks, he subbed in for his older brother, Destroy.
Right.
To walk away with a win, you're doing your big bro proud.
And I do want to say, he had some great interview prowess, too. Like, he got up there, he owned the moment, and he owned that stage. Destroy tweeted out he was incredibly proud, and so were we. But this Dream Z-Smith, our Sony MVP, man, and for good reason.
Oh my gosh, he was tearing it up, and one of his things that he said in the interview, you know what, I'm challenging everything, and he was taking down everyone in his path, and oh, I tell you, this play right here, I believe it was like Joe, this was actually the game I think Tommy won, but Z-Smith, how long he stayed alive, he had so much to do, and he did it beautifully, but right here, you guys, Jukies, when he got the double thermite kill, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, Jukies is feeling pretty happy about this one. I walked past him this morning while I was eating my hamburgers, and let me tell you, he was feeling pretty good about this. Again, it's so good to see Jukies, one of those hype players that we talk about, make plays like that. He is well in the mix.
And this was number 1, Oki. Talk to me about him, Seymour. Oki was absolutely incredible, and at one point, even in conversation to be MVP. Obviously, Z-Smith got that, but Oki in this play blew me away.
Yeah, without a doubt, Oki had a fantastic day, and this moment in particular, turning and burning there onto his opponent. The high ground control from Oki, mounting him a big win on the map to kind of bring his team up the standings yesterday was a big look, especially considering he popped into an interview and saying he just got off surgery. What a big day for Oki.
Isn't that crazy? He just got off of surgery, and he had to go and obviously get his appendix out, which was tough. But, hey, at the end of the day, he ended up making it work, and you got to be proud of that. Hey, I like it, though. It's not easy, right, to play when you're sick. It's not easy to play when you're affected by illness. But to have surgery, I mean, we're talking, I believe, last Tuesday, Dream.
Yeah, no, and this is like what I look for in a player who can overcome adversity, and the fact that he came over, like, with surgery, that is insane.
Yeah.
I believe, Seymour, you were saying you had your appendix removed a week you were out. I mean, right? But that's just insane to be able to do that and pull off that performance.
Yeah, it's insane. I've had my appendix out too, Seymour, and
it's
like,
tough.
It's tough. I was young, and dude, I was like crying. I was like, help me out, nurses, please, because I can't handle this. And now Oki's like, get me on main stage. I'm challenging everybody. And, well, he's looking good. I hope he's going to have just as much success today as he did as a solo yesterday. Well, those were the top 5 plays, and those were incredible moments. However, there is one specific moment, Infinity, I know we have to break down.
Alrighty, gather around, class. We're going to be talking about one moment from yesterday's game. So we're going to call this one a masterclass in movement from none other than Shifty. So let's start talking about the game. Getting right into it, of course. This is game number 3 yesterday. Following a not-so-great performance from his teammates on Team Falcons in the prior 2 games, he's got to have a good game here. And he's already having a pretty good one before this play even happens. We're late into zone number 5, and the gas is about to move. Now, right from the rip here, you can already start to see Shifty knows gas right behind him. He needs to make a move towards the prison, and let's show that on the map here, that movement that he wants to make. So again, back to the gas here. We're going to highlight where he actually is for you folks at home. So he's number 31.
Okay.
And where he actually wants to go. He wants to go round here to the northern side of the zone through prison, and he wants to do it from the top prison location as well. But he's got a couple of obstacles to get past. Namely, one is going to be Huskers right in front of him, and number 2 is going to be Alex on the other side. So getting rid of those players is going to be paramount to actually getting to that position. So let's see how he gets on in those fights. Again, got to get through those players. He throws those C4s out towards Huskers. Neither of them, unfortunately, will actually connect. And a reminder here actually as to where Shifty is. He doesn't actually have a lot of coverage in these fights. He's just got the single AC unit as he dropped down from top watchtower. Huskers, on the other hand, has a ton of coverage, and he's also got a smoke down as well. He definitively has the advantage in this play. And of course, for Shifty, gunfight doesn't exactly go well. Shifty thinks, all right, I'm going to have to get down here, go to lower prison so that I can make my move through the bottom side. He knows he's going to have more players to deal with, but it's probably a safer route given the time on the board. Just 12 seconds, not a lot of time before that zone is going to encroach on him. But again, another player right in front of him is going to be Cams. Shifty thinks, all right, best way to deal with this one, I'm going to fly straight into this, the gas here, give himself a little bit more coverage. And of course, he has this Jeep right next to him. But again, time is not on his side in this situation. And well, I mean, look, he's going to need that Jeep here in a second because none other than Huskers comes back to haunt him. He's going to have to get in that Jeep for the escape play. Such a classic Shifty play here. This is what he's known for, plays inside the gas. Look, it's an unconventional route, but it's a route that helps Shifty and ultimately Team Falcons on the whole. Let's take a look at that route for you folks again. So we're looking all the way in behind here towards Shower's side. That's what he wants to make happen. That's the route, to be frank, that he has to take. He has no gas mask in this situation, barely makes it, but it is a crucial play towards the end of Zone 5 and towards the end of game number 3 that gives Falcons something to work for after what was not such a great start to the day.
Unbelievable breakdown, Infinity. Seriously, I'm impressed to be able to see that all taking place. You think about it, right? That moment was probably 30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds at max, right? But we broke it down for, what, 3-5 minutes? That's how complex some of these situations are. And sometimes we do have to slow it down to really understand the processing speed of some of these players and what they go through. It's not easy to be a Warzone competitor. It's not easy to be at the top of the food chain when it comes to competitive. And speaking of competitive, well, these groups are looking really competitive. Let's start taking our first look at them, right? 3 groups, A, B, and C. Some of them are scary. Dream, which one's looking the scariest?
Listen, I was already looking at this last night, and I had tweeted out, Group B is stacked. I mean, you look at Guild, Vitality, Falcons, but I mean, Icons, right? They're going to have a lot to work with, a lot to deal with on some of these heavy-hitting players. But, so, I mean, Seymour, which are some of the squads that you're looking out at?
I mean, you have not only those 3 powerhouses, but then AG Global and Fnatic as well inside Group B, leaving a lot of room over towards other groups to maybe sneak their way in over towards day 4.
Yeah, we're looking at rosters like Team Vision, right? There's not really a roster that, generally speaking, you'd be like, all right, they are definitively getting into finals. But now they have a real opportunity because their group is a lot cleaner than what Group B. I mean, let's be honest, Group B looks like an absolute cluster muck. I mean, I would not want to be in any of these groups. I especially would not want to be in Group B.
Man, Falcons scary. Scary as could be. Curious to see Team Zix play today. I know they didn't have the best solo performances yesterday, but they were one of my highlight teams, and I believe in them. Again, locals looking to represent not only their home turf, but also Pakistan as well, right, when it comes to Crims. But also, these teams, they're playing for the World Cup trophy, but they're also playing for the Championship Club trophy. If you didn't catch up to, or if you weren't caught up to speed yesterday with what that's all about, well, let's get you caught up.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Insane. Club Championship trophy, not only to be the first one when it comes to Esports World Cup, but also you have $20 million on the line, $7 million for first. I mean, we're talking, that's a lot of money. I don't even know what I would buy if I had that amount of money. I don't know. Maybe.
I can't even comprehend it.
I can't even comprehend it. Maybe a new belt or something. I mean, maybe I could afford that. But no, that is crazy to think of. And a lot of clubs are being represented. But speaking about teams representing, I first want to move into the Cloud9 discussion. Infinity, Cloud9 is a team that, first off, I'm happy to see them back into Call of Duty, more specifically in Warzone. What are we expecting from them today?
Yeah, you know what's actually funny is I was having a conversation with Goach behind closed doors about Cloud9. They're actually one of the only North American organizations here representing in Warzone this weekend, which is actually pretty interesting because you don't often think about something like that. And yeah, they've kind of got that pedigree of COD behind them as well. But it's a good thing that they've actually got a pretty good roster on side. And yesterday they did pretty well, but it has to be said, the vast majority of that firepower came from one Breadman. He had an insane day. By the way, happens to be on keyboard and mouse, just saying. He was a pretty good player yesterday. I've got to get that sarcasm out of the way, folks.
That's okay.
We got to get one in there. He looked pretty good yesterday. We saw him on the water tower a fair bit, and it is worth saying as well, we do have an interview with him, I believe, to talk about Breadman. So let's go to that. Let's see what Breadman has to say about the Esports World Cup.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. I am Enigma, and today we're doing interviews, and I am joined by one of the best players in the world, and that is Breadman. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling amazing, bro. I'm feeling amazing. I'm just happy to be here.
How are you feeling about the week ahead? How are you feeling about the tournament as a whole?
I like how it's spread out. You know, I feel like we've got time to kind of get nice and nestled in and get used to everything, but being on the keys, like, it's all about the game time. So I'm really excited to just get my equipment in there and just start practicing.
I mean, you brought it up straight away. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Mouse and keyboard, does it put you at a disadvantage?
For my play style, no. But like a player like Huskers, for example, he plays like he's on the controller, which just makes him, he's just different. Like no other player doing that. I believe we may be one of the only 2 mouse and keyboard players here, which is crazy, but I try not to think about it like that. Like, you know, if I lose a gunfight, it's on me.
You spoke about your play style a little bit there, and I respect you saying that it's on you. Let's face it, that's not always the opinion that someone takes. But while we're talking a little bit about how you play, snipers. We know that at the minute they're a bit controversial, whether or not they're in, they're out. What's your opinion? Should one-shot snipers be in this?
I think so. I mean, for me personally, regardless of the meta, I've been using snipers for the last 4 years competitively. Even back to the first Twitch Rivals event, I used the Kar 98, and you know, 4 years later, we're using the same Kar 98 kind of, which is pretty dope. But no, I mean, I feel like there is some skill involved with like 3-2-1-ing, where like, you know, I'll snipe someone and then Joe, for example, could tag him and they go down. But I think that people are just scared of snipers because of Warzone 2, where the movement was so slow and...
Yeah. Saw a tweet saying, I don't know about you guys, but I get shot like 2 or 3 times in a full afternoon of games. If you're getting sniped regularly, maybe it's a you problem.
Yeah.
So is that something that, you know, you come into this, you're thinking, well, look, you just got to get out of the way of what I'm shooting at?
Yeah, I mean, that was more specifically for pubs, and like, I do feel like, personally, since I snipe, I don't get sniped much because I'm just sniping the people sniping at me. But if you're running around with an AR, I get sniped all the time.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I was kind of lying a little bit when I'm like, dude, in 8 hours, I'm not getting sniped. Trust me, I am, bro. And I'm like, dude, we got to get these cars out of the game. But for competitive, since they're not one-shotting, I think that the car is one of the best like competitive snipers we've had because you can get aggressive with it. You see a lot of controller players picking it up. Like Joe is a big flex with it. We'll both snipe sometimes, especially on rebirths. So I think that the car fits into the meta very well.
Do you think you're one of the best players in the game?
I honestly don't ever think about it. I'm not gonna lie, because I feel like if I, you know, was in my head like that, like a big ego, I feel like I'd start doing worse. You know?
Okay.
I do think I'm one of the best mouse and keyboard players, and that's only because there's not many. Yeah. But like, I try not to think about stuff like that because I just feel like it'll make me worse.
Okay, fair enough. So it's not something that you put onto you, but do you have a person that you look to in the space right now and think, best player in the world?
Biffle, for sure. I mean, Biffle, Shifty, or Soka, they're all the best.
I'm gonna get you to pick one, no fence sitting.
Shifty. Okay, I'll go Shifty, but I do think that Biffle has been the most consistent, obviously, over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
There was a time when I got into competitive a bit late in 2021, and Obviously, Warzone came out in 2020, and so I mean, he was already dominating it back then. And then there was a big thing with, you know, people thinking Shifty was hacking, and then Soka. I played one of the first tourneys that Soka ever played. I played with him, and we did awful. I was like, dude, he's not that good, but no, he is that good. I promise you. It was just, you know, it was a little slow start, but I'd go Shifty final answer.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Breadman representing Cloud9 here at the Esports World Cup. Wishing you all the best of luck this week, man.
Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure.
Alrighty, well, that was a look at an interview with Breadman. Good job, Enigma. He's really good at those interviews.
So good.
So good at those interviews. Well, look, got a little look at kind of the sniper rifle action there with Breadman talking about how he uses them to be mobile on the map. And he did kind of touch upon the keyboard and mouse conversation as well, right?
Yeah, he did. But leave it to the sniper to say that one-shot snipers aren't overpowered. Like, come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, too, I mean, he mentioned the mobility aspect, right? And, you know, these guys were practicing last night. I don't know if you saw them streaming, but maybe Joe might get it in the hand because I heard that he was losing some girls to some baseball players.
Whoa, I hope
man,
he's throwing that.
Hey, but they're going to be impressed this weekend, right?
You would hope so. They're going to be impressed. I was impressed by Breadman. I tell you what, Breadman, though, when he picks up that sniper, it's a long conversation. We have it every single time we talk about him, right? Yeah. But it has to be talked about because he's just so good when it comes to the sniping. He was controlling tower, prison, and, well, at some points, the entire lobby. Na'Vi, though, let's move to you, Seymour, right? They're a team that definitely had their struggles yesterday. They come together today. Does that make them stronger than their solo play?
I think so. I mean, Na'Vi is one of those teams that you kind of thought in the solos would do well. Limax, Zeppa, they struggled yesterday. You had Levi get the win, but they still finished 12th place in the seeding heading in towards the groups. And heading in towards the trios, this is a team who has that experience together. Zeppa and Limax outside of Warzone, they played in challengers together over in the APAC side of things, so they have that multiplayer mindset. Hopefully that can translate into Warzone now today for that resurgence. When they come together, they don't have to focus on the grand scheme of things. They can harness into what they do best, playing together, so hopefully that's going to help out.
Well, the players were arriving, and I tell you what, yesterday was great. Today, they show back up, and you got to be thinking to yourself, right, they're feeling like on top of the world. They're coming together with their teams. They no longer have to deal with themselves, or at least try and just support themselves, right? It's always nice to have a team member behind. At the end of the day, if I was just up here by myself, it wouldn't be really the show it is, right, without you guys. So it's always great having other teammates there. But like I said, Ryven, there's actually Skullface. Now, that's a conversation I'm not going to have just yet, but I definitely expected more from him when it came to the solos, but I think he's going to be just fine when it comes to today. Another team, though, Dream, we go to you. Let's talk about Team Heretics. Now, team that wasn't really discussed too much yesterday. What are we expecting today from them?
Yeah, well, we were actually talking about it, though, I think after, what, game number 2, was it, or 3? Like, Cams, he was actually slaying up for Heretics, and that was, like, a team that kind of some people were like, you know what, they might be an easy kill on the map, but these guys did play last year. They're coming into this now this year, and just being their first time back into Warzone, Cams really was impressive, but with both Daga and Method 6, 53, 56 in the placements, Cam's at least able to put them in Group C. Ooh. That might be beneficial for them, not performing the best on solos day, but being placed in Group C. Maybe you have a little bit of an easier road, not going against some of those heavy hitters like Vitality, Fnatic, and B. But for Cams, he was able to drop 12 kills and got 11th place, which was able to put them in that higher seeding. And I believe with that 12th on the leaderboard there in terms of player overall kills, that was pretty good.
It's not bad at all. There are certain teams that get better when they come together. You know, solo play is random. Like, you know, a lot of things can happen there. You know, you're getting third party. We've seen it plenty of times. You know, you get one elimination, all of a sudden there's somebody else right behind your back, right? So it's hard to predict, and that's where, again, your teammates come into play. So these trios coming in, despite their solo playing, I think they're going to be just fine. Now, another team, though, that can really shake things up, especially when it comes to our club championship trophy, is AB Wiz Oki, as well as his teammate Prodigy, winning game number 4, second place in game number 2. We talked about Oki and his surgery, getting his appendix out just last Tuesday. His doctor said, stay at home, you shouldn't be traveling. Well, he says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just do my own thing. I'm going to come here. I want to play at the Esports World Cup. I want to win the Warzone World Cup trophy. I may want to even take some points away from those club championship trophy teams, right? You got to respect his tenacity. MJ had his flu game. Oki's about to have his appendix game, okay? And at least his tournament. So I'm excited for this roster. I can't wait to see how much they can do and how far they can go, Seymour.
I mean, this is just kind of one of those things where you think you want to listen to your doctor, but then you see a big shiny trophy, a big check, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I can skip that advice. I wouldn't recommend it after getting my appendix out. I was just in a wheelchair for about a week.
Right.
But, you know, everybody's got their own way to deal with things.
Well, hey, talking about dealing with things, there's these trophies that can be gained, right? We talked about the club championship. Well, let's get you caught up on the trophy run.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
That is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. You can take the opponents you beat, take their shattered trophy key, and then place it in your own trophy. Come on. Well, Puckett, I know yesterday he was chasing around players and at least the cats. This time around, he's going around the arenas, I should say, and he ended up stumbling across a new arena.
That's right. I am next to one of the sickest trophy presentations I've seen in esports, and I've been around for a minute. Let's take a look at this bad boy. As you know, every competitor who enters the tournament is going to be given that triangular key. At the end of their event, their key will either go up on our big board, the totem, or their keys will be crushed and fall to the bottom. This is all about the club championships, and with $20 million on the line, this is going to have a huge impact on the rest of the weekend. And Call of Duty Warzone will be the first champions crowned here in Riyadh. It's all going down. Big money, but more importantly, huge pride. Who's going to walk away with it all? Stay tuned to find out.
All right, there it is, right? That club championship trophy that all the clubs are going for. All the players are competing to gain the points. Who will earn that trophy at the end of the 8 weeks of competition? This is just the start. This is the first opportunity, Warzone, to earn your points for your club. Will those points be denied, or will the clubs be able to gain them? Let's get today started. Let's send it over to our casters for game number 1.
Well, hey, Taylor Reflections up. Well, thank you so much, man. That trophy is incredible. I am so excited to get into group stages. Go, Janigma, Shift. Hey, you guys closed out yesterday. Talk to me. How was it? We're about to get into group stage. Shift.
I think that, the desk hit it properly when it comes down to the individual portion. Does have some confidence boosting for some players. Others may not feel nearly as confident going into the trios, but of course the security blanket, having 2 friends with you, is going to go a long way for some of these squads.
Yeah, I totally agree. Enigma, key to success today. One word, what is it for our group stage?
Slay out. We saw yesterday some players really didn't perform. Today, got to step it up. No more excuses.
I love it, man. I am so excited to be joining both of you here in the caster booth because group stages is a whole new ball game. Chemistry is key. That's my word for the day. Chemistry, communication, so many different words we could use, but both of those super important here in Call of Duty Warzone. Folks, it is going to be hot, it's going to be heavy, it's going to be fast action today here at Rebirth Island Resurgence. I was talking to some of the teams, Chef, and I got to say, I was talking to Twisted Minds. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They are feeling confident, so I'm excited to see what they're able to do. We're going to head over to the STC Arena, see what's going on.
The real work begins. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the STC Arena in the heart of Riyadh, welcome to the Esports World Cup.
It's day 2, and our Warzone competitors have gotten a taste of what it's like to play in this magnificent arena. However, the real test becomes just right now. Let's move on from solos and into trios.
Yes, today marks the beginning of our group stage. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside Milosh, who appears to be dressed in his very own Warzone skin.
You know, dress for the job that you want, as some would say. I am the Car 98K. However, if the blood wasn't pumping enough from yesterday's solo stage, I'll just remind you, we are one step closer now to our $1 million prize pool and, of course, our beautiful Esports World Cup trophy.
I guess the real question is, who will hold their nerve on the biggest stage in the world? Honestly, it's massive. I'm just happy I'm getting my steps in, Milosh.
Absolutely, and I encourage everybody to do so as well. Touch some grass as you watch EWC, but the biggest question on everybody's lips is, who has the composure to remain focused and consistent over each team's 4 matches today, Brian?
Yes, and speaking of who, we have our groups getting prepped and ready on the main stage right now, both groups A and B. So why don't we reintroduce them? Kicking things off with Group A, we have Team Destroy, consisting of Raul, Nate Dogg, and Destroy.
Next up, Al-Ula, Lanoon, Tommy, and Jukies.
Next up, we have Twisted Minds, consisting of Knight, Smith, and Aiden.
Up next, Izund. It's, of course, Izund, Rodrigo, and King Matty.
The Aussies are back on the stage. It's Navi, it's Zeppa, Limax, and Levi.
Dressed for success, they are SGP Syndicate, Believe, Intex, and Dongi.
Rounding out Group A, we've got BSL. That's Bugs, Stukex, and Liam.
Let's introduce then Group B, starting off with Gaming Gladiators, Brolic, Jackal, and Huskers.
Many have said the favorites coming into this competition, it's Team Falcons, Shifty, Biffle, and Hisoka.
Buzzing up onto the stage, it's Team Vitality, Patsuka, Axiom, and Stuo.
Next on the stage, we've got Fnatic. It's Noobs, Skullface, and Armand.
They're Mr. Worldwide in more ways than one. It's AG Global, Castillo, Deus Amir, and Z-Dark.
We've got Guild Esports stepping up next with Wars, King AJ, and Vision.
And last but not least, get your flashes ready because it's new Icons, Lukinas, Hartrevs, and Drake.
Now, we saw a few outrageous solo performances yesterday, the heat check, as the studio have dubbed it, Milosh. So, that was one of the spiciest things we've seen so far, and we can't wait to see more.
Absolutely, and all of that means that there'll be quite a few teams coming into today full and brimming with confidence. However, they must not let hubris be their guide today in our trios. But enough with this. We've introduced our teams and our players are set up and ready to go. Let's toss it over to our casters and kick off game number 1.
Incredible introduction there from the stage. Shout out our stage host. Incredible job. But we got to talk about the players. Shift, we get a chance to see them all on camera again, but I need you to break it down for me. I need some stats. Who are the underperformers yesterday? Who needs to step it up today in the group stages?
Yeah, and again, I don't want to throw a lot of weight on this because it was just solos. However, one of our big conversation points was what was Team Abwiz going to do?
Yeah.
There was a lot of conversation about Abwiz himself. Did he actually deserve a captain spot for this event? His team was great. he was not particularly up to the snuff of the rest of his squad. He only earned 17.4 total points of the 83 that the team has coming in as the 3rd overall seed. Now, the good news is they find themselves in that very soft Group C. So hopefully with his teammates around him, he'll have a better day today.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. Watch out for that trio. And I think a fun conversation point about solos versus groups, Enigma, is that conversation about roles. Break it down for me, because we talked a little bit about this yesterday. But it's group stages, it's trios, and we got a whole new strategy today.
Yeah, so it is fair to bring up the underachievers of yesterday, but it's going to change that conversation today when we start to see how these players actually slot into their team. Some of them are Slayers and will have no doubt prospered in the solos yesterday. However, we now get to a point where those IGLs or anchors come into those squads and see their impact multiply. So yes, we have those underachievers, but I'm expecting them to find themselves today.
Yeah, but team at the top, Twisted Minds. I mean, talk to me about a shift, because they had Slayers, they had role players, they had everything under the sun, and they're at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, they beat all of the overall averages by a landslide in almost every single category. I mean, the lowest ranking individual they had finished top 15 yesterday. Wow. So, I mean, they're absolutely slaying out. And when we had a chance to kind of talk with Smith, we heard him at the very end, also talking a little bit with Aiden, kind of off the scene. They were saying Knight is going to be so much better when he's around us, especially if we have the ability to black out and just go rogue.
Yeah.
Knight's going to be right there with us. I expect a lot of firepower from this team again today.
I think a great shout from him. Z-Smith said, I talked to him individually, and he said, look, yeah, we kind of have IGL, we kind of have roles. When the resurgence timer is active, we slay. Once it stops, we slow our play down, and I'm in charge. He said he's the one making calls when we get to the end of the game. Super important. But a chance to talk about him on your screen right now, Destroy. Enigma, what type of a player is Destroy? What will he bring to the table? Of course, Jay, his brother, did fantastic in his stead. But Destroy back on stage, if he can muster the willpower, is a difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, he was unwell yesterday, missed those solos. Brother steps in, picks up a win. We were going wild in the green room, and everyone else was losing their minds, of course. But he comes back in today, and he is a man of high energy. He will be aiming, if he can, of course, to bring his team up to par with everyone else, bring that hype, bring that energy, and just ensure that the rest of his team are clicking on this big stage.
Yeah, I think that's such a great shout. I really want to see Destroy slay out today. Their comms are immaculate. You'll hear him screaming and roaring on the stage. We might hear him from the caster booth, I don't know. But let's talk about Guild. Maybe let's go back to you here, Shift, on Guild, because Wars really did step up and perform very well yesterday. 2nd place overall in the solos.
Yeah, I think the thing is, first of all, this was my prediction on team to win. Yeah. So I'm feeling absolutely, I was going to say on Cloud9, but I'm not on Cloud9. I'm on Guild right now. But I think the thing that was really impressive was we got a high kill participation from the player that we may not have expected to see it. Vision topped the overall kill leaderboard. He had 33 in total. I think not actually top, Pazuka top, but he was darn close. So that's the thing is, again, they find themselves having good kill potential. Saw actually King AJ before he went to the elevator on the way back from the hotel, and they were saying, yeah, it may not have mattered a tremendous amount towards the overall event, but we are feeling super confident based on how all 3 of us played individually.
Well, I think that confidence is going to come in huge today, right? Because they go into that Group B, what we're calling essentially the Group of Death here. 5 of our 8 Esports World Cup Club Championship teams are in that group. So there's a lot of storylines to break down there. But you've got to come into that thinking, okay, well, look, we get 2nd seed overall, and then we end up with this really tough group. But the confidence that you've built from yesterday could come in massive today.
I got a macro question for you, Shift, especially as we're taking a look at all the players. They're locking in, chemistry, all that. We've talked about the micro stuff, team comp, all that. Let's talk macro. What does it mean for a group to be that stacked for the overall competition?
I think that just makes you lock in, like flat out, especially if you find yourself in Group B. You have to play at your best all day long. You're not going to get much of a window to have a little bit of freedom. Sure, you're going to have a chance to play up against Group A and Group C, but you have to play every single game with the rest of those squads that are not just fighting for the club championship, but are also looking like heavy hitters for this overall event individually.
It's going to be difficult, and I think Dandro tweeted out, we all tweeted out, Group B is the group of death. It means that there's a chance one of our top teams doesn't make finals if things don't go their way. Watch out for that. Also worth noting, Group B is the group that has to take the break. They play 2, they break, and then they play 2. So they do have some time to talk about strategy if things aren't going well in the first 2 games. So I don't know. I'm excited to watch that. I want to talk about Aula. This is the stalwarts, the old guard, if you will. Enigma, talk to me about this trio, what they did yesterday. They got a couple wins, but they were middle of the pack roughly.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I'm very excited to see Jukies, for example, come out and take that win at first, but then it was actually quite afternoon from him from there on. And then Tommy's, you know, putting on solid performances. We see him pick up a win as well. Alula being the only side to pick up the 2 maps. And then Lennon kind of just, it felt like an average performance across the board from the 3 gents. And it's a case today of can you come together and make another step up. And with Tommy being the player who's been brought into this lineup to lead, give them the experience on the stage, IGL, all of this, I think that actually they could sync up and be a disgusting team today.
Great kill participation from all 3. Poor placements. On average, they finished below the top 15, which is that big next multiplier to get the 1.4 times. So they really were saved by their individual kills yesterday to get that 7th seed.
Well, that's insane, especially if their placement's low, and they had 2 wins.
Yeah.
That means they absolutely dropped goose eggs on a couple maps from a placement standpoint. Something to watch out for today. Now, Jukies was on he was basically carrying his own leash yesterday, so the big question is if Tommy could hold that leash and keep Jukies on a rein and see if they can perform. I really want to talk about the Gladiator squad as well. We see our Falcons, we see them flying, we expect them to fly today as a team, but that Gladiators team is a big, big question mark in almost everyone's minds. We've got Huskers, right, with Jackal and Brawlic, almost untested talent next to one of the biggest, longest standing BR aficionados we have in the competition.
Have we ever seen Huskers play 4 drops of Resurgence and come away with 9 kills?
Yeah.
Because that's what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
So definitely uncomfortable territory, just being able to look at the team overall and say, wait a second, everyone's looking at Huskers to be the leader. And all of a sudden, he's at the bottom of his squad.
I think going back to that interview with Breadman, right, where he talks about how Huskers tends to play, it can be quite aggressive for playing on a mouse and keyboard, and potentially that's what's giving him issue there in the solos. Like, he's just not able to make that pivot playstyle that we saw Breadman execute so well yesterday. The thing is, can they come in today as a team and have a playstyle that builds around him rather than setting him off to the side and hanging him out to dry, essentially?
Yeah, man, it's so funny. I know people at home are watching this, see the players, they're on stage, they're so excited. We are brimming in the booth with hypotheses, right? We are just like speculating at this point because that solo stage really was a temp check of who came to play. Z Smith said people were playing scared. I think that solo stage is going to give some people the confidence to dominate today. I think we might see a top-heavy competition shift. So I'm excited to see several of these teams step up. We got to talk about some of the teams near the bottom of our solo seeding standings, though. I'm looking at Aizen, BSL, AG Global, even Team Vision. All of these teams have a chance to become really from losers to winners. I mean, they got to make a move, and they need to make a move now.
And outside of that, how about All Gamers, the AG Global squad that had such great performances on LAN last year at the World Series of Warzone? They also had a great 24 final in their region, but they come out and they really underperform, really except for Dark, who had a pretty solid day. I'm expecting that team to be one of our biggest growers in terms of finding a better seeding coming into this next day.
And Enigma, you talked to Dark. You had an interview with him, and we know Dark is their Slayer. So Dark did his job. The other 2 are a bit more support. So this is a team, frankly, I'm expecting as a trio to do a lot better than the solo stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as a 3, they've been together so long, they've got that chemistry, and they clearly play around that. You know, I broke down on the World Series at Telestrate, one of their plays, and we talked about the kind of decisions that they make together, how they essentially cover over each other, play each other's angles at all times, support each other with various mechanisms around the map. And in the solos, of course, you lose all of that. So I just think that may well have just been a case of 3 players being split separate. The one scary thing for them is they go into Group B. So if they still have any jitters about yesterday, they do not have long to solve them.
Yeah, and I think that's the keynote. Group B is Group B of death. And again, it is a round robin, so it'll be A versus B, A versus C, and then B versus C. If you don't know what it means, but you watched yesterday, it's the exact same thing. It's just trios. Now, Enigma, I want to come back to you about something because with trios comes a whole nother conversations. When we talk about Team Destroy, we need to talk about the most dangerous POIs that people like Team Destroy are going to contest and fight for, because in solos, it was a free-for-all. In trios, people are going to be fighting for drop spots. What is your #1 most powerful drop spot in the game right now?
I mean, for me, personally, I'm a big fan of the control center play, but I know that is going to be busy here because of the rotation that you can make that then essentially cuts off anyone who decided to play Stronghold, anyone coming up through tents. You can really play around that and just lock off essentially a big portion of the map. I believe D'Angelo calls it the thin side rather than the fat side. Yeah. But that is exactly where I'm personally looking to play and isolate on this map.
It's a great call out. A lot more coming here in the booth. But we had a chance to sit down with Destroy and his brother Jay, who subbed in for him. Maybe we'll get a bit more insight from Puckett down on the floor.
Hey guys, it's Puckett here on the stage, and I've got the Destroy brothers. Now, one of them is going to be in the starting lineup today, and it's the man who is missing. Destroy, first of all, walk us through. What have you been going through this week so far?
Yeah, man, it's been a pretty rough week for me. More than half the days I've been in the hospital. I had a really rough time coming down here towards the end of my flight. I had some stomach issues. I was dealing with a lot of nausea and vomiting and just really not feeling myself at all whatsoever, not even able to play. And that's really rare for me because I can play in a lot of circumstances. But with how I was feeling, man, I really had to get my brother involved and just let the world know what he was able to do and let him showcase his talent while I recover.
Best thing possible, because this man not only steps up, he wins one of the rounds. So talk to me a little bit about yesterday, Jay. Did you feel the pressure coming? Were you just expecting to be the fourth man?
Oh, the nerves were definitely going in the first game. I was definitely the first one dead during the first game, and then the second game I had to lock in. I'm like, let me ice up, let me show Brody what I got and show everyone what I got, and I had to do what I had to do and bring the game home.
You did bring the game home. So Destroy, after all of this, you guys are grouped into Group A. Twisted Minds is at the top of the heap. We saw Z-Smith, we saw Knight popping off. How do you feel about the rest of the competition in this group?
I'm very confident, especially since I missed the day yesterday. It definitely gives me another sense of passion to play better today, just because I know a lot of these guys are one step ahead of me, or one day ahead of me on land, I should say. So I do have to make up for that, and I really do plan on dominating the teams today, no matter who's on first right now or whatever it is. But Team Destroy, just look for that, because I'm coming really serious today.
It's coming in hot. We love to see it. Before I let you go, I saw you on Twitter calling him twin. Who's older? Are you guys actual twins?
No, he's actually older by 5 years.
Twins. Love this guy. He's already got the marketing down. Make sure you take his name down, because you're going to see him on the main stage next year.
Dad, Papa D, Mama D, we love you. We're going to make you proud. If you're watching this, let's go.
Team Destroy all the way. Back to you guys.
Unreal interview and an unreal personality. Both of them, frankly, had a chance to talk to both of them a ton leading up to this week, and really, really glad Destroy's able to play again today. Great interview there, folks. Now, we're getting prepared for our very first game. I think there's a team we should spend a little bit more time on, folks. The Falcons. They have been flying around a little bit, frankly, under the radar in solo shift. Talk to me about what you're seeing from them and then what you see to expect from them today.
Slow start from both what we saw from Biffle as well as Ahsoka. Shifty came in and maybe reinvigorated them just a touch, but Ahsoka didn't really get things going for them yesterday. Yeah. So I think the big thing here is, can their game plan really come to life? Because I will say, if you kind of don't feel super confident about your individual performance yesterday and you start off slow in the group of death, all of a sudden things can really start to stack against you, and you just don't want to find yourself at the bottom of that tower trying to climb up the ladder of what is this Group B.
Oh, it's so true. I mean, they're locked right now. We saw even on the intro, barely moving their faces as the crowd roared, by the way. Easily the biggest fan presence here in Saudi Arabia. This team is very, very strong together, separate, some of the best players on the map, but you're right. And Hisoka even said it himself. When we asked him, he said, don't look to me to be top slayer in solos. It's going to be one of those two guys. An overall decent performance, but really expecting them to do well today. And that burden's got to be heavy, Enigma. Dan and I briefly talked about this with you at the top of the show yesterday. When basically the only thing you have in your hands is, I have to win, everybody expects me to win, that burden is so much heavier than an underdog story, for instance.
Well, it's not even just that, it's the expectancy of dominance too. They're expected to come out here and just walk the floor here and absolutely push everyone aside. And one of the questions I had for Biffle in the interview with him is whether or not performing at a tournament like this would make you a dynasty. There's a lot of pressure once you start adding that title into the mix, because there aren't many of those sides that get that label. So I think they are under a lot of pressure. They are feeling it. Yes, we can talk about how much Solo YOLOs plays into these guys and how much they took it seriously yesterday, but quite frankly, you're right, they end up in the group of death. They cannot afford to start slowly today.
Yeah, well, speaking of dynasties, frankly, there's only been one over the course of 4 years of Warzone, and we saw at least part of them on stage. All three of the original trio is here, split up though, which means it's right for the taking to take the new dynasty role. I got to talk about the Fnatic squad again. Yep. It's Almond, Noobs, the former dynasty with Tommy. They split. Tommy is the top earner of all time. Noobs and Almond up there as well. Biffle second behind Tommy. So it's not only a dynasty conversation, it's also a top earner conversation, AKA Warzone's finest. So Ship, talk to me a little bit about this Fnatic squad. They had a decent solos performance. frankly a bit stronger than maybe even I expected, because they had a really frustrating lead up to this tournament in other competitions.
For me, actually, I'm glad you brought it up. Fnatic is my team that I think is going to rise the highest in terms of overall standings compared to where their seed is right now. And they're not seeded particularly low, but I do see them rising up very considerably. Almond had a great day. He was the 7th overall ranked player through solos. He also found 34 of their 56 total points. So he was finding kills, he was finding placements. And if there's ever a guy you want to show up for Fnatic and be that I got you, it's Almond. So I'm pumped for this Fnatic team today.
He is so good at playing his life. There has been a lot of conversation around Skullface being best solos player and getting wins. Yes. Frankly, it didn't do too much during the solos portion.
Did nothing.
And I think it comes back to that conversation of kills versus placements. You need both. And frankly, didn't have a chance to show us a lot. So what do you think? All three together, are they going to be able to rise to the occasion like Shift thinks?
Yeah, I absolutely believe so. I think there's too much here to say. No, there's a reason why 2 of them are in the only dynasty we've ever had in Warzone. Skullface comes in. Yes, okay, we talk about him up as this being, you know, top solo player. However, is Resurgent solos the same as the solos that he's used to? Absolutely not. I think a big part of Skullface's gameplay is his intelligence around the map, his positioning, and how he likes to play on out. It's difficult to do that when you've got a lack of landmass to play on. So I think they're going to be completely fine when they come together today.
The thing that worried me, though, is we talked about this storyline a bunch, and we saw Skullface get smoked in 1v1s off the drop. So that has to be different if Fnatic wants to find success.
I have a prediction. If they can make it to the Resurgence timer shutting down,
love this prediction.
I think they will be one of the top teams, if not the top team. If they can get there, they're going to be great. If they can't get there, they're going to get decimated. And that's truthfully the name of the game for all of the competition, but this team in particular is going to have a really difficult time. If they only have 1 to 2 players going into that Resurgence timer closing, they're going to have a very difficult time stabilizing, finding their footing, and getting some points. Now, folks, we are right about to get into this very first map, and I am so excited about it because we can throw predictions all day long, but it comes down to what are you going to do on the day. Now, speaking of those predictions, I think it might be time to actually make some, because solo seeding is done. We've seen gameplay, we've seen Resurgence, and gentlemen, it's time for not only us to make predictions, but people at home can make predictions. Go to stcplay.gg. Go make some predictions yourself, folks. Check out that link down in the description below, down in the comments, down in the chat, pinned all over the place. Wherever you're watching us on socials, we are live all over the world. So excited to be here. But let's talk predictions. Shift, I'm going to go with you first. Who is your team to look out for? Who's your team to maybe take Group 1 or Day 1, rather, of group stages? Who's that team going to be on top?
Top score by the end of the day, and it's, again, reinforced by what they did yesterday. I'm sticking with what I said at the beginning of the whole event. I'm going Guild. I think they're in a great group. I think they're going to run that group pretty nicely. Even though it is heavy stacked for Group B, I think it's going to be a major proving point if they can find a way to get top score from that group.
Enigma, follow up. Guild, some of the EU boys. Are you staying EU? Where are you going?
Honestly, I think I'm actually going to agree with Shift for once.
Wow.
I think that we end up with Guild looking every bit the team that we were hoping as of yesterday, and I think that they come together even better as a trio, because you add in the fact that Wars always shows up on the big occasion. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in that open that we did. I'm not trying to get too hyped about the fact that Europe are doing well at something right now, but yes, it is an exciting time if you're a Guild fan, and in particular, watching exactly how Vision was playing around the map yesterday. 2nd overall in terms of kills, 33 on the board. That's a big day.
Enigma, Shift, both going Guild. I thought I would never see the day. Look, I think it helps that Shift maybe you pick some EU boys. I am going to... I'm going to go Falcons. I'm going to be honest. I know.
What a shill.
Okay, now hear me out. Hear me out, though. You might think it's a cold take to go Falcons, but on paper, in this competition, they are not at the top, okay? This is not like, if I was going chill, if I was going cold take, I'd go Twisted Minds. They dominated. And frankly, they got first place in solos. Every single player did great. They have great team chemistry. They have the only Resurgence player, like, hey, his entire career is built on Resurgence. That is the team to watch out for. I think the Falcons are going to rise to the occasion. With the burden on their shoulders, they're going to take the win, at least in Day 1. But who knows? We'll see what happens. It's Resurgence, it's Breadman, it's COD, it's Warzone. Anything can happen. You've got to perform every single day you compete. And I think the best part about Esports World Cup, Call of Duty Warzone, is that nothing is given, everything is earned. This is a rigorous 4-day competition, and we are just now on Day 2. So just because you may succeed today, maybe Guild does take the top spot today, you got to do it again tomorrow to make sure you're in the finals. I like it, Shift. I like the guild pick, but I am going Falcons. I also got to say, shout out to our media team. These hero shots are so sick. Look at Ahsoka, look at Shifty, look at Biffle repping Team Falcons. The kits, everything, everybody's looking immaculate here, Shift. I need you to talk to me about some more stats here because, frankly, I am looking at Omit as a dark horse squad. I need you to talk to me about some of these bubble teams. We had a big conversation in the group, the green room, about some of these bubble squads and what they bring to the table and what they need to do to succeed today.
I like that you brought up dark horses, and I'm glad that you brought up Omit because they hit a lot of the metrics in terms of where our averages were yesterday. Yep. They were right there, so it's a great bubble pick. Mine is actually out of Group A, though. I'm going SGP Syndicate. I think that Dongi is going to pop off in a trios format, and at the same rate, you had Intex with a little bit of a slower day than we're used to seeing. We didn't really have a chance to really see much of them on broadcast, but they were still putting together numbers that lead you to believe that they could have a big day today.
Yeah, man, I like that pick as well. It's a fun conversation, too. We talked about them all day yesterday because that Dongi choice was just this funny, oh, he was their 4th sub, right? Yeah. Because they asked so many players, but Dongi's their X factor, man. Yeah. That kid is different. I mean, I think it was Banks, one of our stage hosts, standing behind Dongi, watching him warm up, and he looked at me and goes, what is this? This guy's so good. Like, that guy is an X factor. Really excited about that team. I think it's a good pick. Any dark horses for you, Enigma?
I think I'm going to look at Navi. I think
I like that pick.
We kind of got them like off the side of the conversation a little bit. Maybe because we're trying to talk a little bit, you know, we've got Falcons on one end of the conversation, and then maybe the EU boys on the other side. I think the Australians are being overlooked a little bit, and I think that they actually showed up yesterday more than we expected in the solo stages because we know that they've got good chemistry. We know that as a 3 that they can perform under pressure. They've been doing it pretty well throughout this year. However, once they split off into those solos, it was just surprising to see them manage to get that 8th overall seed and put themselves in contention for all of this.
It's a good shout, man. I really like that pick as well. So many teams could do well today. There was one guy, though, that really had a fantastic day yesterday. Breadman, second, first place. Puckett had a chance to talk to him. Let's go check that out.
Hey, everybody. It is Puckett here with America's favorite sniper, the one and only hairless Breadman. Breadman, congratulations on awesome seating around yesterday. How are we feeling about the groups?
Feeling good, but haven't played yet. We're actually about to watch the first groups play, so we'll get a little bit of an upper hand there, so I'm feeling good.
While we're waiting for these guys to drop, are you ready for a Puckett speed round?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, now I did the arts and crafts myself, so please don't judge it, but first question, where are we going here? I've got American breakfast or English breakfast? American breakfast. Question 2. Who is more dangerous, Shifty or Biffle?
I'm going Shifty because his brain, you know, like he's got gunny and he's smart, so I'm going Shifty.
Big brain, love to play. What's the better weapon, Car 98 or SVA?
I don't even think I got to answer this one.
He means Car 98. Are you a coffee or tea guy?
I think I'm going to steal the answer that Joe gave. I don't like either, but I'm going to go with sweet tea.
What is your caffeine of choice?
I actually never have caffeine. Never. I've had caffeine in like 5 years.
And he's still cracked, ladies and gentlemen. What's the better map, Fortune's Keep or Vondel for Resurgence?
That's a good question. I like Vondel because, I don't know, I think Vondel plays very, very well. I think Fortune's Keep is good too, though.
And it rhymes with Fondle. Let's fondle this iPad over to Z-Smith or Jukies. Who drops more kills in the tournament?
I'm going Z-Smith because we're both named Riley. I got Z-Smith.
Shout out to the Rileys out there. He dropped some big numbers on day number 1. Yeah. And, of course, puppies are kitties.
Kitties, for sure.
Do you have any cats?
Yeah, I've got 2 cats, and they're at home just chilling, watching the broadcast, of course, so obviously I got to pick cats.
What are their names?
Suki and Ringo.
And what do you feed them?
Food.
He's a true cat owner. What's the better skin? We going Rose skin or the Groot skin?
I'm going to go Rose because it's OG, but the Groot skin was crazy broken.
And which screen would you rather watch all day long, Amir or Dongies?
I'm going Amir because of his clutch up last week to prepare for that upcoming big tournament. He went absolutely crazy. I'm going for Amir.
Amir locked in. We're walking in on his screen. And, of course, talk to me about the events. Who are you more afraid of, Godzilla or Krampus?
Krampus. If they add back Krampus, I'm quitting.
Who would win in a fight, a gorilla or a grizzly bear?
Gorilla, for sure. I mean, it's buff. It's literally buff. Look at the picture.
Who would you rather fight, a gorilla or a grizzly bear?
If I have brass knuckles, I'll do the gorilla. If not, I'll take the bear.
Love that answer. And who is more in danger of getting knocked out? Both these teams struggling in the solo seeding. We got SGP or Omit.
No bad blood against anyone, but I'm going to go Omit because I don't know. Omit.
Omit it is. Last but not least, most importantly, on America's birthday, which region is better, North America or Europe?
It's not even close. North America for sure.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. That's Breadman.
Chris Puckett is an Esports World Cup gem. I gotta say, that was an incredible interview. I was not expecting that. The either or across the board, players, food, regions, everything in between. What a great interview. Love Breadman. That squad, Cloud9, if you're a fan of them, they're in Group C, so they are waiting their turn to be on this amazing stage here in the STC Arena. Gentlemen, we are just right around the corner from getting started. The first map of the day in group stages. This is where it really begins to count. So I want to hone down for a moment more on the map. Talk to me about what teams need to do to find success. We talked a little bit about it before, but I need you to expand on it, especially in trios around that anchor role. What is super important in a competitive Resurgence format? We've never seen this before.
Yeah, it's just ensuring that you're keeping an eye at all times around the timer, basically making sure that if there's a situation that your boys are trying to play into, if there's a risk of danger, you know, you're turning around and saying, okay, well, do we have that timer available to us? If it's open, then we can play this. I'll just potentially try and, you know, support you in this. However, if we do not have the timer open to us, if we still would not be brought back into the map, I've got to sit back. I've got to try and provide support maybe, or just get the hell out of a dodge as things go wrong.
I think the other question with Group B being so loaded, does this change the perspective of how quickly we want to play for kills under threat of maybe team wipes because of how good all the trios are? Do we see more value off of let's stay safe, let's get ourselves kitted and play for placement maybe necessarily than fighting for those early Resurgence kills?
The thing is with that, it's a cumulative leaderboard that puts you through to the finals, so do you have the option to slow down on the kills, or do you have to just try and rack up those numbers regardless? Because it doesn't matter if you finish in the top 2 of Group B, if you're not in the top 14 overall, you're out of here.
Yeah, and the converse is true as well. Like, that entire Group B could move on to the finals if they're able to just stomp the other 2 groups. That's 7, right, in that group that could all move on. It's just a matter of total points, which is really, really fun because it won't be an even, you know, 5, 5, and 5. That's 15. Somebody's got to fall. Somebody's got to falter. So really like that breakdown, something to keep in mind. We have never seen, until today, we haven't dropped into the map yet, a Trios Resurgence competitive format of this size ever. Super excited to get into it. Now, Shift, we had a big combo around the meta yesterday with solos. Today, what do you think? Snipers, I mean, we got to see at least 1 per team probably to open up that entry knock. I don't know.
You have to be thinking so, especially with just the fact that we saw that very much so delayed 1v1 where Breadman is just sitting up top, holding onto Water Tower. If he can get into a position like that with support from his friends around him, that could just be an absolute pivot point that they could use not just to rotate, but it also is just free information the entire way through as the circle starts to shrink up. So I think I'll be curious to see how much efficacy the sniper rifles bring, because I think you're right, it would make sense to start to see at least 1 sniper per squad, depending on where the drop spots are.
Yeah, and we see that in Big Map. We always see kind of 1 player with a sniper, but in Resurgence, it's like we're in such close, confined quarters that at some level, it's like, do you just toss it? We saw some players use the MCW. We haven't seen the MCW in Warzone in who knows how long, almost a year at this point, Enigma.
Well, a couple of the interviews that we did, the conversations, you know, we were talking about loadouts and what kind of things you want to rock. A lot of people were saying that they're not looking to bring a sniper because, you know, one of the key POIs, of course, about Rebirth, prison, right? And if you're trying to control that so that you can quickly transition in and out for various POIs and fights, you do not want to be trying to lock that thing down with a sniper. And I know some people are going to be like, oh, well, you can't sit top prison with that sniper overlooking you. Yes, but some of the squads here in the interviews were saying, we're not bringing this to the party at all. We're rocking an LMG because we think that that can provide the distance that we need in those fights.
Yeah, what's so interesting, though, is that you're both right. Like, there will be teams, I promise you, in this Resurgence format with 2 snipers on their team, and then there will be some teams with none. It just depends on, 1, where you drop to. I think that's the key thing, because Shift, we saw this even in solos. Some of the teams that didn't drop prison, didn't drop any high ground positions, they just wrapped around the edge. Z-Smith, for instance, wrapped around the edge of the map and just slayed out and didn't have to worry about taking those long fight engagements.
And I think the thing, too, is because we're dealing with Resurgence, as much as it can be 6 of one, half a dozen of another, of if we bring a sniper rifle, well, shoot, now you're just stuck with an SMG. But let's be honest, SMGs are really good on this map. So if you find yourself in close quarters, this is one of those situations where you've got 2 supporting teammates with you. You can say, I can no longer snipe. My ARs around me are going to take care of me. Let me get in the mix. Let me find myself in the trenches. So I think there's, again, that polarity that's, I think, likely going to be seen, especially by players like Breadman, like Huskers, things like that.
I love it. I love it. Well, folks at home, thanks for tuning in. We're having a blast here in the booth. We're going to take a very short break. You're not going to want to miss this. Drop 1 right around the corner.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. This is day number 2. Solos are done. Group play is here. Thank you for your patience. We're about to get started with the game. Don't you worry. We've got a lot to talk about. And starting off, I actually want to have a little bit of fun, if you don't mind. Fun is always great to have.
I love fun.
We've got 2 talents who are relatively athletic. Not as athletic as me. Don't mistake that. But I at least got to bring them to the conversation. So you got Goj, right? Country Goj, all right? Plays Ultimate Frisbee. He coaches some teams, he does his thing out there. And then you've got this one guy, a British bloke, who likes to, play a little bit of soccer or football, depending on where you're at. So you got Enigma, you got Goj. Who would win in a foot race? Because both of them have to run in their respective sport. Who you going with?
Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to back my British brother, right? Enigma, I've seen that guy.
Biased.
He runs fast as heck. Goj, slow as molasses, mate. This guy,
What?
0.1 miles per hour.
My goodness,
Crazy.
fighting words.
Fighting words indeed. Have you seen, first off, I've chased Goj before. He's terrified of me, especially when I get angry. He can run fast. I'm still faster, but at least when it comes to him versus Enigma, I think he could beat Enigma all day. Who are you going with? Don't be biased either.
Listen, I'm not being biased because I'm pretty sure I heard both of them, both Enigma and Goj asking, yo, how long does it take for you to run a mile? And Goj, like, I don't even know. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. But
yes.
I'm pretty sure Goj would take that. Plus, Enigma, He's got to be his dad, man.
Well, that is true. And
Gonna be doing a lot more running
Well,
about the house.
A lot more running around the house. That's exactly right. But the dad buff is real. Maybe it does help him out in some way. My mile was just under 6 minutes. Now I'm fat and overweight. So for me, well, it'd probably be about 23 minutes, which is still pretty decent for my age. Now, Seymour, who are you going with, Goj or Enigma?
I mean, Goj has the age. And Enigma does have the kid coming along.
Which ages him too, so we're right in line.
I have to take Enigma right now. I'm going to take Enigma.
We're split.
We're going to get back to the talent room later on. We're not going to live this down. We are so dead.
I'm okay with it. Hey, fighting out there. I mean, we were talking, Puckett was talking just a little bit earlier to Breadman. Would you rather fight a grizzly bear or would you rather fight a gorilla? For me, I'm running away from both because, well, I guess I'm slow now. If I had to fight one, though, probably gorilla. But if, let's say this, if you had to pick a team from yesterday, though, to bring it all back that performed the best, even though it was solos, I don't know, Alula, I'm thinking was one of the top performers out there.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Alula, and the most impressive thing was Juki taking that first game, but also Tommy taking that game number 5. So, I mean, again, like you look at players like Tommy, the most winningest player in Warzone, and it's like, oh, it's kind of surprising that he's in this spot, at least with the LCQs and all that, but still, being in a territory, land setting, super comfortable, I think these guys, that was impressive to take 2 wins yesterday.
It's impressive to take 2 wins, and from what I'm hearing, the casters are a little bit offended by what we were talking about. But let's bring them in. Maybe defend yourselves. I don't think it's necessary. We're the analysts for reasons, okay, casters? We're here. No, stop. Now, see, I hear his voice already.
No.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm telling you, right now, I was on your side first and foremost, Goj.
Thanks,
all
man.
right? The British went with Enigma, of course. The Canadian, which I guess they're British too. I don't know. Went
Commonwealth.
It's the Commonwealth. So
the Commonwealth.
Went with, I think first and foremost, first off, Goj, let's hear your argument. Why are you faster than Enigma?
I have played a professional sport. I ran a 420 mile. I ran 80 miles a week. I got a college scholarship to run. I don't know what this conversation is, but it's not close.
I mean, all I'm going to say is that, yes, Goj would probably outsprint me. However,
where's the fighting spirit?
However,
man, that's so disappointing.
I'm much happy to take the crown of definitely being able to lift more. So, you know, I'm feeling good about that.
But could you lift more than me?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Figure this out later on.
Whoa!
I just love that I'm not catching any strays because I absolutely shot Seymour into the dirt. So smart, Des, to not come at me. Appreciate that.
Seymour, I want to point out, by the way, his pants are a little bit looser today. Shift.
Hey,
Mind games.
I had to make that change.
Mental 4D chess over here.
I'd still 1v1 you. I'd still beat you.
Hey,
I will take that challenge in anything.
Yeah, let's be very clear.
Dream would beat everybody.
Let's be very clear. Dream wins in any semblance of any Call of Duty with any of us. Let's just all raise our hands and say, Dream wins, no problem.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. I would say I'm probably the second best, though, without question.
Sure.
At least better
Maybe
than
in like
Dandro.
silver.
No, actually, that's true. I can vouch for that because I mean, I don't know if I've been playing, but he's a higher rank than me right now.
Hey, listen, got the vouch from Dream, and you were vouching for Dream. Listen, that is a good vouch right there, 100%. Enigma, stand up for yourself, though. Even more like, first off, maybe you're stronger than me, but dude, seriously, you can beat Goj.
I don't think you understand. So I did a bunch of fitness testing through the summer, and I can run long distances at a professional grade. Short distances, it is embarrassingly slow. So I'm strong and I've got endurance, but sprint speed, agility, I've got to hand it over to the professional here.
All right,
Well,
Taylor.
yes.
I got a question for you because I want to bring us back to the game for another competition. A prediction competition, okay? Because we've given real predictions. You all have been waffling around about how every team's good, whatever. I need real predictions for day 1 of group stage. Not everything, but day 1 of group stage. Give me your top team today, Taylor, and across the board with our analysts.
Oh, 100%, I'm going Team Zix. I'm backing them up. That narrative, hey, you know that even in the green room, I've been telling you, Team Zix is my team. Solos yesterday, they got warmed up, got the jitters out of the way. They're not playing on 100 ping anymore, okay? They're coming in fresh, hot and heavy, and they're looking to represent every region out there. We're talking about Saudi. We're talking about Pakistan as well. Team Zix all the way, without question. Dream, though, you are smarter than me and apparently better than me. We can all agree on that. Who are you going with?
I would not say that I'm smarter than any of you, first of all right? We all have our positives and negatives. All right, but anyway, no, I'm still going to stick with Falcons, just because simply of the fact that we've seen them consistently just win. But for just talking with Shifty yesterday and how confident he seemed, I just think that poise and how consistent they've been, just carrying into today, they're comfortable, right? We talked about some of these team dynamics, what they would change coming into trios, like you heard Z-Smith mention, right? At the end of the game, I'm the IGL leader. So, that confidence for all of these squads, even with Guild too, like all of these boys are just feeling so comfortable that because of the fact that they are playing together here today.
And the crowd was literally...
Thank you, Dream.
For what?
The crowd was literally just, Ghosh, just hold it a second. Falcons were going, the crowd was going nuts for Falcons out there, by the way. Ghosh, please, feel free.
No, I was just saying thank you. That's literally all I had to say because she agreed with me and I agree with her. I heard her pick Falcons and I picked Falcons. It's the winning team.
Listen, if Ghosh agrees with me, I'm happy, all right? So I'm telling you, I meant it. Sometimes I felt like a P to that guy because he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
I will say this, Ghosh and his knowledge of Warzone is remarkable, and I mean that. I sincerely mean that.
You go out there and pick the potential dynasty side. I mean, come on. It's a bit boring, isn't it? Let's find us some spicy takes here. I mean, I'm coming in with Guild. Shift coming in with Guild. What have we got going on there?
I tell you what, you want to talk about spicy, and Ghosh, you want to talk about professional. Well, let's send it to the professional. Puck gets on stage for a stage walkthrough. Let's hear what he saw.
Things are about to get spicy here in the STC Arena, and the players are already gearing up for the first match of the day. Let's go distract them, shall we? Starting in the first spot with the #1 seed in Group A, we've got the one and only Twisted Minds. As you can see, dialing in the controls with the admins before we get in here. I got to see if I can distract this young man. Excuse me, Aiden. I see you're in the firing range. Yes, sir. What are we working with today?
We're looking at a nice first today. Going into tomorrow, we want to be above everybody else and just make sure we're prepped. But right now, we're just getting warmed up in the firing range. I'm getting cracked.
Tell me about your teammates, because yesterday we saw Z-Smith dropping the most frags. We saw, of course, Knight doing his dirty work on Resurgence as expected. How are we feeling about the squad?
Smith is he's one of the best gunners I've ever seen. His gun skill's insane. When I was watching him yesterday in the games that I wasn't playing, I was very impressed. Definitely a confidence booster going into today, and Knight, he's just a Resurgence demon, so I'm excited for today.
And I know Twisted Minds is excited to have you guys repping them this week. And let's talk with the man at the top of the leaderboard. Smith was on fire day one during the solo seeding. Your team earns the #1 seed based on your team's performance. Talk to me a little bit about the competition now, because just a few steps down, we got Team Destroy up in this group.
I mean, today's a completely different game. Yesterday, it was every man by themselves. Today, you got to have trust in your teammates to, have your trades, pick up your slack. You just got to work as a team today. You can't overextend or do anything too crazy today. I'm really confident with us. We've played together for so long, and I'm super excited.
Any nerves that Knight might be missing today? I see an Aiden locked in. I see a Z-Smith. Where's the new guy?
I think he was going to the bathroom.
Yeah, he's getting himself ready. We'll let him do his thing. In the meantime, we got to keep this party moving. Here in our second station, we're going to have Team Al-Alu. If you didn't know who they are, well, you're going to have to wait to see their faces. Of course, this is Jukies, who won the very first map of yesterday's solo seeding. He's going to be playing alongside Lennon and Tommy. Now, Tommy also won a round, but Lennon is looking for his first dub of the weekend. Maybe he can get it in this opening round of trios. While we're waiting on them to come back, let's keep the party moving with the newest face in the venue. You can see the Gucci gear. He's locked and loaded. This man comes prepared. We got Destroy getting lean. And while Destroy's getting lean, let's go ahead and introduce his teammates. We got Nate Dogg and Raul. Destroy, talk to me about your teammates and how we feeling coming into your first day of competition?
Okay, so being the oldest person on the team, I've got some young Goonies on my roster. These guys are absolutely running guns. I try to keep a nice little balance for the roster. Communicating. We got my boy Raul, one of the best shooters in the freaking game right now. He's an absolute animal. Very underrated, but he's on Team Destroy right now, so look forward to us making some noise right there. And then this guy over here, Nate Dogg, who doesn't really talk too much, but man, this guy is silent but deadly when it comes to the communication and just making sure that the team is on the right page. So it's a beautiful balance. You got me, who's just absolutely teed. You got my young shooter right there. And then the really calm guy on the team over there who also dominates. And man, we're looking to make some noise today.
Talk to me about your group, because your brother steps in while you're in the hospital. He drops a dub. Nobody sees it coming, but Jay pulls through. Now you're in Group A, Twisted Minds. You got Jukies and Al Yula next to you. How do you feel about this group overall? You guys pretty confident you'll come out to the finals?
Yeah, I'm very confident that my group will come out to the finals. I'm coming to play today, especially since I missed the day yesterday. So I'm really looking to come and really secure our spot in the grand finals and then dominate in that one as well with my boys.
Do you think Z-Laner is missing out right now?
I think Z-Laner is missing out a tad bit, but Z, if you're watching back at home, we love you, brother. We miss you, and we'll get some games in soon.
Destroy, one of the greatest entertainers and also Warzone players. Keep your eyes on him today. Let's go up to the next level. Come with me, cameraman. Shout out to the team, by the way. We got the best production crew I have seen, traveling all around the world, so many different regions represented. And this one is trying to make LATAM proud. Welcome in, everybody. We've got Team Izon, and let's start with the captain down here. The team is named after you. How are we feeling coming into the competition? It didn't seem like day one was too easy.
To be honest, it's very exciting to be here, and this opportunity makes us happy, and we are here to win, so just lucky for today.
Tell me about your teammates, Izon, because you got Maddie, we've got the rest of the team, Rodrigo, ready to go. Who are you guys representing? Who are you trying to make proud today?
We're gonna be proud of our family, our countries, like he's from Ecuador, Rodrigo's from Peru, and we're gonna make proud everyone in there. So now we are very excited for this and just wanna win everything here.
Now, if we're looking at the scoreboard, we need to have someone top frag. Someone has to be leading in the kills. Who can drop the biggest numbers here on day one of the group stage?
To be honest, I think I'm gonna be the man. I'm gonna be the fragger on the team, but my team is gonna be in the same kills as me as well. So all of three are gonna kill the same.
I know all of LATAM is cheering you guys on. Last question, how did this team come together? How do you find players from multiple countries all to come on this trio team?
Now, like we began in like 1 year ago in the World Series. We have to find a team to compete. So Matty and me were in the same region, but we have to buy a ticket to Rodrigo came into Ecuador, so we played together. And since then, we are the trio of LATAM North.
Worth every dollar. That ticket seems to be paying off. Congrats on yesterday. Best of luck today. That's Team Izon as we make our way down to the Aussies. Representing Navi in this competition, we've got 3 young men from down under. Can I interrupt real quick, sir? How we feeling coming into today? Talk to me about your teammates.
I mean, honestly, these 2 are the best players here, so I got full confidence in them to frag out. I'm just going to do my job, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're really confident.
I'm making my way all the way down here. We got Zeppa, Levi, and Limax. How do we feel we performed yesterday in the solos?
It was fun. It was fun. We did well. We came like 12th, and I think we put ourselves in like a good group. We're happy with the group we're in.
What does your screen smell like? You may be the closest to a monitor of any player here in Warzone.
Yeah, I sit very, very close to my monitor now. I don't know. It smells good. It smells like I'm ready. It smells like I'm ready.
I like this. Tell me a little bit about your game style. Who's making the comms? Who's going to be the top fragger for the team today?
That's our top fragger right there in the middle, Aaron, Limax. And then I should be, me and Mark, me and Zeppa should be equally making the calls. Yeah.
Levi, best of luck. Congratulations on making it this far. I know everyone's excited to see you make it out of groups.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
That's Team Navi. They are locked in. The Aussies ready to make everyone proud down under. But let's make it over to the team that's on the bubble. Underperforming on day one, according to my analyst. Dongy, what's going down?
I mean, it's solos, man. Like, you can't take it too seriously. It's obviously a warm-up day, but obviously I'm not like entirely happy with how we perform, but obviously it's solos, you know? I'm happy to be playing trios today, and I'm excited for the groups.
Tell me about the jersey. Tell me about the pink. SGP Syndicate is here. How did you guys get along with this squad, and how did this trio come together?
UTEX unfortunately could not make it to this event because of his passport, and they needed a player last second. So I was the only one awake at the time, so I got the call up. So obviously I'm happy to be here. I'm super blessed to have the opportunity. Obviously my teammates couldn't play, but I'm super grateful to be here no matter what.
Well, I know you were picked because you have one of the most cracked point of views of any of the players here in Warzone. If you want to see action, go to Dongy's screen. But when we're not watching you, tell me what we should be looking out from your teammates.
Tech is going to be anchoring, like giving us comps, pulling us back in, reeling us in. Buzz going to be kind of leading the charge with me and him, pushing in. But other than that, like our team chem definitely works. We haven't had a lot of time to work on it, but I'm super excited and super happy like with how much progression we've made.
And let's talk finally about Group A. You avoid Group B, the group of death everyone is calling. How do you feel about your competition? You do have some big hitters like Twisted Minds, Alula, and Team Destroy.
I'm not too worried. Obviously, we know where everybody lands, so it's not like it's not too hard with our group, to be honest. So I'm definitely fine with what we got. I mean, either way, we got to play everybody, so it doesn't really matter.
And if I'm looking for an individual showdown, is there one person you're going to be gunning for today in groups?
I really hope I see Noobs on the map. I really do. Oh my God, dude.
Look out, Eddie. Dongy's coming for you. Best of luck, my guy. I'll let you warm up. Love this kid. Keep your eyes on Dongy. Keep your eyes on this squad. They underperformed in solos, but they're coming in hot in the trios today. That's SGP, and we've got one more team to introduce you to at the very top of the stage. Come on up. We've got BSL, the players just now arriving. Let's talk with them. Where's Boogs at? My guy. Boogs, great to meet you for the first time. Talk to me a little bit about yesterday. You guys didn't succeed in the solo seeding, but now you have the trio together.
Yeah, it's solos. I'm not 10 out of 10 confident on solos, but I prefer trios, better game mode. Yeah.
Now, you are part of BSL. Yeah. You guys don't have an org. You're simply using the initials of your teammates. So talk to me about the team. How did it come together and what are the roles?
Tim's the anchor, that's Tim, StukeX, so he's the S of the team. That's Liam. Me and him are just fraggers, we'll just run around killing people, hopefully.
So we got two boys from the UK and a German. StukeX, how did you join up with these two lads?
I used to play with Bagel back in Caldera, just 2v2s, 2v2 tournaments. And then last year we played World Series together, and this year we picked up Liam.
And what does the Bagel come from? How did Boogs get that nickname?
His name used to be BGL4K, and then it's just Bagel. Yeah.
Way better. I was told it's because he's dropping some donuts, but I don't expect that from you today, Boogs. Nothing but big numbers. This side of the stage is set. We are ready to go. Group stages kicks off today.
Well, Bucket, thank you for that, man. Making the rounds throughout all of the players and the teams. A lot of good information. Who was it? Z-Dongy saying, who was it that he wanted them to come at him?
He wanted to go for Noobs.
Noobs? Yeah. He's like, Noobs, please come at me, man. I want to destroy him. He was hungry for that one. So Z-Dongy Noobs, we'll keep up to date with that one, and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on here. Unfortunately, there is a bit of an audio issue when it comes to Twisted Minds. They're solving that at the moment. Once that's resolved, we'll be hopping into game number one. We do appreciate your patience, and you better believe the team is working incredibly hard to fix the issues so we can get this game going. But for you in chat, we do appreciate you being here. Mind you, you can be involved in your own way, especially during this downtime. If you go to the link just down below, provided via STC, you can let us know and vote who you think will take the entire championship. A good opportunity, right, for you to get involved. Until then, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, to hopefully Game 1 for the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone will be continuing.
Time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da. is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone competition. Map 1 right around the corner. We appreciate you at home being patient. We're excited to get into the gameplay here, gentlemen, just shortly right around the corner. I think the problem almost fixed. A little bit of audio issues for one team. We want to make sure they're all situated, ready to go, especially Twisted Minds at the top of our solos leaderboard, ready to rock and roll. But yeah, I'm Goj, Enigma, Shift. We're feeling good. We're ready to rock. I got a question for you, gentlemen, real quick. Icing the kicker. We use this in. You wouldn't know about this. This is a football term. Okay.
Actual football.
Like the you know, like the rectangular, or what is that? I don't know what shape that is, but actual football, right? Shift, icing the kicker. I want you to talk to me about mental energy right now when you're warming up and warming up and warming up. This is a part of esports. This is a part of sports across the board. This is a really big moment.
They're probably counting tiles in the firing range right now. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. They've been in there for a minute. So it definitely is one of those situations that you can only stay so warm when no one's shooting back against you. Sitting there and just locking in your aim, only a small part of what we're obviously going to see when it comes to the actual drops.
Yeah, do they have a term for icing the kicker in football from where you're from?
No, I think the ice, though, does make sense in the sense of, like, we saw, like, for example, Dongi up there during the interviews. He was trying to stay locked in, and a couple of the other players are just trying to stay kind of focused and figuring out different strategies. It's definitely, we have, like, a couple of things in actual football that you talk about in case of, you know, scenarios where you need to potentially just keep your mental locked in. And I think that right now, teams that have prepared for that are going to be looking pretty good going into the start.
It's a great shout. We're going to head back to the desk. Taylor Reflections Noble, how things going over there, my friend?
Hey, going as well as they can, man. Great to always hear your perspectives over there in the casting booth. Obviously, ice and the kicker, the football, soccer, doesn't matter.
Trying to stay warm.
Actual football.
Actual football. That was actually, I love that one. That was because it is true. We have football in America. So to talk about it, though, again, we do apologize for the audio issues. We're fixing that as quickly as we possibly can so we can get started for game number 1. Trust me, we're ready to get started just as much as you are. Again, thank you for your patience. We really are working hard over here. It's a great time, though. Seriously, it's been a great event regardless, and I know the players have been very proud and happy to be in this position, right, to be able to compete for not only the first ever Esports World Cup, but also earn points for the club championship trophy. It's a big honor, and it's an honor for us as talents to be here because we never expected to be in such a position, right? But let's start talking a little bit deeper about some of those teams, and one of the teams that has the most pressure on their shoulders, and that's Team Falcons, right? Again, a team that is representing their home crowd. They're coming in as the top dogs, undisputed, by the way, champions at this point in time, minus Hisoka, even though he just joined the roster, right? But at least for Biffle and Shifty, they're global champions. So did they do enough yesterday to prove that they're still going to be those champions? Are they coming in today, you think, stronger than they were before?
Of course they're going to come in today stronger than ever. This is a team that thrives being together. This is a team with unmatched chemistry. This is a team with natural skill in the game that is really hasn't been tested by anybody all year long. They've just been at the top of Warzone, and that's not going to stop this weekend for sure. They're going to be a dangerous team all week long. But after that solo performance, I had to kind of sit with Shifty, and I talk about a couple things, you know, what was going on with the team, and he said everybody was playing nervous. Everybody was playing scared. They were not trying to go and have a highlight reel moment in the solos. They were playing for those placements, and they were making sure that they were on top of the leaderboard heading into day 2. They weren't really worried about that over at Falcons. They were just trying to have a good time, shake off the nerves of being on stage, and heading into day 2 with a little bit of a, I wouldn't say chip on their shoulder, but with a steady mind that they can do what they need to do when they come together as a trio. And I had to ask him about that pressure because there were all the issues or all the interviews for the Falcons on the media day. So many people looking at them like, you're the team to beat. Yeah, you're the team that is at the top of everybody's list. Did that have an effect on them? He said maybe a little bit of effect, but being under the Falcons have given them a new drive, a new purpose here in the tournament. They want to win for their community. They want to win for their team, and having that org behind them and not just it being themselves, they have something new to win for. So now that they're back as a trio, I think this is a look at Falcons, a look at, you know, Shifty, Biffle, Hisoka that we've never really gotten to see before.
Yeah, and if now, please correct me if I'm wrong. did they sign on for?
Yeah, so there was some, I believe for a year. One of the
Okay.
teams that will have that longest. Thanks, Dandro, for that shout. A couple of the other teams, signed, I believe, till after global finals for 3 months.
Okay.
But one of the things that we were kind of talking about, Seymour, with this event,
Yeah.
for these players, it actually feels like super official, right? You have these big names, Cloud9 back into the mix, Vitality, Fnatic. For Call of Duty, we've had the fan base, we've had, I believe, the community support, but now actually getting that from the orgs, as you mentioned, it does create a certain type of a pressure.
that
Like you're not
prestige.
just
Yep.
playing for yourself, you're not just playing for the community, you are playing for an organization. There's just so much more that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, come on, signed on for a year, so now they're representing this org for that long, and I know they're taking good care of them, right? As you should, being the champions, potentially being the future, global champions at this point. Warzone World Cup champions, right? That pressure is there, but I think they're going to handle it just fine. I know I was speaking, you spoke to Shifty yesterday, Hisoka as well. They're locked in. Biffle's always locked in too. I don't think
Oh
Biffle's
my God.
never not locked in. It doesn't
Try
matter.
to ask him a question. He's just, it's all game.
It's all game.
for
He
him.
just,
Dude.
just stares right into your soul. He's a serious guy, but that carries over into his gameplay.
But remember, too, as Goj has mentioned, there's certain players that can overtake Tommy this tournament.
Oh,
Biffle
right, yeah.
is
That
one
is
of
a
those
great
players. So if, just thinking about that for Falcons, you take this win and you become the top earner in Warzone. Biffle's so good, but that's just an accolade that, a lot of these players are fighting for.
Yeah, because Tommy at the moment is leading, right, when it comes to the money. So Tommy has the most, and we're talking about Warzone history, by the way, in terms of earnings. So that would be a pretty cool title to have, right, to be at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, that's what you want to have. You want to be considered one of, well, not just one of the top Warzone players in Warzone history, but the top Warzone player. And I think that's just kind of a talking point on the whole with Team Falcons, right? Are they in the process of building a dynasty? And I think that's just part of it, right? Becoming a dynasty, becoming the top earners in Warzone for players like Biffle and Shifty, of course, coming off of World Series of Warzone 2023 Global Finals, to take home the Esports World Cup, to potentially, obviously, we're going a little bit further out here, but potentially take home 2024 Global Finals. I mean, that would be a dynasty to me. That's step number one. I think that's the one where it's just like, hey, we had TBE before, now we've got Team Falcons. And for two, you are becoming those top earners.
And you have to think about the potential when it comes to the mindset of this team. If you win your global finals, you prove that you can win on your own. You win the EWC, you prove you can win for a community. That's just untapped potential that just kind of settles the nerves for any future tournament that's thrown their way. That can put you, in the running to win even more, maybe even the 3-peat at global finals coming up.
It's funny because I spoke with Shifty after their global final win, and I was like, hey, man, talk to me. How you feeling and everything? And he says, dude, I'm getting a little bit older. I think he's still like early 20s. I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, I just want one more good one. I just want one more championship, one more trophy. If I get that, I'll be happy, and then I'll retire and ride off into the sunset. I've heard that story a million times in esports. Nobody really retires. They say, I retire, and then they end up coming back. But truly happy, about the Falcons and how well they've been performing. They're here. It's incredible. Another team, though, that is, trying to go big today is Guild, right?
Yeah.
Guild wants to take the trophy for themselves, but can they do it and based off their performance yesterday?
Look, I'll tell you what, mate, yesterday, hyped up Guild at the start of the day. I'm so glad that I did, because Guild came out swinging yesterday. Of course, you talk about Vision, that massive game that he had towards the end. It was like something like 15 kills. I think that was probably one of, if not the highest kill tally we had the entire day. He was absolutely tearing up the map. And it doesn't matter that he doesn't come out on top of the game. The fact of the matter is he gets those kills for his team, but it wasn't just him. I talked about it again. AJ, that young gun for this roster, being the guy that you guys are gonna keep an eye on throughout the entire day. Now, it's worth saying, he wasn't consistently getting the highest kills throughout the entire day. He was getting enough kills to satisfy, I think, that kind of idea that they want to be high up on the rankings, but he was placing high, and I think that's the key thing. He was gaining that multiplier towards the end of every single game. So 2 consistent players for Guild all day yesterday. I mean, it just goes to show, right, this Guild roster, do not underestimate them.
2nd and 6th, by the way, you guys. second and sixth. They had 2 members, at least in the top 7.
And now they find themselves in Group B, a group where they have potential to now contest the Falcons, keep the Falcons down as much as they can. And if they can do that, that opens up so much potential for other teams.
You know what's funny about that, though, right, is we had this conversation as well, because obviously we've already talked about the groups quite extensively. How funny is it that Guild, you know, we saw those incredible games coming out from Vision and AJ yesterday.
I know
what
where
is
this
your
is going.
awards for this? What is your reward for having an incredible day one? Hey, you get the group of death.
You know what? But the good thing is, group of death or not, you know, whether A, B, or C was the strongest, the top 14 teams move to finals after day number 2. Today, all 21 teams start. Tomorrow, all 21 teams will still be here at the start of the broadcast. By the end of the broadcast, 8 teams, unfortunately, will have their World Cup dreams at least shattered or ended. I guess in terms of the keys, too. We saw that a little bit earlier with the trophy. Brutal. That's they literally have to shatter their keys. I was blown away by that. But yeah, 14 teams on the final day. So whether Group A, B, or C, you don't have to finish at the top of your groups per se. You just have to be the top 14 out of all of the 3 groups, because they're all combined. So that's the most important thing to do. But you do, I mean, come on. Group of death, you do want to represent in your group. Be first place to give you that confidence. So if you're Group B, as we're seeing, right, I mean, you definitely want to be at the top. Speaking of which, though, we have A and B going first. Which group do you think is going to be the strongest? Because it seems like the consensus has to be Group B.
It has to be. It has to be Group B in general. We've coined it the Group of Death for a reason, but not only because it has Guild, Vitality, Falcons, but because it has Fnatic and AG Global down there, as well as Gaimin in there. I mean, this is 6 teams that on the day can turn up, 6 teams that have players who have been around for a very long time. And albeit you have a bad day one, you're not performing on the solos, when you come together as a trio, it's a whole different ballpark. And although, you know, you have so many good teams in here, there's not as many spots leaving these groups either. So you have to think going up against each other, it's not going to be easy.
I just can't believe the fact that we've got Falcons and Fnatic in the same group. That just blows my mind, the fact that we've got those teams in the same. We've got Guild in there as well, arguably the strongest European squad. B is absolutely stacked to hell. I will say, though, I want to give a shout out to Group A, because I think we are slightly underestimating this group. I think, again, you look at the likes of Twisted Minds, who, of course, came out on top yesterday. You have Na'Vi, who we know, again, you've got that Australian squad. They look pretty good. I mean, just like this group, I think is going to provide some serious competitiveness. I actually think so. Run for the money for many of those Group B teams, right?
Well, dude, you've got Alula first and foremost.
Yes.
I'm excited. I mean, come on, Jukies. It's no surprise. Like, I'm a huge fan when it comes to Jukies. Jukies, you know, FIFA's obviously not here. Big fan of him, though. I know he's supporting the stream, but Alula is one of those teams that I feel just has the biggest potential when it comes to today. And after all, one of the most successful, as we talked about at the top of the show, right, days from Juki's and Tommy's perspective. But let's not forget Destroy is also here. Destroy wasn't playing yesterday. Now he's back in. He's playing with his roster, a team that could very well surprise all of us.
Yeah, and I mean, we were kind of just talking about it a couple days ago, right? Like I said, how cool would it be if Destroy came back and just surprised us all? And like, I think that's just would be a beautiful storyline, just because of the fact that Jay came in, took that second map win, and just like hearing the confidence. And, you know, Raul from that team, that was the player that I was like, you know what, he just impressed me, you know, just the last couple of months, and just even just the amount of time that he's been putting in the game to up his own game. I was surprised, you know, not to see him perform as good yesterday, but now, you know, you technically, you know, you lost your leader, now you got him back. I really want to see Raul pop off today, now that that trio is just back together. You got Nate Dogg too, because Raul, you know, you remember Nate Dogg and Tappa in that squad they placed last year. They have some LAN experience for Nate Dogg, but you know, coming into today, you've got to feel confident now you have your teammate back.
Without question, Team Destroy is one that I've been watching Destroy for a long time. I expect him to do well today. His energy is explosive. He's an explosive player himself, and they love to slay out. But back to Alula, right? Another conversation about them. Again, one of the most dominant teams, that are potentially one of the most dominant teams even today, one of the most successful yesterday. A team that is playing for a lot more than just the World Cup trophy, right? That is step number one. If they can get that, I mean, you want to talk about the cherry on top would be going into LCQs, which is happening in just a week, right, for the World Series Warzone Global Finals. They want to punch their ticket. There's only 5 slots left. This was a team that surprisingly is an LCQ, minus, of course, FIFA, right? FIFA obviously is going to be competing here. But I know for Juki's personally, Seymour, playing well here would mean the world to him.
Yeah.
He's the most confident player that I know, or one of the most confident players that I know. So this tournament is a major stepping stone going into global finals.
And one of the kindest players that I've had the pleasure to meet this weekend as well.
Absolutely.
Alongside now Tommy, who adds another element to your team. You have that brain that allows you to kind of maneuver through these trios against some very tough teams. And you have Tommy as well winning yesterday on those solos. Juki's finding a win, 2 members finding a win.
And their merch too that they ended up getting.
that they're showing off too.
They're
here
showing
on
off,
stream.
baby. Hey.
I think the one thing that we're not talking about here is Lennon, because Lennon is that player on this team that we haven't really seen pop off in the solos, but he's somebody who not only is a kind heart when you talk to him, but he is a fierce competitor.
Yeah, and actually it's funny, going back to a Trials of Urzikstan tournament that happened earlier this year. Now again, I know it's a very different map, but it was Resurgence. Lennon actually came out on top of that tournament, and it was also a duos tournament as well. So there's a few asterisks on that, but it shows that Lennon is actually pretty a competent player when it comes down to Resurgence. So yeah, absolutely do not underestimate it.
That's a great shout. I mean, come on.
Seriously.
Anytime you have experience, right, when it comes to Resurgence, you're playing Resurgence, you should have an upper advantage. And again, Alula, a team that I really do think can go the distance and perform very well. There's a lot of narrative on Falcons. There's a lot of narrative across the board from Team 6, at least from my perspective. Cloud9 obviously getting a lot of attention, but Alula. And also representing kind of the home crowd as well, too, when you think about it. So, you know, Falcons are also there, but Alula, Saudi base. So excited to see how well they're going to be able to do. But whether it's Group A, B, or C, curious, chat, what do you think? What group is going to be the toughest? Who do you think will be the strongest team playing today? Another one, though, Heretics. We brought them up in the very beginning. Heretics was looking good. As far as solos go, watching that yesterday, were there any big surprises that you're like, oh, man, I really hope some of those players who didn't perform well yesterday perform really well today?
Well, another team, like, I'll just say surprises. We were looking at, like, we're talking about Huskers, Jackal, and Brawlic, right?
Sure.
Brawlic, I was really, really surprised to not see him pull up, like, you know, a little bit stronger. But, I want to take a little bit of hate off Huskers, all right? Just a little bit, just because you guys know how many times this guy has clutched in the most important situations.
He's a great player.
It was solos. So even I myself, as a competitor, yeah, sure, I was watching. We were having fun, but we're not taking this, I mean, we're taking it serious, but it's like yesterday doesn't even matter to some of these players, right? But for this squad, I'm really impressed by Jackal, because he had a couple of games like where he was up there in the eliminations, I believe. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, number stats, you guys know me. I know is at least in that top spot.
Yeah.
I believe it was like 11th or something at one point. But for that squad, I feel like we're going to be surprised by them today. There's just been a lot of camaraderie, hate around these guys, but at least Husker specifically. But you heard Breadman.
Yeah.
He's easily the best mouse and keyboard player in the game.
Without question.
Almost like he has a controller.
No doubt.
I think we need to stop dogging on him, because again, no matter what happens, he always finds himself here. On land.
And just to note, by the way, Huskers is a great player. It was at Global Finals. He's a guy that can absolutely go the distance. I believe in him as a competitor, and I believe in Puckett, right? Puckett is here, and by the way, that is great. He's been doing some killer interviews. And on top of that, he had a chance to walk down the boulevard. I just hope he comes back. Puckett for the boulevard. Let's send it.
What's up, everybody? It is Puckett. I assume I'm live. I have no earpiece because I'm listening to the music, but I'm taking you for a stroll down the boulevard here in Riyadh. Now, this place is amazing. We're right outside the STC Arena, and as you can see, we've got restaurants. We've got a lemonade stand popping off over here, a beautiful fountain, and of course, we've got stages, screens. The yogurt is coming. We're going to have some ice cream ready for the players after the matches. And as we keep strolling down, you're going to notice one of my favorite spots. That is Black Tap. That is going to be the diner to get the best milkshake in New York City. They have it in Riyadh. It's insane. And that's just the beginning. Keep rolling with me, my guy. As you can see, we got the gaming district ahead, and this is the route the players take if they want to head to the players' lounge. Along the way, we've got LED screens galore. We've got the amazing trophy being showcased over here on the left. And that's just the beginning. So much awesomeness going down, and it's all live here in Riyadh. Now, I know you guys are waiting for this game to drop. I got a little birdie in my ear that said it's about 5 minutes away. Whether that's true or not, I can't confirm, but I can tell you this event is amazing, and this is just day 2 of an 8-week project. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the casters, if you're enjoying the players' performances, show some love in the chat, because next time you see me, I'll be in the player lounge hanging out with Group C. We'll be right back. Back to you guys.
All right, hanging out with Group C in the player lounge. Okay, Puckett. Hey, Puckett likes to get out there and do his thing. And again, that boulevard is nice. Like I said, I just really hope he comes back. Yesterday he was talking about partying, and
he's mobile.
Hey, he's mobile. There's a lot of things to do out there on that boulevard. I know we had a chance to walk down it and really had a good time. Again, it's amazing how much not only investment's been put into this, but just how much passion there is here in Saudi Arabia, specifically Riyadh. When it comes to esports, it's an incredible thing. You can tell everybody's coming together and just getting excited about what esports is, which is special for me, right? Coming back from esports 11 years ago, 2012 era, where esports was kind of like a cliff note, and you had the traditional sports. Now esports is kind of coming up and becoming a sustainable thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like every single time I walk outside of the STC arena, it's something new to look at. Every single time it changes, which is, it blows my mind. They do such a good job here at just keeping everything so fresh, keeping everything so cool. And I think the people who also come in and enjoy it as well, everybody is always having fun.
Yeah, that's right. Having fun. Well, that's all it's all about.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say something that we were saying on the way here. Enigma had mentioned it. Like every building looks different. Like you never will have the same thing, uniquely different, and that's just this event is different.
Yeah, I will say the workers were going 24/7 building this place out. So you quite literally show up one day and it's like, whoa, that building wasn't there before, but I'm happy it is now, which is great. I know I need to get out there and actually get some merch because I'm not going home empty-handed. I'm coming out with some Esports World Cup merch because it's great when you're going to have a chance to get it.
You have a jersey you want?
As opposed to last year. A jersey in terms of what? Our teams, our clubs?
Teams here?
This is
what jersey would you get?
Yeah.
Who would I want?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them would definitely be the right call. Honestly, Alula's like kind of
that's a nice one.
It. So this is the thing, right? I went with Team Fnatic as my official pick, and I'm sticking with that without question. However, Alula Wachuki's always got to give him some love and support. Great guy, great competitor. Again, he's been at least competing with FIFA, who's a tremendous fan of. But yeah, I would say either Alula, go with Fnatic, maybe even now if I had to choose though, also got to pick up Team Falcons because you're here in the home turf, and I think if you're walking around with any other jersey other than Team Falcons, I don't know how well it'd go. Okay, what about you? What jersey are you going for?
Like I said, I think, who did I want? Was that with you, Seymour? We walked in there yesterday, and I was like, I'm going to go broke. Because I actually was like, I want all of them. It's really hard for me to choose because I just love supporting all of the homies. You guys know I've been competing for a while. I mean, on and off, whatever. But, like, honestly, that's just how I am. I like to support everybody as much as I can. So I can't choose. I would literally, well, obviously I'd start with the Falcons, my own team. But I would honestly want to buy them all because I just think all the merch is just, it's hot. It's spicy. It's nice. It's spicy.
I like it. What about you?
You have to let me know how that fence feels, mate. Look, I got to say, I've got to go with Twisted Minds. I was looking over towards that jersey, and it looks so cool. It's like a baseball design, right? And I really like that kind of unique design on jerseys wenever teams do that. The colors also kind of popping as well. I love it. Yeah, I love it so much. I really love that Twisted Minds jersey. So, Aiden, if you want to hit me up with one of those,
Can I just say if they do win, though, if Knight, because remember, he's the retired janitor, so, can I just permission to bring a broom up here and start sweeping? Because, I'm going to do it.
Might have to happen, especially if they take the win. Hey, it's been a little bit. We do, again, appreciate your patience. We're working through some issues, and we're hoping to get Game 1 started relatively soon, at least when it comes to the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully Game 1 coming your way.
Coming something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. Your three casters here today, here in the booth. I hold Shift, Enigma, myself, Coach. We've been having a blast. We've been partying. We've been staying hydrated, folks. It is warm, but the sun is now down. It's nice out there. Puckett had a chance to show us around the boulevard only moments ago. Now, folks, I know you've been patient, but don't worry. The game is about to get started. You can see the players locking back in. Now, we may have iced the kicker, as it were, but at this point, it all comes down to your mentality going into today, because at the end of the day, this stage now is all that matters. This day right now is all that matters. Enigma, I want to go to you with this because you talked about Guild. You and Shift both agreed that today Guild was going to be on top. Your overall pick for the tournament, though, was Vitality. Talk to me about those two teams and what you expect from both of them.
Okay, so first of all, when it comes to Guild, I think we've picked up this side a lot. King AJ, Vision, and their trio in Wars. Sorry for getting their teammate there, but that squad comes together. I think that's a really well-balanced trio. King AJ, straight shooter, we saw yesterday, put on some highlight reel moments. You bring in Wars, who always shows up at the big events, and then I just think that Vision rounds them off neatly. I think they're going to be a well-communicated team, but I do have some questions about their ability to go the distance, and that's why I lock in Vitality as my pick. Patsuka picks up the most kills on the solos, and I actually thought that the solos was where they were going to struggle the most. Enxian did. Yeah. For me, I think when they come together as a trio, he's going to really step up his game, start to explode, turn them into that top side.
The history of that Vitality team is a long one. Frankly, maybe the longest ever, which is such a cool storyline. They've been playing together. We asked them questions before this, and they said, no matter the wins, no matter the losses, we stick together. So going the distance, I think a very strong play from you, Enigma. Shift, don't need to change your prediction. Guild, do you think they have what it takes, even with the icing of the kicker?
I'm sticking with my boys.
All right.
Looking good, feeling good. I'm here for Guild.
And not just because Guild tweeted you and said they're going to give you merch. All right.
That's exactly why I'm sticking with them.
All right, players loading in. Here we go. Fanatics on my brain wavelength right now. I am watching out for this trio. Brand new trio for this year. They had some struggles, the ups and downs. You all know the deal, but it's all about who can perform on LAN, who can perform in the group stages. Shift, we are moments away. Any final words before we send you off?
This is going to be a banger first two drops. Group A, Group B, two heaviest hitting. We're going to figure out who's going to find their way on top very quickly, I think.
All right, Shift, we're going to let you go, my friend. Game number 1 is here, folks at home. Buckle in. I know you've been patient with us. Get a sip of water. It's about to get real hot, real spicy, real quick. Map number 1 is here of the group stages. Esports World Cup, Call of Duty Warzone. It's time to drop into Rebirth Island, my friends.
And you can hear the crowd. But as we here on the desk wait with bated breath for these guys to load in here, it's all about where are players landing, who are they contesting, the POIs, the fights, the rotations, the wraps, the gunfights to come.
So many stories, man. So many stories of Warzone competition. So many stories of this map, content, voice changers, funny things, serious things, everything in between. But today is all about competition. You've never seen Rebirth Island like this. We're here. It's time for some Call of Duty Warzone, folks. Crowd is going wild for the Falcons. Let's see if the Falcons stand up to the test of the first game of group stages. Patsuka, first team on your screen, looking to make some waves as Donkey contesting and getting punished for it.
Yeah, well, it looks like Vitality and Syndicate are both deciding to play around bioweapons here. And obviously, this being my pick on the screen, Stuo going down is concerning. He will obviously redeploy in quickly, and they're also going to be contested here by Al-Ula. So this is going to be a busy spot. We talked about how this region is very good for landing because you're protected essentially from one side by the edge of the map. But it looks like there's going to be some hotly contested fights as Tommy cleans up another kill.
You can see kind of how Tommy's team has spread out around this edge of the map. They're playing trades, they're playing angles, but not all stacked together. It's going to be a key to your success today. Trios, first time we've seen it. Linen goes down. It's all okay. It's resurgence. Unless Dookie falls, and unless potentially Tommy falls. Where is he? Is he out of the map? Is he gone? Squad 2 is out with 2 kills. Al-Ula eliminated from the competition in the very first map. That's what happens when you stay too close together. They were trying to play trades, but when one fell, they all fell.
It's just the worst case scenario, right? This early on in the game, the time is quite slow, so we're not expecting that anchor to peel off. We're not expecting him to be too far away from the gunface, but if all three of you drop at the exact same time, that window is small, but it does indeed exist. And you will see Alula out early here. A surprise. Talked a lot about whether or not those three can fix the issues that Jukies and Lennon have seen so far through this year. And it looks like we are off to a slow start here in map 1.
A quick shout reminder, no more solos, it's trios, which means we have resurgence timers, but if all three go down and you're all dead at the same time, you are eliminated from the map. No gulag. Skullface falling at the hands of Raul. Allman able to answer back and knock one. That's Destroy going down. First map, by the way, of Resurgence for Destroy here on main stage in this entire competition. See if he's got what it takes to compete against the best. I can only assume he does.
Very good play there by Allman. You saw Skullface go down, had about a 12-second resurgence time, and Noob then loses his shields as well. So you end up in a situation where Allman's essentially thinking, okay, we've got one guy out, one guy in trouble, let's just peel away. Perfect anchor play, lets his team reset and build back into this. And a team that definitely needs to reset and build back into this is Huskers, Brolic, and Jackal, especially Huskers, who's been struggling throughout this.
Shifty falling, by the way, in that kill feed. Great swap here to see Hisoka playing anchor. Now, this is what I'm talking about an anchor. Look how far away Hisoka is right now. He is letting the boys out on the longest leash known to man. Outside of the circle, all by himself in Stronghold, just hanging out and giving comms to Biffle. Look at where Biffle is, off into the distance, fighting several teams. That's Castillo, that's Deo Samir, that's AG Global right there down below him as he plays the top angle of this building, looking over, getting the comms from Hisoka from afar. This is what we talk about, holding the team down. If Biffle and Shifty fall, like you just saw a minute ago, all is well because the resurgence timer is still on and Hisoka is alive.
Yeah, and taking a quick look here at the rest of the map that has a couple of players peeled off, a couple of players also trying to execute the same strategy, but it's tough if you're Biffle because obviously you're by yourself. You're essentially running into maybe duos, potentially trios with some of these squads in particular. You're seeing AG Global right up close to them as well as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Aiden in trouble, eliminated. The team backing off. You can see Team 3 in the minimap backing off away from this AG Global squad. That's Twisted Minds, top of solos, looking to find some success today after a small break. They're back on the map, ready to fry. One player down, that timer ticking. There are so many ways to reduce that timer, Enigma. Just running long distances can reduce it. Opening chests can reduce it. Getting eliminations reduces it vastly. Any way you can get your teammate back on the map quickly is a huge boon.
Yes, indeed. By the way, we've got more competition coming in. The Falcons trio are deciding to push up on this. So we're going to have the Falcons, Twisted Minds, and AG Global all fighting over Factory.
Dongi's team, a team to watch out for. The Singapore squad, this is a really strong team. The big question in our minds is, could they put it all together with this X factor that is Dongi? Believe they've played with Mutex a long time, and adding Dongi into the mix, it looks like they're using him as the Slayer. 5 kills already as the Resurgence timer is still active, ready to go for a good circle or so.
Just lying in wait and find both players springing up above him. Does manage to get a crack, but it's not going to be enough. Dongi pushes himself to 6. I mentioned it a moment ago. He was the player that comes into this trio, and look at the kind of damage he's already delivering on. Up to 7, the best we've seen on our screen so far.
Look how far away Intex is, all the way across on the other side of the map. They're completely split from west to east on Rebirth Island, and Dongi is cleaning house. He looked locked in the interview with Chris Puckett at his monitor, hardly looking away, wanting to play, but a great personality, and the slaying power equals his personality as he finds his 9th in the first map of group stages. I don't think Dongi can be iced, even if we tried.
And the thing is as well, 9 with 34 still remaining is absolutely outrageous stuff. It is a pace that we're not seeing elsewhere. This is another player that's a potential X factor when it comes to these squads, right? How is Knight going to perform? We're expecting them to largely try and help this side understand Resurgence better. Not necessarily slay out the same way we're expecting with Dongi, but Knight struggled yesterday, but a man who did not was Smith, and he finds yet another.
Yeah, this BSL team is this huge underdog squad representing themselves. They've got their team as the 3 different iterations, almost an acronym that they've put together for their team squad. Getting wiped by Smith, still have a lot to prove here on main stage. We talked about Ultimate High Ground. This is super important, especially as the Resurgence timer begins to tick down. We've got Raul, we've got Nate Dogg, Destroy. Nate Dogg playing High Ground. He's the anchor as Destroy and Raul are pushing up on what looks like that Wars team. That's the guild squad we've got all of our eyes on. waiting, watching below. Nate Dogg giving comms and seemingly safe, at least for now.
Lukanas decides to push here. Will find Believe. Will get the down. Oh, misses the shot, actually. Does not want to make a mess of that. Will eventually clean it up. But the thing is that extra time that's spent means that his opposing teammate can push on up. Intex and Believe just above him here. Lukanas going to have to be very careful. Is onto 4 kills, but doesn't necessarily have the backup from Drake, who's off in towards the center of the map. Mortar comes on down. Dongi up above, and this is the man who's slaying thus far.
Yeah, we saw the Gladiators around the corner as well. You can see that Team 4, that's going to be your Gladiator squad. Huskers on the water tower. You can see Noobs actually taking out Brolic in the kill feed, so that Husker squad relying on Huskers to stay alive as Jackal answers back and takes down Noobs off screen. You can see how split that Team 4 is in that X-ray cam looking through our buildings. Huskers way up in the water tower. Very similar strat to that Destroy team, by the way, as we see the zone tick closer and closer to the center of the map. Now, quick look here. We're in circle 3. A minute and 8 remaining is when it begins to close. Once that circle fully closes, Enigma, we know what happens. This entire map goes silent for a moment as that resurgence timer will end.
Well, that's exactly it, right? This is all the teams right now are simply playing to try and rack up some kills, and Destroy's not having a bad one for his first map, right? Up to 7. We'll play the prison rooftop with coverage from Nate Dogg, and then he's actually going to get support from his teammate as well, and finds Bagel on the water tower, and just continues to roll. We were wondering how he would perform after missing yesterday. He's not having any problems, Coach.
This is what we're talking about. Ultimate high ground, not necessarily for kills, but information gathering. Let your Slayers out on a long leash. Let them go rain in as many kills as they can get until this timer is done, and you are the information man. You are the one feeding your team all the resources they need to find success. We talked about this during solos, even more important during the group stages. Watch that bottom right-hand corner of your screen when we're in player POVs, because you will see whether or not these players have loadout. That will dictate how aggressive they're playing. You need loadout weapons. Look at this. Destroy. Bottom right corner. You see all those attachments. He's got loadout. He's got his resources. He's ready to rock and roll. He's got the meta, and that Superi seemingly in everyone's hands.
Yeah, and we talk as well about meta. Superi, sure, but that SVA on tap fire, it's been putting in work throughout this year. We're going to move on over to Castillo. Has absolutely nothing. Can AG Global step up from the performances of yesterday? Well, so far, Castillo has not had much luck. Does indeed actually get to see Shifty and Knight start to pick up kills in the feed, and that's all going to be Gladiators struggling in those ones.
Yeah, Shifty and Knight finding some success, but unfortunately getting third party. This is what happens. Again, signal flares in the skies every time you shoot your guns. And who's there? Bagel. Not on 0, as Puckett maybe predicted on 1, as we see a couple more teams falling in the kill feed. Actually, our second, now third. Aiden, C-Smith, off screen, fully eliminated. Twisted Minds, top of the leaderboard, out of here. See you later. See you in map 2 here shortly. How many kills did they get? Only time will tell. Castillo out of here, Dark out of here. All of a sudden, times are changing. Resurgence timer not even closed yet, just right around the corner from that Enigma. This is chaos as the teams continue to converge on each other, and now our respawn closed.
Just getting a quick look here over some of the figures that we've got going on. The Singapore Syndicate leading the way with 20 kills. That's obviously all the work that's going on by Dongi. 14 kills for Team Destroy, and Icons closing in on 11 as we come towards the end of our Resurgence timer.
I'm looking at Team 7, team of the yellow 7. That's Eisen's team in a really good position on the thin side of prison. They're holding down this POI. 2 teams going to rotate into them weak. Reminder, respawn closed means, yes, you can buy your teammates back, but if you fall, you get eliminated. You're not coming back, as all of a sudden, Lucanus' squad on the run.
Everything you've played for up to this point, all the kills you've accumulated, give you whether or not you have the advantage of playing for position, whether or not you have to continue to take rotational fights. And right now, Lucanas and co in a tough spot. Takes balls in the back, but spins onto Stuo. That was a disgusting little snap, but Patsuk will actually trade it out by picking up Trevs. Lucanas trying to escape and being hunted by the Australians of Na'Vi.
Here comes Na'Vi, folks, hunting the edge, power position, full team of 3. Lucanas on 7, putting in work for this squad, but now on the run and being hunted like a wounded animal. See you later, Lucanas out of here, top 10. Now multipliers starting to come into play, folks. Multipliers are different this time around. You're looking top 5 is 1.4. Fourth, 1.4. Third, 1.4. It is second that is the 1.7 times multiplier. These are crucial numbers to remember, a little bit different than yesterday in solos. And of course, our 2 times multiplier for our winning squad. Look who's still alive, folks. The crowd excited about this one. Falcons, they are still flying, and they fly together now that the resurgence timer has officially closed, hunting edge of map, working towards prison.
Yeah, currently holding 10 kills between them, and they're pushing up on the Gladiators, but Brolic spots them. Jackal gets over aggressive, and Shifty will find him. Takes a lot of damage, has to back on off, but does have coverage. Soka wants to push up on this, but you are in the gas. You just want to play around the edge of it, but Destroy has picked up Shifty from the window, and all of a sudden splits this trio apart.
Quick buyback, that is something the Falcons are known for. They always play around buy stations. They always rotate for the buys. They know there's a buy there on the outside of prison. They get the buyback immediately. Shifty's able to get information. As long as he doesn't get sniped out of the air, that Falcons team's still going to be feeling good, but it's still Na'Vi hunting edge of zone. It's still Na'Vi with a ton of kills. Inside the top 10 still, but we're looking for top 8 to just give you any multiplier. 8th place gives you that 1.2x, all right? So a lot of multipliers still to be played for. A lot more Resurgence, a lot more Rebirth Island still to be seen.
Na'Vi here. Just going to push up, try and play this under passage. Potentially find themselves a safer route around the back of prison. The thing is, any movement that you try and make from here, you are essentially in open ground. You've got to hope the circle pulls to give you even half a chance. Finds Patsuka, Levi here, looking to wrap this, but the gas is going to force him to back on off, and may have to reset their strategy as well. Gas mask ticking down, but they do get the zone pull. So teams on top of prison are going to have to dive here. The Australians in prime position, and here come the boys. And oh my, Levi loses that fight.
Oh my goodness, there are fights happening everywhere. One team holding zone, one team predicted it would go prison and were wrong and were punished for it. Out of here, 5 teams left. You see a full Fnatic squad alive and on the run on edge of zone. Will they be held by Raul, Destroy, Liam, Bagel, all fighting for position? Navi's out of here, they're gone. Limax fighting Destroy, does take him out, and that is a squad wipe. Where are they?
Well, Skullface is tucked into very small, confined space here with Noobs and Almond. Any smoke comes in there, you're in trouble. Any gunfire going out the other way, those beneficials. Noobs finds Marty. Skullface cleans up Rodrigo. They are completely out of here. Skullface just looking to assess the situation. You're up against 2 other players, but that's actually going to be Skullface, Almond, and Noobs out of here as we're down to our final 2.
BSL. Everyone discounted them. No one had them on top lists. No one had them in predictions. Everybody just thought, these guys are funny. They're pretty good at the game. We need to see them perform. And Stuo doesn't even fight at the end. Gives away his life, not wanting to give away free points. That is a BSL victory for the very first map of group stages. In the Esports World Cup Enigma, nothing is given, everything is earned, and BSL certainly earned a ton of points in the first map.
Look, quite frankly, the storyline, you touched on it there towards the end, is whether or not we should be putting a little bit more respect on this BSL side. They came 8th for the World Series last year with Benzi. No one even expected them to qualify, let alone be Europe's 2nd best performing team on the day. So then to see them come into the Esports World Cup, I think a lot of people kind of turned around and went, well, they're here, you know, whatever, we don't really care about them. Not been a part of the conversation. Did not perform well yesterday in the solos, but for all the discussion around them being funny and how they describe their roles in ridiculous ways, it works when they come together as a trio.
And they come together as a trio because of the trust they have. They make fun of each other. They have a good time doing it. Every conversation we've had with them was this. We asked them their drop spots. We asked them their strats, and they said, we just listen to whatever Bagel tells us to do. What's our favorite drop spot? Where Bagel says so to go. I mean, that's what it is. It's trust, it's communication, chemistry, and it all paid off at the end of the day. I've got a lot of question marks around scores, though. Reminder, multipliers are crazy top-heavy in this competition. 2x multiplier, of course, going to BSL. Where did Na'Vi end up falling? They got a post-mortem kill on Destroy. They had knocked Destroy and nobody could res him. So there was a moment there I thought Na'Vi was still alive when they got the zone pull. The problem is they sat there with the zone pull and it was like an onslaught of 5 teams pushing them, rotating to them, and they just got swarmed and couldn't survive.
As soon as that zone pull comes their way, I'm with you. I think, okay, this is Na'Vi's to lose. You potentially have the company of Vitality off towards that northern side, but I thought that they were in the prime spot for sure. But the smokes come out and just essentially creates a blanket in front of them, and all of a sudden, it's like the battle of Jon Snow there, where everyone's just flying forward, and you don't know what they've got to hit first. Lose the gunfight there if you're Levi, and unfortunately then, the amount of bodies that are landing in the region just can't really contest it if you are Na'Vi. But I'm with you on some of these squads, because yes, we're going to talk about Boogs, Liam, and StuKX and how they end up winning that and getting that 2x multiplier, but some of these squads were picking up serious kills out there on the map. So just where did they end up landing on our leaderboard? We will wait to find out.
Yeah, and this is what's so fun about this multiplier. Usually we reward kind of that top 5, right? If you get to top 5, you're going to get that 1.7x. In this competition, 2nd place and only 2nd place gets the 1.7x. So this is a crucial thing to remember because it's a 1.4x for 3rd through 5th. which means a team like Team Destroy, who frankly had an incredible game. I mean, let's talk about him really quick. Destroy, first map of Resurgence on main stage, did not play yesterday and nearly dropped double digits in the very first map by himself. So if that team had any sort of spread of kills, that is a very, very strong game in the very first map of the first day of group stages.
Well, we were saying it, weren't we? You know, his brother comes in yesterday to cover, picks up the map win. It's a great story. We're all very happy for him. But what will that do to Destroy? First of all, does he have, you know, how does he feel about coming back into things? You've got to walk into that big stage where everyone else has had time to set themselves up and get a feel for the game. And also, how do you feel about playing a bit of Resurgence here in this level of competition? Well, it turns out he does not mind it at all. We tuned into him a couple of times throughout that. But I thought the setup that they had was gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know, you had Destroy sat on top of that prison. Nate Dogg was trying to watch on over for some rooftops. And then just essentially a third just roaming around the map, giving themselves, I mean, it's Raul, so of course he's going to get off on that leash. But, you know, as a three, look very well together. And that's impressive considering that is your very first map together in this competition.
Yeah, what did he call him? Destroy called him his little Goonies, I think, or something like that. They are very, very strong. And Raul Destroy flying around the map. And you're right, it was Nate Dogg way up on high, taking ultimate high, giving comms. Communication is everything. If we tune into their stream at any time, in any stage of any competition, the comms are flying. They are so good at the small talk, and it's such an important thing for that team. But the team on top, BSL, Boogs, Liam, Stukex, two guys from Bradford and a guy from Germany on top of the very first map. We'll see if they're on top in our score tallies at the end of it, but regardless, they're likely going to be top 5. I am so excited to hear what our desk has to say about our very first map in group stages.
Wow, what a great game, number one, and a disappointing one for some, but for others, just an incredible showcase of the true potential the trios can bring. There was nonstop action and a lot of incredible things that actually were very surprising to me, different playing styles that we're going to break down. But first, let's talk about our winners, BSL. An incredible performance from them. We go to you, Infinity. They did a lot right.
Yeah, they absolutely did. You know what's funny is, again, we were having a conversation about BSL, and I think a lot of people are underestimating them. Despite having one of the easier groups of the three per se, BSL have always been one of those teams, though, that can clutch up when need be. And that's exactly what they did. They really started to threaten a number of teams. I think one of the biggest moments in that game for BSL, even before their incredible end of the game, was actually one, I think, towards Chemical's side, right, where they were kind of forcing Falcons out of position. They were chasing them down. That was just before Hisoka made that big play of bringing the teammate back in. The fact that BSL were being as aggressive as they were sending a lot of teams running away.
A lot of teams running away. Well, I think they started respecting the firepower, right? So it's not easy in Resurgence when you're getting into a fight, you lose one, okay, we're coming back. Well, we just lost another one. Now we just lost another one. Puts a lot of pressure on your anchor player, which we'll be getting into in just a bit. Yep. But, you know, to talk about Fnatic, though, Fnatic, another great team who didn't do the best, per se, when it came down to solos yesterday, but picking up a 3rd or 4th place, you know, you got to be happy with that result.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking of, you know, Skullface, Almond Noobs. Almond and Noobs, they've always been that collective duo that have been are really good together.
Sure.
You know, and with Skullface, one of my favorite players, really surprised about yesterday, but going into today to see all 3 of them alive in the final zone, you know, we'll take a look at their eliminations, because even though some of these teams are in that final zone, you have to think about the eliminations that they do have, right?
Sure.
I'm thinking of Alula. It was talked about at the top of show. They had 2 wins yesterday, win that solo seeding, but only the 7th seed. So you think about these squads, you think about even like Dongi, he was popping off with the eliminations. Even new icons surprising us, right? In Group B, as we said, hey, maybe they might get, you know, dumpstered on. But hey, the team that surprised us who did get dumpstered on in the beginning was in fact Alula. So yeah, this is just unpredictable. In terms of Resurgence, it is chaotic. But to see Fnatic in the final zone like that, that is what we expect to see from those guys as a trio. We know they can play and survive and you know, shoot their gun. Everyone's a shooter in this lobby, but for yesterday's performance, I think they're coming into today. They definitely got some fire on their belt.
But back on Alula, a team that we highlighted so much throughout our fill time, and even at the start of show, right, Juki's and Tommy getting some wins yesterday, but not finding success, at least when it comes to group play, game number 1, and eliminated first off. I know that has to hurt. It's not an easy pill to swallow, without question. And it comes now to the question of different play styles, right? Obviously, all 3 of them sticking together, but that also runs the risk of you getting eliminated very quickly. First team I bring up personally about who's playing in anchor roles is Hisoka over on Stronghold. he's sticking and holding his ground over on Stronghold. He's staying alive. He's on top of the tower, relatively low risk. Meanwhile, Shifty, Biffle are going out and they're slaying, specifically, at least at the start of game number 1, over on green, just outside of tents. But Z Dongi, though, a player that didn't need an anchor per se, he was going out and slaying out.
Yeah, and I mean, Brody, we kind of were talking about this. We all were talking about this, you know, when we were sitting on the side. So many eliminations, but Dongi, how aggressive he was playing, completely wiping out everybody while his teammates essentially, he did have, I believe it was either Intex or at least somebody there with him to support him. But as you'd mentioned, Taylor, having that anchor role is important. And for Dongi, he picked up a lot of eliminations. We know for SGP, that's going to put them up there extremely high, Brody.
Yeah, and there's just a really smart play there towards the end. You just see it like very briefly in the clips, right? Where Dongi, I think he sees a couple of teams separate out near the dock side. He recognizes, hey, I've got a player isolated. I'm going to go for this kill to try and get some map control. It is those kind of plays that I think separates out Dongi as one of the better players we have here. I mean, it's just, he's so fun to watch.
He's great. He's incredible. And yesterday he was also good too. I mean, come on, Z Dongi is doing it all. The Dongwick himself, as Seymour coined him yesterday. But again, going back to the Falcons with Hisoka being that anchor and stronghold, his teammates going out and slaying out. They eventually go over towards Factory. Things are looking pretty good at that point in time, but then we start losing some players, and Twisted Minds was one of them, and then shortly after, I believe Team Guild was also eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely they were. I mean, that final circle was absolutely insane. You know, Guild just not able to get it done towards the end. I mean, that was just honestly an insane fight. I think Fnatic were in there in the end
it was
as well.
Navi, right? Navi, we were watching for the longest time, right?
Yeah.
But then the zone pulled their way, which obviously, I mean, I think it was Fnatic, right? They were in that shack there. Oh my gosh, for some of those teams that had to rotate outside of prison, it's like, okay, how do we cross this? You have to have smokes.
Well, you know what's funny? You mentioned Navi as the team that was kind of, they had the zone to their name. We were, you know, Enigma mentioned it in the moment, right? I mean, the zone is pulling a Navi. Surely they'll be able to pull this off. And then all of a sudden, who but Team Destroy to come down and take them out of the play? I mean, yeah, Raul, right? You love Raul. I mean, like, it's just such a funny route you see them taking. You talk about anchoring as one of those key positions. Nate Dogg in that game, he was doing that early on. He was sat up at Watchtower for a very long time, while the rest of his team was sat over by Chemical Engineering. Those guys convalesced towards the prison, towards the top of prison. They were actually sharing that, I believe, with new icons for a really long time, which was kind of funny. I think it was Rodrigo, actually. But regardless, you know, the fact that they were able to get there, and then they fly down to the final zone to kind of surprise Navi in the worst way. Not really a nice surprise. We'll call it a shock.
It was a shock indeed. By the way, shout out to Bagel from BSL. The reason why they took game number 1 is because of Bagel and his good efforts. Team Destroy, though, leads the way at 28. We talk about Team Destroy yesterday. Destroy not playing with the roster. Jay, his brother, takes over his spot. Destroy is back, and now they're on top.
Listen, I'm telling you, if this, you guys, I just to say that I'm some type of like miracle worker, because that's insane. We called this out. Destroy coming back and slaying out for his squad. And did you guys see how many eliminations he was picking up? Top prison, I mean, left and right. Like you said, catching people off guard. But the heat that came into today, he had said it. My brother, you know, he got that win yesterday. Coming into today, I'm back. The you know, the leader, the IGL, the ones that these young guns look up to, and to be able to just come out on top now after map 1, not taking a win, but like we said, guys, those eliminations matter, and they're
yes, they do. Well, the thing about Destroy, and he's always been known for this, is he's high octane, loves to get in your face. Now, does he fizzle out sometimes a little bit early on? Yes, because he's not necessarily playing for placements. That's kind of a secondary thought, at least when I think of Destroy and his play style. But he's intense when it comes to the initial drops. He's intense when it comes to mid-game, and he can slay out like some of the best of them, right? He is one of the best, and it is literally because of those eliminations why they take over first, not necessarily their placing, so good on them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say as well, to be fair, you know, going back to that point about anchoring again, it is worth saying there is an element of map positioning. I think it's a reason why they're able to stay so late in the game. Again, the fact that they're able to make that route from, I want to say they started like Chem side and then kind of made their way all the way through towards prison, and then of course that dropped towards the end around docks. I mean, that is such an incredible route from that squad to be able to make that one work. I mean, it is a massive reason why they're able to go as far as they do.
Yeah, and you know, Z Smith said it best. When it comes to roles, they may change late game. Teams have to play for that placement.
Yeah.
Because in the multiplier, right, play styles are going to change. But as we had mentioned in the beginning, maybe pick up a lot of eliminations as quick as possible, have your anchor player. But then late game, who becomes that IGL, right?
Sure.
Zisma's like, no, it doesn't matter. We're not.
Yeah.
Don't listen to anybody but me. I know what to do. Listen to the shots I'm going to be calling them. So
Yeah.
for some of these teams, that dynamic will change. And I mean, it's just so cool to see like some of these teams just pop off like that. But
Yeah.
for Team Destroy, that is 28 points on the after game number 1. You set the bar pretty high. Can they keep it going?
Can they keep it going? That is the question. Can Falcons also do better than top 8? They were slaying out. They were one of our top performing teams, at least in the early initial games up to the mid game. There was a great shout from Go. She said they like to play around buy stations, and that's important, right? And it seems like they were almost timing their rotations to kind of time with those buy stations. For example, Hisoka over at Stronghold. They were playing around tents on top green, eventually moving over towards Factory. Another buy station over there. You notice their rotation, right? Going up towards headquarters. Another buy station there. We see a buyback, I believe, on Shifty. Hisoka hits that up, and then eventually they get taken down not long after that. But they're playing close to buy stations so they can get those revives. Now, the question is, though, are they going for the rebuys even when Resurgence is active? Because if they are burning through money. So I don't know if they're necessarily doing that, but I would see why you would maybe want to do that.
I think it's one of those things, right? I mean, cash is kind of, it's difficult to utilize, I think, in Resurgence. It's like, do you actually want to be using your money on buys? And what else are you really going to be using it for? I mean, it's such short notice decision making.
That's right, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I was going to say really quick, the 3 C's, right? That players always say cash, chemistry, and communication.
That's
so
right.
Cash is king, baby.
Add a fourth one, King. That starts with a K. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game number 2 is going to be coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the caster booth here with the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. Map number 2 right around the corner, Coach Enigma. And I gotta say, can we shout out Team Destroy for being top of the leaderboard? Destroy comes in from being radically sick. I'm talking hospitalized yesterday. You all know the story. You all love the story. Jay, his brother, comes in and wins a map. Now, Team Destroy didn't win the first map, but they're on top of the leaderboard after the first map. So watch out for Team Destroy. He's here to slay. Other storylines, Enigma, BSL out of nowhere comes and dominates that first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, going back to the point of whether or not we should start to consider these boys as someone we should talk about with some respect. They come out here, pick up first. However, we speak a lot about it in the Warzone space. Placement is something, but kills being everything. They only pick up 8, so they will go 16 points and therefore be sat, I believe it's 5th on our leaderboard coming into this second map. That will feel all right now because you are in that Group A-B matchup that we know is a clash of titans, so you're going to feel pretty solid about that, but they're definitely not clear of any sort of conversation in regards to pushing away from the rest of the teams.
Here's a quick look at that leaderboard. That's what we're talking about. Team Destroy on top. Right beneath them, Syndicate out of nowhere, 24 points. Watch out for our top teams. Hey, we're hopping into map number 2, Enigma. It's time to get rowdy. I am so excited about this, my friend. Map 1 was a banger, and I gotta say, these teams came out real hot, real fast, real aggressive. We talk litmus tests, we talk heat checks. Solos apparently woke everyone up because at the end of the day, map number 1 was spicy, regardless of how long it took for us to get into it.
Well, one of the questions about yesterday, wasn't it? You know, we started off pretty quickly, but it slowed down dramatically as we moved on through. Players finding themselves corners, trying to just pick up little kills here and there in solos. However, today we've started off hot in map 1, and I highly doubt we're going to see things slow down in map 2, and it definitely doesn't for Knight as Bagel picks him up.
Here we go, already hot, and well, I gotta say, okay, quick note, Team Tommy with Al-Ula, first team to be eliminated last time around. It looks like a lot of the same. This time they set up a trap. Quick answer back, though, as Pazuka drops Juki's, Lennon drops Stuwo. It's a battle for Bio, and it's all hands on deck for both teams. This is where things get so dangerous, and this is where things went awry for this squad. This fight basically happened the exact same way last time, except that Pazuka squad, once they got the knock, full swung and got a full team wipe.
Indeed, and we'll come back to that later because right now it's Twisted Minds up against BSL. And Smith's done the Lord's work here, but he takes quite a bit of damage. Gonna have to back on off, and 2 players rotate down the stairs. You will have a player spawning on in, and that means that whoever was left alive there, Bagel, has to run away, essentially playing that anchor role to perfection, trying to let his boys back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Bagel almost got fully eliminated in the first, like, 30 seconds of this map after winning the last one. That's how crazy Resurgence can be. That's how important that anchor position is. You cannot all 3 die early. That is almost the only rule of this entire game. If you all 3 go down early, you're out of here. Believe finding several in the kill feed, by the way, as it looks like somebody's answered back. Intex last alive for that team, running on his merry way. Both of his teammates about to redeploy. You can actually see their timers on the screen, by the way. You can see the 6 and the 5 and counting as those timers slowly tick down and they slowly respawn back into the map.
Yeah, well, the one thing is with Intex there, he found himself a lovely cubby over around Ken. We move in towards Lucanas and co, and actually big fight going on elsewhere as Biffle takes on Levi, and again we've got this situation where Soka's playing anchor off towards Stronghold, and we back in with our Al-Ula squad who continue to fight over bioweapons. They have company, but right now with Tommy out of things, it's up to Juki's and Lennon to just play patient, let their boy back in.
Yeah, big storyline there, Al-Ula. Now, I gotta say, Tommy fell first in the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. They ended up getting 3rd in the competition, okay? So we got plenty more wars that to be played for the team near the bottom, if not at the bottom of the leaderboard. We head over to our Falcons. They've wiped several squads in their path, and you're right. They're essentially playing 2v whatever's in their path because they're 3rd, Hisoka, way back in Stronghold, holding it down. Now, they always talk about something called tricks with this Falcon squad. They've always got the tricks up their sleeve. And apparently, Hisoka just sitting in Stronghold is their trick because it pays off. Dark gets eliminated without even losing a single iota of health.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that's scary about this side. This entire strategy that you've got, if you're Biffle and Shifty, you just start hunting things down. You feel confident to take on even 2v3 scenarios in a lobby of some of the best players in the world. Just allows Soka to play that anchor role so perfectly. And they continue to move on through the map. Wars here playing bottom showers with the rest of his guild squad. A guild squad that didn't get off to the best start. Map 1 finished 13th, picking up just the 7 kills, so we'll be looking to do a bit more here.
Skullface on top of Prison. It's always a battle for Prison in some form or fashion. It's just a matter of when. Right now, only several teams, a couple teams rather, floating around the edges of Prison, and that one team in the showers. Skullface, one hiding in the corner, breaks the camera. Oh, Skullface almost put one of the nastiest clips of all time on the timeline. I almost just lost it. Dave Samir, make sure that, no, Coach, don't freak out. I got it in the bag. He can't break my camera, not here on land.
Look, Skullface might well go down there, but this is a considerably better map from them. They struggled in map 1. They might have got 3rd, but they only picked up 8 kills overall. They're already on to 10 in this one. Skullface snapping in that one shows exactly why. On board with Biffle. He actually won't get that kill. It's going to be Noobs and Skullface picking up more. Wow. Pushing through Grandma's and looking for Smith, who's trying to escape for his life. He's got to shoot the rest of the team's in trouble, and Shifty's shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, got to find the fish when you can get them. I mean, they're free. They're floating around out there just waiting for somebody to shoot them. Stukek's going down. It looks like his team, though, still fully alive for the most part, so going to be respawning back in and floating above his squad. Now, I got to say, that Fnatic squad is having their way with this lobby. We have got to check out that team whenever they're in their next encounter. What is going right this time around? As Biffle and Shifty push up into a 2v3, this could be chaos for BSL. This could be chaos for the winner of the last map. They're able to get one. Goes down. Bagel in trouble. Pushes out smokes, and it's not enough, especially with a third party. Here comes Intex. Here comes the second place team on our leaderboard cleaning up, and it's a battle for position as Intex comes out on top.
Somewhere Intex pulls off a sniper point-blank range. Is that? Goes absolutely crazy. Dongi will be out of this, out an absolutely massive map 1, but he will be brought back in. And I was about to say, the thing is, with that 2-player strategy that Falcons have, although it has gained them 10 kills currently, you end up in this situation sometimes where you're just running into too many bodies. Intex absolutely snaps onto Trevs. That was gorgeous for everyone except for the lineup that he is countering, and will actually decide to play on in through the water. Dongi's going to clean that on up, and Dongi and Intex just continuing a bit of a reign of terror here through Harbor.
Wow, Intex, all right. I think he's warmed up. My goodness, picks up a couple in transition, snaps on another to knock, and I don't think he got the full, but we're going to head over to that Eisen squad. They frankly had a great map in the first round. This is a squad a lot of teams weren't really counting on to be a top competitor, but they've had a great map thus far, and they're winning gunfights like that because they're playing together. Same strategy, 2v whatever's in your path. It's no more 3v3 fights, not until this Resurgence timer stops. King Maddie is on 5, by the way, overall, as here comes swooping in that AG Global squad. There's some trash talk between our two Latin American North teams, AG Global versus Eisen, all from the same region. They've played against each other, with each other, traded teammates in the past, but here on main stage, they are rivals. They will not let the other team gain a single inch in this competition.
Moved over towards a big fight is Na'Vi up against Alula. Zephyr will actually crack Jukies, who's trying to push up the stairs as gas galore. Jukies gets swarmed, Jukies gets cleaned up. And 2 players will still be alive for that side, but it looks like they're basically in a recovery situation. Na'Vi will lay claim to control center. I spoke about this as a landing spot earlier and how effective you can be from out of there. Right now, the land completely belongs to them. And we move back on over to our Falcon side. Soka has no kills thus far. He's been playing that anchor role, but he's looking to explode.
Soka on 1,142 damage without a single kill to his name and gets dumpstered on by Bagel. Just some bad timing pushing through. But Shifty on 6. The team in total on 11, by the way. That means Biffle has 5. They truthfully are sending Biffle and Shifty to 2v everything in their path, and it's working thus far. But they don't have their anchor, and Biffle's under fire by BSL. Somehow this team, who's been in trouble, frankly, this map, BSL has somehow restabilized. They got their team together. They're getting the loot they need to at least make some plays inside of the outer edge of this zone here in Factory.
And they are indeed, but the thing is, you got to be concerned about the fact that you are surrounded by the Falcons and you have a lot of rotation to make elsewhere because the zone is going to shift you in about 45 seconds. You have a lot of ground to cover. You've got to go uphill. You're going to essentially be trying to push either through headquarters or towards a very compact prison.
By the way, Bagel just took down Biffle again, so they did not let Biffle rotate out as Noobs continues to find eliminations. Big question was, where was the Fnatic squad? Would they show up in Resurgence? And so far, so good. They are on 16 kills, ladies and gentlemen. Noobs on 8. Half of the team's kills resting on Noobs' back. This team is on fire as they fly around the map and likely have a chance to drop the biggest map of the day. But what's wild about map 2, Enigma, not a single team has been eliminated yet. It is still anyone's ball game with our multiplier still in play.
You can just see how the teams are learning and adjusting as we go. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, after this one, we actually split some of the players out of here and bring in a whole new batch. And the thing is, you've now got this situation with Noobs, Almond, and Skullface looking out to control top prison. Teams are going to be rotating up. We spoke about some of those just moments ago, and this is what you can do as Eisen pushes and Noobs finds him and Noobs cleans him up to go onto 9. Fnatic continuing to pick things up here and look every part of the team we were hoping they'd be on land.
Do you guys have pest control over in the UK?
We do.
Okay, I think Almond and Noobs are like pest control. They're just like running around and gassing out all the rats in the corners, hunting them down, trapping them, setting them up in kill boxes between the two of them. As you see other teams doing different strategies. Well, Huskers, where is he? Above water tower, raining hellfire from above, and apparently can't clean up Lucanus behind the HVAC unit. Finally gets it. It does get netted to him. That's 3 for Husk, playing anchor, but still finding kills. He would love to drop a Fnatic player right now. He would love to drop Almond, but frustratingly, Noobs is there to continue to play pest control and shoot out the rats.
Skullface here just looking to find Huskers, looking to just hammer bullets through, but won't find enough purchase. So back on off with his teammate. The problem is you've got a lot of players beneath you, so any gunfights that go on for a long period of time here, you are risking getting third parties, especially when Huskers decides to return fire just like that. Jackal being out of there for this duo means that they are missing one of the players that's been putting on work for them, and they're trying to get an opportunity together here where they can just essentially bring him back in. But look at how Falcons missing Shifty, Biffle, and Soak are going to have to make a rotation.
We're going to keep reminding you, you can see it on the display here. The respawn is currently disabled at the end of the 3rd circle. If you see a 4 anywhere on the screen up in the top middle, that means Resurgence is done for. You get eliminated, you are out of here. You got to get bought back. If your team gets eliminated, see you later. No coming back from this one. And BSL trying to repeat success, trying to make history to be the first team to go back-to-back on land here for Resurgence. The Falcons, though, on the move, on the edge of the map.
And the Falcons are about to squeeze up on this, and they've got a lot of bodies in their way. We know that BSL are there, and we know that there's at least 2 other solos in the region, so potential here for the Falcons to go absolutely massive. We are losing more players off here as the Singapore Syndicates are removed from the board. Soka gets it down onto Bagel. BSL suddenly realizing we've been squeezed by the Falcons, and you do not have Resurgence. You're in a world of pain if you're Liam.
Liam is the only player remaining for BSL. That would mean our team that won in trouble. Singapore was in 2nd on the leaderboard. They're out of here in like 12th. No chance of moving up the leaderboard any more than whatever kills they got. We're not even into multipliers yet, Enigma, and we're moving into the 5th and 6th circle as Liam finally falls with the PDS. He's hanging out in the gas as long as he can. Hard Trevs is not going to let Liam get up. That is a full team wipe. See ya. BSL not going to make history, not yet. We'll see who wins map number 2.
The problem with that play, you pop that PDS, you let everyone know exactly where you are. Skullface and Noobs essentially trying to pick players out of the sky here. Walter trying to land with his guild teammates. But look at the angles that you have here. Again, I go back to something though. If you are making a lot of noise on this rooftop, you risk getting third party from so many angles. And there's a lot of players that have still got to rotate on up here. May well push this rooftop.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting fight. You can see the zone is shrinking. That is certainly the case. It's about to get real small, and it is centering on Water Tower of all places. Noobs, this Fnatic squad, they have ultimate height, and frankly, now that you see the rotation of the zone beginning to move, no one can pressure them on ultimate high, but the problem is they got to make it all the way into zone, so they got to drop down, and they're going to be running into about 6 other teams, all trying to do the same thing. This is where the utter chaos of Resurgence and Rebirth Island comes into play. The people here first will find success. Shifty finds 1. Teammates answering back. Falcons out of here. They're in 8th place, a 1.2x multiplier, and Fnatic somehow only lost 1 in that crazy transition. Look at the zone pull.
The zone pull has exactly just pulled the complete other way. So many teams that tried to rotate just then. Fnatic, Noobs and co. And then the rest of the Shifty Biffle squad all in trouble there as they rotate on over. And then essentially Whiplash back into position. We're on board with Twisted Minds, who just made a rotation through the courtyard. And they've got to come back on themselves where Na'Vi are waiting.
Na'Vi yet again in the top 5. Na'Vi yet again with the zone pull. This time, can they reverse history? Can they this time win this encounter as the onslaught comes flying at them? Aiden's squad, Twisted Minds, had a terrible map 1, and now a chance to reverse the curse, swing around the edge of the zone, and move into this new circle. This is where you have to play zone, and they're going to make the rotation with gas mask, and they're going to lose Smith in the rotation because they needed to get here, and they needed to get here early. Reminder, we're into the 1.4x multiplier. We need a 1.7 at least for second place, and Aiden's going to make a play. Finds 3 in his way, so backs off. C-Smith somehow got the self-revive alive, so they have 3, but they're weak. Aiden in trouble. They push the fight. Navi will not relent. Navi will not fall, but finally the third party, Hardtrebs, Drake, they come in and ruin Navi's day. Navi cannot get out of this top 5 position.
And it's not just this 2v2 conversation. There's actually going to be players lurking on the edge of this. So while Trev tries to squeeze on up, Smith and Knight are just trying to play around this, but the gas is going to continue to encroach them. Skullface actually picks off Drake. Fnatic are involved in this conversation towards the end, but Twisted Minds, 2 players left and looking to try and push on through this gas. And Skullface and Ormond are going to clean up Luke and Hard Trevs, and this we're down to 2v2.
It is Fnatic all day, every day in map 2, and it's not close. Down below, Twisted Mind holding on by the hair of their chinny chin chin. It is a 2v2, but Fnatic have everything in their favor. They have all the kills. They got a 1.7x multiplier. The question is, will you make it a 2x? They push the fight first and they win it. 1, 2, can they get both? No! Knight goes huge! The X Factor, would he show up today? He does. Twisted Mind proves me wrong. They prove Fnatic wrong, and they earn a ton of points with a 2x multiplier.
We are just 2 maps in, baby, and the storylines are insane. We've already talked everything about map 1, BSL, destroy, etc., but right there, Gorgo Knight goes massive. Could he deliver on land? Would he be the player that Twisted Minds wanted him to be? And he snaps for the victory.
Every single player, every analyst, every person at home said, was it the right move to get Knight at the end of the day? Was it the right move to pull a Resurgence-only player into competitive form yet again after a couple years off? The answer apparently is yes, at least in map 2. A massive win in the final moments of map 2 net the 2x multiplier. And I think, frankly, maybe more important, they stopped a Fnatic squad that easily was the top slaying team from getting a 2x multiplier. You won points and you took away a ton from an opponent.
Yeah, exactly, and it's an opponent that's likely going to be dueling with you for those spots because of how difficult these groups are looking right now. You definitely can consider that Fnatic being in that group B, they need every single point that they can get from good positions like that. They had a tough map 1, picking up just the 8 kills, exploded into this one, however. But yes, Twisted Minds on your screen right now, the people who have won map 2 here, and it's considerably better than the placing in map 1, which was 12, not really in the conversation. You know, you start to then come into things. Was solos yesterday maybe just something that they felt a little bit hot in, and today maybe won't be their day, but they have fixed things up there in map 2.
Man, I love the math of kill multipliers, I gotta say. We tuned into Fnatic when there were 11 squads alive, and they had 17 kills, and then we didn't check in with their total kills for the entire map, and they get a 1.7x. So a massive amount of points thwarted, a massive amount of points gained for Twisted Minds. Taylor Reflections double. What the heck is going on in the analyst booth? Because we're losing our minds here in the caster.
Minds, and I think we need to clean up a little bit because Gorgo Knight just cleaned up the competition. First time in a long time on land and called himself the what?
I'm pretty sure we heard some right? It was the Resurgence janitor.
Resurgence
The retired janitor. And I said, hey, if Knight wins something, if he clutches, please can I bring a broom?
Incredible. I cannot believe. And he did clutch, right? Because that was almost a clutch moment coming out from Skullface, who nearly wins the 1v2.
I mean, it was down to a 1v2, but it was originally a 2v2.
That's
Twisted
right.
Minds forced to move all the way to one side of the circle to the other. They have to contest Na'Vi, keep them in face of Icons. Icons wipe Na'Vi. They push into Twisted Minds, lose the fight. Ahmed had the high ground, but didn't have the circle pull. It was everything just lining up. The stars aligned for Twisted Minds towards the end there, and it was just a huge moment to bring the broom out.
Had to bring the broom out, you guys. I had to. Listen, there's something, I'm telling you, we're predicting some stuff here. Even with the destroy stuff coming back, right? Let's go. But that was insane, you guys. Closed endgame and new Icons, right? They were waiting on the other side, I believe, Biochemical rotating in and just really, really played spoiler alert.
Here's that moment, right? The 2v2. You can tell the height difference, right? At this point, I'm thinking Skullface and them, they've got it in the bag, but not so fast. They drop down. One gets finished. Skullface nearly picks up the second. but then ultimately he will fall as Gorgo Knight finishes him off and then gets to cleanups. An incredible moment and a massive win coming out from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you know what's wild about that, actually? I feel like Armin went just a little bit too early. He drops down just a little bit earlier than Skullface does. It's just a tiny bit out of sync.
Yep.
And it is those microseconds that make all the difference there in that final play. A little bit more in sync, that would have been an entirely different result.
And the pathing from Knight to go underneath them
Right?
too, using that height to the disadvantage of the side of Falcons. I mean, it's why you call him in to play on your team for Twisted Minds. They pick him up for these Resurgence tournaments just because he makes those micro plays and those chaotic moments. This guy, he's been around when it comes to Call of Duty, not just in Warzone, but in multiplayer as well. And he is on top of his game right now. Twisted Minds on fire in the solos, on fires in the trios. This is a team that I had to take in my predictions, and I am really glad I took them in my predictions.
And there's Aiden. Aiden was literally pointing at the crowd like, I know there's a lot of Falcons fans up there, but today, right now, we're going to make you Twisted Minds fans. I love that ending. Incredible stuff. And really, a big ending for a lot of different reasons. We talked about, obviously, that 1v2 at the, or excuse me, 2v2 at the ends, Twisted Minds, right, Fnatic. But talk to me about Hardtrap, because he was in an impossible situation, but made it look pretty good.
Yeah, and like we said, kind of like where that zone was pulling, right? For the most part, we did see, which, by the way, shout out to Fnatic, because even from the last game, right, being alive in that late game, but how many eliminations that they were to pull up at prison, right? Just each level taking over. But while that chaos was going down on the other side, yes, the rotation over on the other side of the prison, Hardtrev's new icons, they had to rotate far, but playing spoiler alert, right? Navi on the other side too, just that chaos. Guys, it was chaos everywhere. But what was hard for some of these teams were those rotations.
Yeah, you know what's funny, actually, and just a very quick shout out here. This is the second time, and I'm sure it won't be the last today. New icons are hanging right now. I mean, the fact of the matter is we were discussing them to be a really difficult group, Group B, the group of death. So they're going to have to deal with all those teams every single game that they play. Fact of the matter is, they've been in a discussion twice now. They're not just hanging, they're doing really well in these games.
We gotta put some respect on the teams that we counted out. New icons and BSL are showing up here. It's just, it's been such a crazy day so far, where maybe it was the break that we had at the start and they just locked in for this one.
Could have been. I mean, the break, everybody had that break though. You know, they all had that break, and maybe some of them got chilled out a little bit longer than others. But regardless though, I mean, some teams are heating up, like you said, that we weren't necessarily expecting. I will say though, it is great. Even though Fnatic, they get the second place, they lose that 1v1, at least Skullface was in a very tough spot. I'm so happy for their performance, because yesterday in solos, we had a lot of questions about them. How were they going to perform? Skullface was almost dead last in solos, and now they should be near the top. Let's actually find out and take a look at the current standings, the leaderboard. We know Destroy was leading a little bit before, but new icon will take over first place.
Yo, that is amazing, especially, I mean, we had mentioned it, Group B is stacked, and man, new icons 36.4 in the standings, but Fnatic, look at that jump up, you know, consistency is key, 35.2.
Yeah, Fnatic obviously having a great game there. We talked about it, right? This is the second time, 2 games in a row now, in which they've tried to get prison control. This time it was a little bit different, we'll say that much, right? I mean, last game, they were kind of hiding out, they were chilling like a villain in bottom prison. This game, instead, it was going to be the top prison area, right?
That's right.
Just insane play from Fnatic.
Well, let's head over to the STC Arena with the winner interview from Boogs.
To focus on game 1, that opening win of the day. What an incredible performance. That must have been a nice little confidence boost, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a good confidence boost, yeah, 100%.
So I think that one of the things we should talk about is, you know, in that first game, you guys were hunkered down, you know, underneath bottom prison, right? I feel like from you being the IGL of the team, it showed really good patience. Is that something that you've been working on, considering Resurgence is obviously so chaotic normally?
Yeah, I don't have the best gunny, it's a well-known fact, but I like using my brains. But it was actually StukeX who made a good call to take bottom prison. He didn't hear any audio, and then he got a lucky thermo. He threw one, stuck a player, and then we just stacked them out and took their position.
I mean, that's amazing. I think that one of the things I noticed that the casters and the analysts were talking about in between game 1 and 2 was your team chemistry and how good it has been. Is that something you guys feel you excel at in particular? Do you feel like your chem's really good?
I wouldn't say excel, but we've definitely been working on it. Just playing ranked, even multiplayer ranked, just pub in, just getting the comms flowing.
Now, since yesterday, obviously, we had like solos yesterday going into today. Did you guys have like a sit down and chat and essentially work out what you guys want to come into today doing the most or focusing on the most? Because, you know, it's going to be absolutely carnage today, you know it is. But yeah, what was that team like strat meeting like?
Yeah, we didn't do the best in solos, but none of us are worried because it doesn't mean anything in the trios event. But yeah, we just sat down, figured out some landing spots, and then it worked well, I guess.
It did indeed. Bugs, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the table for the rest of today and tomorrow. Let's hope you get into the finals. Congratulations, man. We'll see you later. All right, and for now, we are going to head back over to the studio so they can carry on breaking everything down before we dive into our next set of matches.
All right, Barty, thank you for that interview over at the STC Arena where it's getting heated up. I've been hearing the crowd actually just come through a little bit, and I know they're excited, especially when Falcons are up there, of course, but Twisted Minds, big victory overall. Huge come up from Fnatic, and Icons taking over first, which is tremendous based off their eliminations. Already a major surprise day, and I'm genuinely blown away from it. Now, I know we're transferring from A to C, but a little bit more conversation about those first two games because I want to talk about Group E a little bit more since they're going to be a little bit on ice. As we look through our highlights, though, I do want to talk to you specifically, Seymour, about this battle that we've been consistently seeing throughout Maps 1 and Map 2, BSL versus Falcons.
Yeah, I think BSL versus Falcons has kind of shaken things up in Group B because we had the group of death, we had the teams that we talked about, and BSL kind of wasn't really in that conversation. But Falcons haven't really been able to play to their full potential yet because they've had BSL breathing down their neck. And you hear Boogs on the interview talking about he's got the best gunny here. He's proving it in a lot of these fights. He's going toe-to-toe with literally the Kings, and if you go for the Kings, you better not miss. So far, they're not missing this fight between Falcons as well as BSL. I'm curious to see if over the course of the day, one of these teams, maybe even Falcons, decides to go for a new drop spot because it just hasn't been paying off for them.
Yeah, you know what's funny is right now we have a look at that kind of massive mess up that we were talking about, right? All the teams that were sat inside prison. I think there was about 4 or 5 of them. And
On all layers.
Yeah, all layers. I mean, prison, it's a multifaceted building, right? There's a lot going on inside the prison. And you're seeing basically that transition from prison all the way down to the final zone. Just a quick shout out to Na'Vi, by the way, because this is the second game in a row now that Na'Vi have had the zone pull to them. And that's the reason why they are so high up in our final stand-ins. Surely it's got to come to them soon.
Absolutely, but how smart was it for Twisted Minds to rotate outside of zone in through the grass side, right, and go around behind Na'Vi, and Aiden dodging all of those thermites was absolutely insane, and then Knight throwing one up there too, getting a couple of knocks. I believe, yeah, Zeppa did knock Aiden, but for Knight to clutch through all of that chaos, you got to give credit to the rotation, right? We talk about play styles changing late game. Z-Smith making that call, listen to me, let's rotate outside of zone, get into a better position, and that is what's key in the end game. You have to play positioning perfectly.
You have to. It's so pivotal, especially on Rebirth. Positioning is everything. I got excited when I saw Alman up here because I'm like, ooh, things are looking pretty special. When you're up there, it's great, but when the zone then starts to pass you and you got to go down on top prison, now you get put into the blender. It's never an easy thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well with prison, right? I think there's kind of a double-sided blade, as it were, right? I mean, yeah, there's that advantage, obviously, of having the high ground and be able to look in multiple directions, be able to move in multiple directions, but once you get forced off of prison, you are vulnerable. You're flying down, you're in a position that you're not favorable, and that is exactly what happens to Almond in that final play. He's forced down towards an unfavorable position, and that's why that timing was not there with Skullface. Didn't really have a choice.
Look at Aiden.
Hey, I don't know if he's talking. It wouldn't surprise me if he is, but Aiden, he knows his lands, right? He has played in so many lands that I've been a part of, and obviously ones that I've watched in the past. So he's got that experience. He's bringing the energy, and it's incredibly valuable. BSL, though, a team that has just been exceeding all expectations. So happy that they're doing so well. Now, though, I do want to focus the conversation to Falcons one more time because obviously the big dogs, the heavy hitters, and the fans' favorites. I think maybe some readjustments need to be made. And I point this to you, Dream, and the reason why, previous competitor, obviously. But I'm watching them go stronghold. Again, they're going up to that greenhouse rotation just outside of 10. They eventually make their way over to factory. 2 times they have found themselves in trouble trying to rotate up from factory up to whether it be headquarters or up towards prison, and both times finish off top 8. That rotation is hard enough as it is, and both times they found themselves be put into the blender, finishing off both in 8th place.
Yeah, which is really good too, because in some of these situations, like we talk about regain, right? It's really hard for these teams to regain, but for Falcons to be able to fight against that adversity, that's something that they're good at, right? They thrive in these chaotic moments to where they can survive late game. But you know, that's what's interesting too about this Group B in particular for Falcons. They're switching out right now. They do have time to maybe readjust, look at some strategies, maybe talk about it, but also watch some of the, watch their team, watch the group that they just played against. So now A versus C, now they can think, we're taking a break. Let's see what we can fix up.
Well, fix up, and again, like, just go to that point, right? It's like from factory rotating up, both 8 places. Like, that's okay and that's good, but I know they want more. I'm thinking maybe potentially a readjustment in the positioning or maybe rotating a bit earlier. But like you said, they have a chance now. Sit down, relax a little bit, and see what their competitors are going to be doing. The next time we're going to be watching Group B, Falcons and many others, right? The Group of Death, as we've been calling them, is going to be in the next 2 maps after the 2 maps that are coming up here when they play against C Group. Now it is all about A versus C. A, they're obviously warmed up. C, they now have to go on stage and get warmed up themselves. Who are we looking out for Group C to challenge Group A?
Well, this is the thing. With Group C, you had so many teams that just have been waiting even longer than those two. Just watching, waiting, having that chance to maybe speculate on who is kind of sitting where on Group A, who to target. The Twisted Minds team, obviously people are going to be paying attention to them now from what they're going into the second set with, because you have Omit, Heretics, you have Cloud9, so many teams that are smart, so many teams that have something to prove coming into this EWC. And although you don't want to count Group C just as the easy team, this is a group that you have to look at these teams and you see they have all something to prove.
Yeah, and that is the big one. I mentioned it, right? I mean, Cloud9, the fact that they're now coming into this group. Again, it is not an easy group by any means. There are no easy teams here at the Esports World Cup. That's why it's the World Cup, for heaven's sake. It's some of the best teams in the world.
Right.
But still, C is an easier group than Group B for sure. That's why we called it the Group B, the Group of Death. Cloud9, by no means an easy team. Something I want to point out from that last game, we saw Huskers in that position, right, on the water tower.
Yes.
Huskers ain't going to be in this game. Gaming Gladiators, they are out of this one. They are in Group B.
It's free
But
real
I'll tell you
estate.
who will be there. Breadman, mate. He's got it. He's on free rent. He will be in that water tower. He will be anchoring for his team.
Yeah, I mean, that Group C, you're right. Like, I mean, okay, maybe people say it's the easier group, but I mean, we're looking at Abwiz,
Who says
Prodigy,
that?
right? Oh,
This guy did.
Yeah, maybe. But no, you're thinking about some of these players, Team Heretics, Abwiz, of course, Oiki, just pulling off that crazy win yesterday. We're still gonna see some craziness coming from this group, and yeah, Cloud9, that's a good shout.
Yeah, so for me, obviously Team Zix, I've been pumping them up. They're now about to be in front of their home crowd. When we talk about Team Zix, Hamoud, both Saudi locals, right, representing Saudi Arabia themselves, and then you also have Krims, who's representing Pakistan, the only Pakistani competitor going into global finals and also competing today. So a lot of pride and prestige there. I cannot wait to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. AB Wiz, we talk about them potentially stealing some of those club points. They can do that. They're Group C, right?
Yeah.
A lot to talk about. Now, Dream, when we come to new icons, though, once again, new icons have been tearing it up. They've been doing so well. And from what I'm hearing, we do have our MVP. Whenever it comes to him, let's see who it is. Drake! Okay, Drake MVP. I like this stream.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I'm sure that comes as a surprise to all of us, right? I mean, coming out from a heavy-hitting group to be able to do that, but for the confidence that he was showing through and through, he was super aggressive in every single gunfight. And if you noticed, he was taking down some good players too. I believe a couple of those squads, it was Tommy and Co, right? Going against them, Juki's, I mean, Patsuka. You're seeing some good players that they're going against that they're not afraid to challenge.
And I don't want to take anything away from Lucina. It's a monster map #1 as well. 7 kills for new icons. Like, this team, I don't know what they kind of talked about between the solos and the trios or what they've really been working on together heading into the EWC, but whatever it is, it's working. And if I'm an org and I'm looking at all the teams and I didn't pick up new icons right now, I'm like, why did I pick up this team?
Going a bit silly, right? I mean, Drake, MVP, match MVP. That's big for him, and that's going to give him the confidence, right? Pushing forward, new icons, taking on the big dog, the biggest of dogs in the tournament, and they are now the big dog themselves. Now, how far can they continue to go? That's the question that only they can answer, but shout out to Drake for that. And by the way, they are in Oregon. They are represented, so new icons looking good. And, hey, new icons now. The question, do they keep them? I think so. Do they give them a raise? I'm saying give them a raise, all right? New icons leading the charge, but now C has entered into the fight. How well will they do? We'll find out all that and more when we come back from the break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. This is Call of Duty Warzone. We are about to enter in a fresh new group of competitors. We're talking about Group C to challenge those of Group A, how we just witnessed putting up a tremendous fight. Group B, I'll have to wait just a second. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy, Infinity, and Seymour. Hey, this is a fresh new two groups of games. The last two, mind you, for Group A, right? So they need to make the most of it. They might have a lead here. They might not have performed well as they wanted to. These are the last two games to get it started, because tomorrow, Seymour, tomorrow means we start with 21 teams, but we will finish with just 14.
You kind of got to look at today as you got to go all out, because you don't want to be playing off the back foot tomorrow. You want to make sure that you are still in contention at the top, that you don't have to go, on fire all day tomorrow. You could just keep it going as best as you can into that top 14 teams. The pressure is everything here in EWC. We've seen it from so many teams at the top. We've seen it, teams at the bottom starting to rise as well, new icons in BSL. And it goes to show that literally nobody is safe here. So in these last couple of games, you do have to see these changes come through, and I'm excited to see Group C.
I'm excited to see Group C as well. The reality is you only, at least for group play, there's only 8 games played per group. And that's not a lot, really, when you think about it. Right now, only 6 more remain specifically for Group B at this point in time. So, and Group A, I should say. Group C, they're just about to get started, but not a lot. The point is you have to be playing all out. If you don't, you might get left behind.
You might.
So now let's push our conversation once again back into Group C, the new challengers who are coming through. I mentioned Team 6. I think Team 6 is about to have a tremendous star-studded performance. The team that obviously, like I said, 2 Saudi locals, but then you also have 1 representing Pakistan in the name of Crims. A team that is about to play in front of their home crowd. A team that represents the Falcons during the World Series of Warzone run to Global Finals, and they will be at Global Finals as they finished off top 3 when it came to the regional finals, right, when it came to EMEA. So, with that being said, no, they're not earning points today for the club championship, but that'll be the other roster of Biffle, Shifty, and Ahsoka. But this team still, though, has the Falcons banner behind them in some way or another. So you better believe the pride is there. I think this is their time to shine, and truly the first test for this roster outside of solos, which wasn't the best. But that's okay, because we've seen some teams today who weren't the best in solos, and they've been absolutely star-studded today. A good example of that is Fnatic, right? Who have been absolutely out of this world. Again, who's your team that you're looking out for? Because I know we talked about Heretics right at the beginning, and Heretics is also in that Group C.
Yeah, we're looking at Cams, right? He was the team that kind of led them into having this group, kind of being up there in the standings. I believe Cams was 12th, 12th in kills and 12th in placements, but also both of his teams, both methods, right? Being a part of being retired and a CDL coach now, coming back in and playing and just, doing somewhat decent, still amazing for Heretics. I'm excited to see how, what's going to change from yesterday to today, because yes, it's trios, yes, it's going to be different. But for Cams and Cams and Daga, though, who played at the World Series of Warzone last year, being on land, they're familiar with that territory. I'm just excited to see what they could do.
I am too. Heretics, a great organization to represent, and also a great organization coming back of Cloud9. Let's talk about Cloud9 right there here, and they're looking to go big for the first time on main stage.
Good segue. It's kind of funny, right? Because again, a lot of the conversation around Cloud9, I think in the solo stage was just Breadman. But I think you do need to talk about the rest of the roster, right? Joe, again, has been a staple performer in Warzone for the last few years. He's also one of those really fun players to watch, and he and Breadman have been playing together for about as long as I can remember, which I'll be honest, my memory is pretty terrible, so it might not be that long. You know, and Jace as well joining that roster for this season. Of course, they were playing with Limax last season, which was an interesting pickup in on itself. But still, this Cloud9 roster, really, really good. And again, I think, you know, they're kind of having not so much an easy time of it, but I think they'll be happy with the fact that they are in Group C. Yep. They are, in my mind, the biggest threat easily in Group C. And again, going back to what I said before the break, I think Breadman is that guy. I mean, he is going to be the biggest problem here by far. The fact that he is just able to do what he's able to do on Resurgence with the Kar 98, I mean, it's just silly at this point.
It's silly. And by the way, that man smiling on the left, Joe, I love that man. He's great. He's a wonderful competitor. He's been playing for the longest time. Joe is also going to be bringing the heat. 4 and Jace, though, another scary. And the Movement King and Joe, right? And 4 and Jace. This trio can absolutely go the distance. And Puckett had a chance to talk to Breadman. We heard that interview, right? Would you rather fight a bear or what was the other one? A gorilla.
A gorilla.
A gorilla. And he said, well, I've got brass knuckles that would take on the gorilla, I believe it was. So, hey, he's ready to take on the world just like he's ready to take on the competition. Now, let's go to Group A, though. Some teams that maybe did well and some teams that struggled. The big one for me, Eula, right? Eula taking some early losses. They didn't get their feet underneath them. In Game 1, they took an early L. All 3 were eliminated. They were the first team eliminated in Game 1. Game 2, they started off rocky as well, Seymour.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because you had such a good day yesterday, getting 2 wins in the solos, but it's going to set you back a little bit considering you were literally the first team knocked out today in your first game. You get 0 points in that one. You have a little bit of catch up to do in these next 2 games. And not only that, you have teams in your group, Twisted Minds, SGP, Navi, and Destroy, who alongside BSL, let's be honest, who have all been performing exceptionally well. This isn't going to be easy for Alula to just dig their way out of this position. They have a lot of work to do right now.
A lot of work to do.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of that was because of who they were fighting, right? It was a lot of bio, bio action, and they were fighting Stiwu, Patsuka, and Exian. So it's like, you have to think for some of these teams, all right, who am I going to be fighting? Maybe what good teams should I be avoiding?
That's fact.
But it's like for Alula, yes, they were fighting some good teams, and it was just difficult to recover. And I believe map 2, we saw some adjustments.
Yeah.
They were able to maybe make some type of recovery, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying different things. I think you could definitely tell that. I think Tommy was trying to be the anchor in the play, trying to move forward somewhat to get them some kind of path out of bio, as you were saying, but they just couldn't do it. I think Tommy felt, I want to say it was to Lucanas and Car. I'm not entirely sure whether it was them.
Yes, I think it was.
But yeah, Tommy going down, I think, just kind of ruined their entire play. And even at the start of the map with the gunfights they were taking, it just felt like they were lacking the same venom that you would normally expect from those guys. They were not winning their gunfights. Juki is unable to get it done, as was Lennon up top. I mean, they just couldn't win those opening gunfights. Something has to change for Alula right now.
And I will say, they are one of the teams that are sticking together, which typically is a great thing. But in Resurgence, at least what I've noticed off the first 2 games, the best teams are having one player be the anchor, whether that be over in Stronghold with Ahsoka. I think you mentioned Nate Dogg. He was top tower, overlooking Prison, right? Top light tower. Alula is a team that I think just needs to make an adjustment. I don't know who would anchor, to be fair, but I mean, hey, it's got to be one of them.
Oh, man, it's just so funny seeing these pictures every single time. I mean, everyone else takes it seriously, right? Tommy, you know, he's been in the business for many years. He takes that seriously. Juki's is also right there. Lennon is just such a personality, and honestly, I think he probably is my single favorite European Warzone player. A, because he's just so funny. He's just, honestly, he's such a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
And B, because he's nice. There's not a single iota of ego to this guy.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I was just going to say, so sweet, so kind. But Len, right, like, he's always been a slayer, always been, like, that clutch factor of the squad. I don't think he would I mean, maybe they alternate anchors, you know, but Tommy, you know, obviously he's just one of the best IGLs in the game. But, you know, I was just going to say for Len, I just loved the fact that he shouted out his girl. You got to love some of the COD Warzone girls.
Yes,
I mean,
the
I saw Peachy, you know, cheering on Ben, Fnatic, you know, you got Alman that buff, and as well as, you know, Sally supporting Shifty too. You gotta love the COD Warzone girls. I just wanted to give a shout out to some of them.
Shout out to the girlfriends out there, all right? Getting those brownie points is Lennon, and getting brownie points for me is Juki's. I'm a big fan. Let's hear what Juki's had to say.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. I'm Enigma, and today we're doing interviews, and we've got one of the UK's best players to ever touch the stage. It is Jukies. Jukies, welcome
Going on.
aboard. How you feeling, man?
I feel good, feel good. Had a good rest yesterday, I'm good to go.
Do you think, at the minute, you're one of the best players in the game?
At Warzone, on a whole, yeah. You know,
Okay.
Resurgence, I've been learning it though, the last couple of weeks. It is Warzone. Bit of a twist, you get loads of lives, but...
So then who do you think is the best player in the world?
I think Tommy on a whole, my teammate.
Okay.
Put some gas in there for him.
All right. You're loading into the map. Is there any team you don't want to land on you?
No, not really. We're all in the same boat. At the beginning of the game, we've all got a pistol. Anything can happen. We can all kill, we can all shoot. So there's not really any team I don't mind landing on us, off the rip.
But is there a specific team or player that you really want to go after on this map?
There's one team on this game at the moment that you don't really want to run into. They've got everything as a team, like the structure, like the teamwork, the reps, the experience. They've got everything. I probably don't even need to say who they are.
I mean, we're going to have to in an interview.
SSD.
Yeah. The Falcons. Yeah.
But they are very unpredictable, like so unpredictable. I feel like everyone else is predictable apart from them.
Is there anyone who's not here that you wish was, so you could maybe put them in their place?
Yeah, Scumman. He's good at like running around and just shooting his gun. Everything else that comes with him just doesn't really work, obviously, as teams in his past know. So yeah, I wouldn't mind running into him on the map and putting him down.
Is it a gaming thing, a personal thing? 'Cause I'll be honest, I was expecting a different answer there.
Bit of both. Nah, I don't know, he's very good. But I just love to put him down, And I'd let him know, I'd put a full clip into him as well.
What do you want to say to friends, family, supporters, whoever has made it your journey to get here?
Oh God. I mean, I let them know every time, I get that special feeling of how blessed I actually am. I'm very grateful for my community that I've got back at home, all the people that have supported me, my family, my mum, my dad, my brother most of all. I do this for my kid, as people know, Elijah, my baby. And yeah, I'm grateful to be here. I'm thankful for everything and everyone.
Wonderful stuff.
Thank you.
That was Jukies representing Al Ula here at the Esports World Cup. I'm looking forward to seeing how you do, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Jukies was hanging out on that couch, man. He was relaxed, and
Chill.
he said, nobody else matters. We all start with the pistol. It's all the same ball game, so we don't care who we have to play.
No, I'm sure each one of you know that at some point this game, it's all in the mind, and who your competitor is, it's all up to how you perceive them. And you see for Jukies, he's saying for his whole team, everybody starts with a pistol. Everybody has to fall into the map, and at some point or not, you're going to have to fight them. So why not do it at the beginning? He doesn't care who he's going to fight. He doesn't care who drops on them, and that is a good mindset to come into that. Not only that, I like to hear that he's gassing up Tommy as well.
That's it.
Just making sure that your whole team is on top of the world, and I think for Alula, that is exactly what we saw yesterday, and we need to start to see today.
Tommy, an absolute veteran, one of the top earners, actually the top earner whenever it comes to Warzone competitive, and he's been around the ball game, both not only in multiplayer but also Warzone. So Tommy, you gotta gas him up whenever you can, Alula. I wish him the best of luck. We're about to watch their final two games of the day, but the first two for Group C. What an exciting prospect, right? Group C, I hope they're ready to go, because if they're not, they're about to get wiped out, because Group A, they've been looking absolutely stacked. Real quick caveat, let's talk about Team Destroy as we head into the first game, or game number one for A and C. Destroy, how well do you think they're going to do?
Fabulous.
Fabulous?
Yeah.
Stellar.
Stellar?
On top of the world right now.
Okay, fair enough. On top of the world. Remember, they started off in first place after game number one, and they're looking to reclaim that title. We'll see if they'll be able to do so. Those in chat, though, who do you think is going to come out on top from Group A and C as they face off? And also get your votes in via STC at the link down below. We would love to hear who you think is going to be champion by day number 4. It's time to get it started. Group A versus C. Let's head to the STC Arena.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we have just witnessed BSL and Twisted Minds take the opening 2 maps of the day. Now, Group B have left the stage so that Group C can come on and set everything up. And if you remember, at the top of the show, we introduced Groups A and B individually. So we're going to do the same thing right now for Group C. Milosh, why don't you take us away, my friend?
Thank you very much for that, then, Barney. Let's kick it off. Cloud9. They are Breadman, Joe, and Foreign Jace.
Next up, we've got Team AB Wiz, consisting of Prodigy, Wiz, and Oki.
They are 2020. They are Team Vision, Rocket, Clapper, and Zakar.
Standing on the stage, we've got Team Heretics, Cams, Methodzik, and Darga.
Up next, it is Team Omit, Elolan, J-Tech, and Tenux.
Next up, we've got Team Zixt. We have Krims, Hamud, and Zixt.
More love for our local teams. Coming up, finally, Onyx, Raven, Amlex, Mojo, and Nanus.
Our teams are locked, loaded, and ready to go. We are about to potentially see a big shift in this lobby, so keep your eyes peeled. We've got plenty of action left to go throughout the rest of this tournament, and of course today in the group stage. So without further ado, let's head back over to the casters to get map 3 underway.
Thank you, my friends on this stage. We got a brand new group of teams joining us, and you heard their introductions. You know them, you love them. We got some crowd favorites, but I gotta say here in the booth here, Enigma, who's your favorite coming in from Group C? Because I'm gonna be honest, they haven't touched the game in like 2-3 hours at this point. They're coming in a little bit cold. We'll see who can turn it to hot real quick.
Yeah, we talk about icing the kicker at the top of the show, and it really, truly is for a lot of these sides. They've had no competitive play over the last few hours, so it's how do you come into this against a squad, a set of squads that are waiting and ready to go. And honestly, for me, I think I'm going to go with the crowd. I think one of my favorites coming into this is going to be that Team Zix lineup. It's two boys from Saudi Arabia, locals here in Riyadh, and then one player coming in from Pakistan. And this side have been looking better every single time. We see them throughout 2024, even picking up a surprise third in regional finals, and surprises is the story of the day.
Yeah, speaking of surprises, that story, yeah, new icons near the top of the leaderboard. I think them and Fnatic are jockeying back and forth at the top. That new icons team, by the way, representing Brazil, all right? So watch out for this brand new org. They are dominating today. Drake, our MVP, had 11 kills by himself in that last map. They're near the top of this leaderboard. They're here to play, and they were the bottom of their pool for Pool B. So they're taking a break, feeling good about themselves. Who's at the bottom of Pool C? Group C? It's Onyx Ravens, okay? So we might see another surprise with the Onyx Ravens team. Now, this is such a fun story. I had a chance to talk to Mojo, captain of this Onyx Ravens team. They actually competed last year for a ton of stages of multi-competition with the World Series of Warzone and other competitions, and they actually got beat out for a spot at Global Finals by this Zix squad. A crazy storyline. They're looking for revenge against some of their friends from right around the corner, maybe a couple minutes away here in Riyadh. So a very fun storyline for both of these two local teams, and I really do believe that surprise is the name of the game today. There are some, frankly, not that many surprises for a couple of teams. I think Fnatic being near the top of the leaderboard, we expected them to do well, of course. But speaking of surprise, Guild not playing anymore, and near the bottom of the leaderboard. That's your pick, my friend. What's going on?
I mean, it was my pick for day one. I'm going to remind you, there's not my pick for the overall tournament, and I have to do that because it is an underperformance.
Yeah.
They have really dropped the ball there in their opening games. Have to find a way of picking it back up later on, and in particular, King AJ is a man I've spoken up a lot on this desk over the last 2 days, but just 1 point from 2 games, absolutely unfathomable at the top of the show.
Yeah, man, Group B, I think if you're a team that struggled, this break could be your saving grace, right? They're the only group that doesn't play back-to-back games. We have Group C coming in. They're going to be playing their 2 games here with Group A. Then they're going to be playing Group B. So Group B, the only team that has to take a break. They get 2 games, break in 2 games. That's how this group play round robin works, right? So I think that could be a saving grace for some of these squads near the bottom, and it could be a coolant for some of the teams at the top. So we could see a restabilization of Group B when we come back. But hey, Group B, Pool of Death, didn't expect new icons near on top of that group. So excited to see what happens there. But Group A, talk to me about them. who are some of the teams you're looking at from Group A to continue their success going into this matchup?
I mean, I think in particular we've got to look at Na'Vi. They pick up 40.4 points in their first 2 games. In particular, Levi and Limax bringing home 31 points between them, absolutely frying as a duo. Almond has looked really good throughout this as well, and Dongy, Drake, there are more names that are making up the top performers. But yeah, if we're talking best teams currently in A, it's got to be Team Na'Vi leading the way.
I'm looking at Twisted Minds. Here we go. The first map for Group C, our 3rd map of day 1 of our group stages here at the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. We've had a blast here in the booth, and we're just getting started. So pumped to drop into this map, my friends. And look, you're bottom of the leaderboard, you're bottom of your group. It's a brand new day. None of those points from solos carry over. Take hold of what is yours. Grab your trophy if you can. It is all about the game in front of you. It might only take one banger map to take you all the way to the finish line.
And that's one of the things. We look at that scoreboard and it is tight up there. So everything's still to play for. If it's been a slow afternoon thus far, then you have got time. But what there is not much time left for is the drop. The players are coming, ladies and gentlemen. We are here, map 3, Esports World Cup, Call of Duty Warzone. A lot of action underway.
Here we go. All of our players dropping out of the plane. And, well, yes, of course, there's early encounters, and there's a lot of team fights, and they're already grabbing one, marking one. Cloud9 in trouble. Everyone falling. And I believe it's Bread trying to get out of dodge. Actually hit a zip to get out. It was almost a full team wipe. Cloud9 immediately in trouble, and so is Donkey.
Oh, and then where does Breadman decide that he wants to play afterwards? He hits his water tower. Of course he does. He decides to make his way over, play that anchor role, essentially provide all that outlook that we saw him drop yesterday. On board then with the Australians representing Na'Vi. These 3 have been cooking in the first 2 games, and it's again a case of you had those 2 games. This Group C's sets of lineups come in. Can you cook them before they warm up?
This might be the only team, by the way, thus far in the competition near the top of the leaderboard. I think they're top 3, and it's because of placement. They were top 5 back-to-back games in the first 2. Let's see if they can repeat that success. Even with impressive performances leading up to the World Cup, some people looked at Na'Vi as still that dark horse, underdog, maybe underhorse. Who knows? This Na'Vi squad is here to play. They're here to slay. Here we go. Omit looking for some early encounters, finding Destroy, another team near the top of the leaderboard, but being punished for it. That's what happens. It's Rebirth, it's Resurgence, and it's the very beginning of this map.
Team Destroy, the 2nd top team currently in Group A, but finding trouble with one of the new squads coming in. Oh, man, that's the Puerto Rican side. Tommy picking up Intex. That's better news for Alula. The Des touched on that quite a bit. They've got a lot to do here. This is their last 2 chances through this afternoon. Destroy's back in, however, does have himself a kill, considering the whole prison side safety play here as he starts to try and assess where the rest of the players are around him. Matt is going to find up Stukex, and all the noise here early on. You can see a lot of players concerned, but we haven't lost any teams yet. Teams adjusting and figuring out things on the fly.
It's all about that anchor. And speaking of anchor, falling in the kill feed, Nate Dogg out of here. Team Destroy a little bit in trouble without their anchor. Got to slow their roll. They rely on their kills early, and right now, not able to get a ton as we swap back to AB Wiz. Now, this team, you might see Prodigy's 0 kills, 500 damage, and be like, how many kills do they have? They have a 3 total between this squad, so they've already wiped the equivalent of a full team, and well, we were hyping up Na'Vi as we swap positions. High ground continues to prove successful. Zeppa goes out. That's 2 down potentially for this Na'Vi squad if they're not careful. Can't quite clean him up though. Should he self-revive? Maybe? No. See you later. Limax all by himself on low ground. Needs to make a smart play here or could punish his entire team.
Oh, I love the pinch play that's coming in because Limax is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. So that gunfight goes on for so long and it ends up being Limax's demise. Levi will be the last player alive. We're back on board with another Al-Ula member. That will be Lennon. Wow. Bullet using the smoke to try and provide some coverage. And honestly, I like this play. Check away, slip underneath. Not a lot of players like to play around here. And Cloud9 looking to reset from earlier errors while the team are applying the pressure.
Yeah, Cloud9 has been in a blender this whole map. Welcome to Resurgence, my friends. You've been waiting in the wings for a while, and first map not going your way, but looking to try to take that Bread's open high. No, they're in trouble. They could get a full team wipe. Cloud9 is your first team eliminated. There was a chance at stabilization, but Ultimate High continues to prove the win condition. See you later, Cloud9. You better have a better map, too. You are just getting started. You are at the bottom of the leaderboard.
If we want to talk about one of the sides that was really performing in the opening games, it was going to be the Syndicate and Intex here trying to provide cover. Lennon's going to get shut down trying to push on through and provide support, and that's 2 players completely obliterated from Al-Ula. just seeing the kind of work that's coming out there from the SGP Syndicate, setting up those crossfires, providing cover where required. Beautiful stuff from them yet again.
It was just too late for Alula. They're going for third party, and it was like 5-6 seconds too late. I don't know if that was maybe the call or maybe they just wanted that position. You can see Tom's playing anchor way off on that far right-hand side. This is where they drop Bio, right? Yes. All the way to the top of the map. This is where he's going to be hanging out the entire time. And it works to get his teammates back. And maybe he told them to run in and go get her. Maybe Jukius was let off the leash. I don't know. But it did not work for him. Alula's got to change their strategy. Reminder, folks, Group A still playing. They only have 2 more maps today in our group stages. You've got to get some points on the board if you're near the bottom. Speaking of points, Methods on 5.
Yeah, and what a story this is. This is a man who used to compete in Warzone, was always a part of Spain's top trio. Whoever decided to retire, take up an offer to coach the Miami Heretics over in the CDL, but has now bounced back this competition. Teams back up with Cams and Darga, and will be picking up 5 kills nice and early. Back in with Team Destroy there. Nate Dogg will find one. The trio here just looking to push on through Factory, but they will have company from Twisted Minds. Aiden will be top floor at night, trying to provide some sort of support from the mid-ground. But the one thing is here, you're 2v3, you got to be very cautious about where your anchor is.
Yeah, only 2 kills in total for this trio. So they're going to play it slow here. They know the kills will come. We talked to this team. They said, look, we're going to go for kills. We're going to play for those early aggressive moments when we can. But it's all about the high percentage gunfights. And frankly, Shifty and Piffle love the 2v3s. This team gonna slow their roll. They've got their anchor. Let's get our teammate back, and then we make our push. That's the name of the game. As we switch to our Puerto Rican squad, Team Omit, an NA-based org, picked up this Puerto Rican trio. And frankly, these are the underdogs we're looking for. These were the bubbles Shift was talking about. They're right on that middle average during solos. Let's see what they can do here.
No, you're completely right, but again, surprise is the story of the day. New Icon said Group B is the group of death for who? Certainly not us, and certainly not what we expect in the mid. Trying to repeat that as we see Tenix here take ultimate high ground. He's going to be able to give out a lot of information. You got to assume that he will try and play anchor from here and let his teammates run loose, but right now, with the circle beginning to close here on 2, a lot of squads are going to be pushed in up from various areas such as living quarters, from the bottom side of Factory, and even potentially Tommy from bioweapons as these boys start to get squeezed out a little bit tighter.
Yeah, this is not the same Twisted Mind squad that we saw in the last couple maps. This is not the squad flying at every opponent they can get their hands on. There's still plenty of time on this Resurgence timer, but they do not want to give up this position. They don't feel like they're in an advantageous spot to push a fight, but they hear footsteps. They hear somebody down below. It's Destroy trying to make a play by himself. Here comes backup as Destroy tries to play his life, plays it fairly well. Aiden able to grab the knock. Somehow doesn't get shot as he gets stuck coming back through the window. I thought for sure he'd get traded out there, but Nate Dogg just didn't have an angle way off onto this other side. Oh, Aiden, frankly, it feels lucky to me that Aiden doesn't get cut down there.
And this whole Factory region is starting to build up, by the way. We have Team Zixt in the region, as well as Team Destroy, and then we've also got arriving players from BSL who like to play around the region. We've seen what they can do throughout this tournament. Doggy going to use the Interrogate here on StuKex, try and find his 2 teammates. Don't have the information he requires potentially because the player's just landed above and will actually back on off. And I think that's the right play. Your teammate's just been interrogated, you get the hell out of Dodge.
And unfortunately, I believe Hamoud was just fully eliminated. Their entire team, I think, out of here as well. So we were hyping them up, we were excited for them, but frustratingly, one of our home teams eliminated. See you later. We'll see you in the next map. Maybe you can turn the luck the other way. Who knows? But Bagel, a team that's won on 0. Living up to his namesake.
Absolutely. Won't like to watch that one, but you can see the question from Puckett earlier on. But one of the things I will say, the 2 teams out at this point, Cloud9 and Zix, they're both squads coming into this. So clearly just a little bit ice, slow starts. We expect more from both of them. On board with someone who we weren't sure what to expect, and it is going to be Methodsick, who picks up his 7th, absolutely cooking early on. And we spoke about what these early kills can do for a team. They just can let you play positions late on and put you in the ultimate position to take out a map.
Yeah, the Heretics org here, this Spanish team, one to watch out for. Dream was talking about them early. Here's Method's look here, swinging back for, what is this, a 2-piece? Come on, this is a replay, by the way. Looking back over and over again, racking up kill after kill after kill. Make it 5, make it 6. He's on 7 now, by the way. Methodsick, a terror on the map here this time around for map number 3.
Absolutely loved to watch that Reign of Terror back, I won't lie. But someone who will be in a very difficult spot right now is going to be BSL, because although they are off towards the Factory here, a position that they like, they're going to be pushed in by this next zone, and they've got a lot of players sat up around headquarters that could look out over them, and Team Destroy are not far away.
Yeah, not as much of a kill lead as before, but reminder, Nate Dogg is their anchor, okay? So seeing him on 2, sometimes those anchors are able to pick up several kills, especially from distance. It's kind of the name of the game in Resurgence. But watch out for that timer. It begins to move, the circle, 33 seconds. You'll see the new timer pop, and that's the timer for Resurgence to end, all right? That timer closing the circle will be 60 seconds on the clock when this circle begins to move. Watch out, because if you die right at 61 seconds, see ya. Head back to the lobby.
Team Eisen here just taking control of mid-prison, maybe letting all the rotations happen. Let the dust settle, check out the lay of the land. Honestly, if Rodrigo had re-peeked that window, he would have found BSL directly underneath. And actually, BSL are going to push out on one of the only remaining players of Team Al-Ula, who continue to be in trouble. One of the players actually hits the water tower, but it feels like desperation. They are in a blender, continuing to struggle in this.
Yeah, take a look at that mini-map, the top left-hand corner of your screen. 14, that's BSL. They're trying to find out. Ooh, and they find Linen. Drops. I don't think it's a full team wipe. Not yet. Somebody just barely flies in the nick of time. So incredibly close. Everyone hunting for full team wipes. We are down to 9 teams, by the way. Vision out of here. Crimson Squad out of here. C9 out of here. Twisted Minds out of here, by the way. Fully eliminated on this map. This is getting dicey.
Take a quick look, by the way, at next zone. A lot of teams got to make rotation towards it, but it is a lot of open ground, Goj. And if you've got yourself control center control, like Heretics do, or you've got yourself rooftop prison, you have a lookout over so many teams they're going to be trying to play on through. And Neil Alam is one of the players up here at the top, but as this Puerto Rican side begins to assess where everyone might be coming from, you've got to be wary of Team Eisen below. Will they make a play for the roof? Elo, by the way, was on 9 kills. That is a terrific performance thus far, and we are starting to tick towards the end of our 4th circle.
Resurgence closed. You lose your life, you got to get bought back. No more coming back for free, my friends. Juki's falling in the kill feed from, who is it? Elo, Team Omit. On top on high ground, Team Omit on top on kills currently. We're into the final 9 teams. Our multiplier starts, by the way, at 8. This next one, incredibly crucial for that 1.2x and counting multiplier, depending on how far you can make it. But the zone continuing to shrink. It's about to get real mixy real quick on this next rotation.
It's even more mixy when Liam gets knocked by a mortar, I believe, and then the rest of the team take a whole lot of damage as well. And what's that going to tell to Prodigy, Wiz, and Oki? Come back for this, because there are players where you drop that mortar, they absolutely fly at it. Prodigy sends a C4 in, does get damage, rings out bullets, hit fire, and will clean that up. And Bagel and Co.'s late rotation will be their undoing for Team Abwiz, who continue to look good here. Had a great day in the solos, and even better here in map 3.
Yeah, welcome to group stages, Oki. I like it. This team looking very strong right now, but they got to take down Ultimate High. Destroys team fully eliminated. A massive swing underground by Rodrigo, Maddie, Zun. Rodrigo, Maddie, and Zun were talking some trash. They were excited to play. They were excited to prove that they deserve to be here, and apparently that's the case, especially in map number 3. They make a play underground in zone, and they bide their time. They're looking for the multipliers. Top 5 now is the next one you're playing for. Dongy gets caught unaware. Didn't hear the footsteps. It takes trouble. Uh-oh. It's about to be untimely demise for this Dongy squad.
Yeah, the Syndicate, they've done well thus far, but this will be their undoing. Zund here with 9, a ridiculous performance thus far. Gonna back on off as the Bunker Buster comes in. Gas will likely deny aerial, the push through, sorry, the AoE. Intex just trying to hold this door, but he is relatively by himself. But look at that zone pull. I was about to talk about how Na'Vi had a wonderful position in next zone, but as it pulls the entire opposite direction, it's going to send so many teams on the rotation.
And Na'Vi falls. Finally, I believe they're 8, team 8. You see it, Limax getting fully eliminated. Oki's on 10, by the way. Our top teams going into the final 5 have a crazy amount of eliminations. This will certainly mix up our leaderboard. This is a wild performance from a ton of our squads. 18, 17, 13 kills from these teams. An unreasonable amount of eliminations, and they're being paid for it in kind with the multiplier. Into the final 4, we've got a 1.4x currently, 1.7 is second. You gotta get there, and you gotta cut down some teams in the process. Intex all alone likely will fall here. Who gets the kill? It is the Abwiz team. This is Prodigy. Who's there to hold him on the rotation, though? It's
Prodigy!
Heretics going huge! Top 3 still alive. An opportunity to make history for the Spanish squad.
And Marty will be the only thing that can deny them, but Marty actually finds Cams, and Marty has the overlook onto Method's sick as well. Gets the damage in, only has the pistol to play with. Methods has to push this. Methods is out of here. What a performance there to see things out in a squad. Yet again, Goats. We talk about a team that we never saw this coming from. Absolutely massive, and the amount of kills they were rocking up throughout that is huge. Must have been pushing up towards 28 by the end.
Welcome to the global stage. Welcome to the Esports World Cup, Team Eisen. Latin America is showing out today. I believe they ended that game with 19 eliminations, and holding Ultimate High is the only reason our Spanish squad was cut down in the process. It was a 2v1, and they cut them down because we had high ground. Latin America showing out. We had our new icons in the first 2 games. Now we've got Team Eisen near the top. What an incredible performance from that squad.
I mean, the underdog stories just continue. I mean, we spoke about this Group C, right? They looked a little bit of the softer group, should we say, but I don't think we expected Team Eisen to find themselves so handedly here in this matchup. You speak about, you know, how LATAM are putting on a show. I think we expected a lot of that LATAM conversation to come from AG Global. They haven't performed, but new stars rise to the fore in this one. Team Eisen with 19 kills and top spot here in map 3. In case you're not that great at map, that is 38 points, which will put you right into the conversation for top spot.
Yeah, let's be very clear, by the way. New icons near the top of the leaderboard. They were bottom of their pool, right? Group B. In Group A, guess who's bottom of Group A?
No way.
Team Eisen.
No way.
All the way down at the bottom of their Group A from solos. They came to play. They were 9th going into this game after their first 2 maps. A reasonably average performance. And finally, it all clicked and it all paid off with a 2x multiplier. A massive map. 38 points in Rebirth Island is ridiculous. An unbelievable performance. Very, very well done. I still have my sights on that Heretic squad, though. Second place is a 1.7x multiplier, and I think they had upwards of like 20 kills. It was a ridiculous slay out from some of our top teams, apparently in game number 3. Enigma, I had a lot of fun on that one, and I love to see surprises.
Honestly, it's been an absolute blast. Just being able to talk about these very storylines. We spoke about Group B was the group of death, right? New icons, they're probably not in that conversation. They said, we are absolutely here to make a statement, pop off. We're then talking about Team Eisen coming into things. And by the way, Team Abwiz, I believe, pick up 22 kills in that map as well. Go absolutely nuclear.
Unreal. I'm excited to hear from our analyst, Taylor Reflections Noble. How's it going over there? Because it's hot in here.
Absolutely incredible, especially after that game, which was just mind-blowing for some of the plays, and you know we're about to break them down. First, let's talk Prodigy, Abwiz, and them going absolutely massive. Talk to me how big that game was for them.
Well, for one, we switched to their POV and we saw, obviously, they were just lighting up the streets. And I believe it was Oki right there that went down at the end in the final zone.
Yeah.
But it was about the committing to the circle, right? We saw Oki kind of trying to split teams. You see him rotating around on the opposite side of the gas and the northern side of the zone. And then, man, Prodigy, he was just slaying out. You guys know he's playing on a 20/20 sensitivity. Look how he was going nuts, slaying out everybody. Does get taken down by Methods, but still, for how many kills that they were able to pick up, guys, Seymour, that was insane.
As a coach, by the way, Methods, I mean, unreal play from Methods right there. I couldn't believe to see Heretic step up, but the winners here, Eisen, that's the kind of team that took us all by surprise, because this is one of those teams that, you know, they were even highlighting on the desk that they didn't have a good solos. None of them had a good solo day, but here finding a win in the trios against a hard-hitting set of groups as well. This is a big booster for them.
Yeah, and like it was just mentioned, Goj just said it. They're in the A group. They were in 9th going into this. Now getting that win, that is absolutely going to boost them right up.
Yeah, it's not even like they had an easy path to get to that final circle either. They push underneath Prison, just battling their way through towards all these teams. Yep. They pinch out SGP as well. SGP were stuck between Na'Vi as well as Eisen, and then just continue to force their way into that final circle.
at the end, and it was Brody that kind of pointed this one out. They took top prison just out of nowhere, and everybody's just like, wait a second, Aizen's still alive? And that's such a big moment.
Well, actually, that's exactly what happened, but also committing to the rotation early because, again, they were one of the first teams to rotate early, and Oki started to lead that as well. I believe Oki ran into them, got taken down. So committing to that rotation and having the setup first.
Pays off.
Yeah, perfect.
Incredible stuff. And Prodigy, again, going back to him, Prodigy was a guy that you mentioned playing on 2020 Sense, and it made sense watching him kind of, just absolutely snap this entire team popping off when they needed to most. And they were a big discussion at the beginning at the top of the show. All these clubs are playing for the club championship trophy, trying to earn points. Well, AB Wiz and their crew could absolutely shut that down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, utilizing the C4 there to get your opponent weak, but I mean, being able to just how quickly maneuver, he was literally slaying everybody. Being able to take down, that was Bagel right there, just anybody in his path, but how quickly you can move at a 2020 Sense, I mean, that's hard to control, you guys.
Hard to control indeed, but like you said, 9th place is where they started, and now they've gone up, or at least for Aizen and his crew, right, which just absolutely great. Let's actually bring in some casters, 2 of them anyways, and we got iHold Shift and Dantro, who's been watching all the action. I actually came up there and talked to you guys. I know you're pumped up. Shift, come on, talk to me, man. These at least 3 games that we've seen so far, I mean, lights out.
Look, if you want chaos, there's no more chaos than someone dropping in to a win. I mean, let's look. We just got, you guys fight it out. Let's sit up here with a pistol, watch you guys duke it out. It's not bad.
It's not.
Oh, God. It's not bad at all, man. I mean, dude, we were sitting in that green room. We always had a little bit of a delay. So when we got into the matches, though, dude, electric. I'm glad that the games are bringing the hype. It was worth the wait. We are here. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Spicy.
Oh, golly. This is going to be fun, man. And I think the thing is, there's no more expectations.
Yeah.
This is just, let's get Mixie, thrive in the chaos, jump right onto the trenches, which it looks like we're about ready to go here for map number 4 already. So already ready to hit this one on the ground running. I mean, just other reactions, towards what we got in our first 3 games from you.
Well, I think the one big thing that I wanted to know, in that kind of first sort of group we saw between A and B, map number 1, we only saw 1 or 2 teams go out before Resurgence closed. Map number 2, all 14 teams alive as that Resurgence ends. However, when we move into this new group set, I think by the time Resurgence closed, we have literally half of the lobby deleted and gone. All right, more aggression is here. I got to assume this game number 2 of this group series going to be similar.
Yeah, really pumped to see what we get in terms of, are there going to be more contested over the top of some of these landing zones? Because flat out, we saw Alamula really get costed in their first set of games because of that. So far, looks like everyone's taking some of their designated areas. Breadman, of course, trying to play for top water tower, and he will be hit by Dongi early. So an opportunity to try to get things going here between this Cloud9 squad, which had a really poor start to their first game.
Yeah, I know that they are disappointed with that first kind of, drop that they had, and coming in here into drop number 2, they want to make some waves because remember, it's only going to get harder from here. We're bringing that Hell group, Group B, back into the mix in that next map. This is your time to really rack up the points if you are a squad like Cloud9. But back on over at Control, this is a matchup I love that we see. It is Zizix and, of course, Na'Vi. I had a chance to interview Zeppa, actually, and he was pumped about this contest. He was ready for it. He said, bring it.
Well, they're getting it brought to him at the moment. Hamoud right down in with the pistol, a couple of shots for the tags, but for the most part, this is a difficult battle. As, this is now just down to essentially what can Hamoud do to stay alive. Crim's knocked and taken down, and this is just a staggered that Na'Vi is more than happy to say thank you very much for the kills.
Yeah, and the one thing you really want to try and avoid here, if you're either one of these teams, is getting into this cycle, right, where you get taken out, you kind of are, one of your teammates is alive, maybe 2 of them, but the second one doesn't have full loadout. You're trying to be able to fly back on in, and it's just kind of a cycling of kills between the 2 teams until eventually somebody's going to win this POI. They're going to come out with a lot of elimination. So while you may want to ego chow, you may want to own control, sometimes it's okay. Just back away. Give it up.
Exactly the case. You don't want to, the thing about it is you just don't want to be in a position to where you're exiting with no kills, no placement. It just really feels like a lost game where not even an outlier factor can come into play. That's just really going to punish. So, still seeing him in the kill feed. Zeppa, Limax continuing to farm on to Hamoud and the rest of the boys as we head on in towards what we can see from SGP. Intex has had a great day so far. Dongi as well, one of our top overall kill leaders. And now we get to finally see Believe get a little bit more involved, but does get taken down. Juki's team right around the corner.
Yeah, it looked like that was a really solid opening sort of down from Intex and Co, but they are going to answer back. This isn't going to be just a very, very clean sort of team engagement. You can can see there's only one player left over there in that chemical area of the map, as it does become a 3v1. Back on over to Twisted Minds, though. This is a team that has been making waves all day long, sitting here in this bottom prison area, all three playing together, looking to make some waves around the map. And back over at control, guess who's still fighting? Na'Vi and Team Zix. And I think maybe, just maybe, finally Na'Vi have won the battle.
It feels that way, and I think at the other side of this conversation is not just has Na'Vi won, but there's also the element of Zix has been dominated.
Yeah.
Absolutely farmed at the moment as we head on over to Team Destroy, who, well, again, you have to give a lot of credit to Destroy. Having not played yesterday, we heard the interview at the beginning of the day, not feeling well, hasn't really had a chance to really even experience Saudi Arabia to this point, but boy, is he experiencing it here today.
Fantastic game number one. They've been solid in the rest of these maps, but you have to be able to close it on out if you are them. Twisted Minds kind of gaining control of that bottom prison area. You see Raul, part of Team Destroy, on the roof. They're just waiting for the teammates to come back on in. Alula on the other side. They've sort of sticking to this chemical engineering, taking a little bit of opportunity to decide where do we want to move around the map, where do we want to get to. But as Circle 1 does go ahead and close, we are seeing a lot of action in this map already.
Taking a look just kind of over the top of everything, yeah, it does look like finally Team Zix has given up on that position over towards Control Center, but they can't find anywhere else to land. So it almost feels like a matter of time before they find their way out of the picture. And, well, kind of taking a look, we already have lost one full squad to this point. So Na'Vi now in fighting form with loadouts ready to go. A little bit of a different contest starting to come through, as this is Team Vision that's right around the corner from them. Rocket, Clapper able to get involved, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi in a little bit of trouble.
A little bit of ring around the rosy on the boat there, trying to be able to circle like sharks in the water against Na'Vi. Finally be able to bring them on down on this dockside. Clapper wants to hit that redeploy, but this is the rough part of those. You get ripped up. He's able to hit the redeploy and is hanging on by a thread. And it looks like finally AB Wiz will be the one to bring them on down. C9 sitting up at that helipad just above chemical engineering. A little bit of a regain situation happening. And, well, Intex, you're flying back on in. You're joining on up with Believe here at the harbor, looking to make a regain.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is we should not expect to hear much from them for probably quite some time here. Got to get themselves back with proper weapons to take these mid-game engagements. And Tommy also kind of in a similar situation, trying to float in, get to his loadout. He does safely get there. I say that with hesitation because he's down no plates, very little health, but still able to get himself the proper loadout that he wants as we get on board with Twisted Minds. Not the greatest result from their last overall match, but they look like they're absolutely dominating Prison. It's Team Destroyed that's nearby, but again, it's just one member left.
Yeah, and I love they're kind of just sticking around this prison area. They don't really feel the need to sort of fly around the map, really move. This is a really strong point that if you can gain control of, that you can lock it on down. A lot of teams might try to come on in here to maybe kind of hold on up, but it's going to be hard when you got a team like Twisted Minds. So I love what Z-Smith's doing there. You see him kind of looking up towards that tower saying, I know there's somebody up there. We need to take them off.
And for Twisted Minds, it's been really good in terms of placements. They have had a really difficult time, though, finding the same kill success that the individuals were able to provide yesterday. So that's the big question mark here for these guys, as I'm sure they're sitting here saying, where is everybody? I mean, we've cleared out the entirety of Prison. They've barely seen another squad in any sort of form. So now it's just going to be down to getting over to a buy station, likely getting a UAV and get themselves active. Over to Aula. In a little bit of a difficult spot trying to rotate over. We talked about Tommy before, trying to get to his loadout. He's able to at least secure it, but the problem is you've got BSL staring right down your throat.
Yeah, really good job there from Liam and Bagel to kind of take that on the high-low. A really classic Battle Royale move, to be honest with you, to bring down Tommy. And you see some shots come on in on that roof, and immediately they're going to jump on down and try and maybe re-engage this. You come on out, you're going to be able to clean up Jukies, and they actually spot Lennon. A couple shots going in deep, not going to be able to connect. But for right now, you have this entire edge of zone. If you are BSL, you kind of are opening up the map for you to be able to rotate in where you would like.
Especially as soon as this circle closes, they're going to get a really good idea in terms of where they need to move after that. And BSL actually, looks over towards Believe in Co. for a moment there as we jump on board with Levi and Na'Vi, who are dealing with, again, remnants of more squads that continue to just drop right on into their laps. We got to remember they did have pretty much a full reset of their own. So right back in, still finding kills. Na'Vi definitely feeling like they're really putting together a high kill number early.
Yeah, I mean, I love they kind of just able to sit here, and they haven't really felt the need to really move around the map. The only thing that worries me, though, you have a lot of squads that are starting to move in from the other side that are starting to encroach them. So So if they can manage to kind of hang out here, kind of catch some of these teams on rotation, they will be feeling good because you have a couple teams coming in from docks. They're coming in, of course, from those tents area, maybe up from living quarter trying to wrap on through as we see Clapper tries to hit the zip, but it's going to be Limax a little bit of a fadeaway to bring him on down.
Yeah, Vision need to hold this for a moment here because on the hunt is Na'Vi, as they have been the entirety of this lobby. I'm sure it's getting sweaty over there in Aussie land. A couple of kills still right underneath them potentially, but again, it feels like they need to take a breath here for a moment. I mean, they're on a really busy side of the circle. They have not had to leave Control Center since their opening drop. But the interesting thing about it, we talked about Team Zizix here. They're still in full three-man form. They've got 14 total kills. I mean, somehow, some way, considering the fact that it looked like Na'Vi was dominating them, they're actually looking pretty solid at the moment.
I mean, hey, your ability to regain is such a crucial factor in this game mode, and especially in this tournament over this week. And I love that we're seeing Zizix here when their back is against the wall. Maybe you're kind of losing this first initial drop, this initial contest. You're proving that you can kind of go to a different area of the map and regain. This is the type of moment they're going to look back on if they make it to the finals, say map 2, map 3, that you have a bad map, that they're going to look back and say, we did it once before, we can do it again.
And how about it? Hamoud is able to find a stray member of the side of Twisted Mind. Smith dealt with. The rest of the team already got rotation into the middle of the circle, so he's going to have to be purchased back as we will get another team wipe here. That squad 7, that's Izun's team, that's done and dusted. And I will say, again, we want to talk about surprises. They're currently at the top of our leaderboard now with 60 points, so not the greatest individual day, but wow, they came to play here in day number 2.
It's kind of what you want to see. Back on over to Prison, though. Team Destroy. Last time we kind of saw this, we knew that they were hanging out here on top. We saw them get aggressive early on in the map set. Top of Prison is their playground as they do spot Juki's flying on in. They, a couple shots will go out. Nothing really there. Just kind of maybe a little bit of warning shot saying, hey, I got this roof. Nobody come up here.
Another moment where BSL is now the next team off the table. So again, one of our squads that had a really good start to their group stage now find themselves down and out very early. Back into the main kill feed, though, as the respawns will close out. C9 will have to find a way to get Foreign Jace back into the mix. While on the same front, I mean, again, you just look over to the kill feed. You still got Team Abwis putting together kills largely off of the solo presence of Oki. He continues to be a consistent force as C9 just trying to hold some ground here as they will have to make a pretty desperate rotation to get up to high ground.
Yeah, I do like the sort of positioning. You see the connect come in from Breadman, but you just have that just even little bit of open area that you have to cross to get back on over here. It's going to be pretty dangerous. Hopefully you have smokes in your back pocket to make it happen. You can see SGP, they've been able to make a little bit of an early rotation on top of them. Tommy lurking a little bit behind. Juki's not too far away either. So I think if those two can kind of team up, start moving around the map together, you could find a couple of kills on your way.
Dude, we're looking at 17 kills from Zizix, and they continue to find eliminations, that time by way of the mortar strike. Na'Vi also up there in the kill total. They're currently on 16 and a chance to possibly win out the interior here at Prison. More players down low. Wouldn't you go figure that these two teams are going to find a way to fight each other again, you'd think. At the moment, though, it is looking at C9 trying to rotate over, and how about it? A little bit of a duality play coming through as all of a sudden you've got SGP in the mix.
Yeah, Na'Vi, you're trying to push on through. You want that space, but you're just going to get denied from SGP, forcing you to think on your feet. You can see Limax kind of has to make this wrap all the way out to rejoin Zeppa here over at the Prison. C9 as the duo, they're kind of getting that little bit of a side room, outside showers as well, just trying to hold on top of it. We'll have to wait and see, but look where this zone is starting to pull here, shift. We are about to see what I like to call the Great Migration.
Well, it might look like the Trail of Tears here in a moment because everyone's coming right down the front side at Prison, and it's going to be an absolute mess. Also, kind of in the mix, you have a full team wipe in the mix. Twisted Minds able to win out in the middle of the new circle. You can see on the minimap pulled up, they have got a prime position locked into one of the only buildings that will be in this new center.
Yeah, I really like this. If you look at this map, basically you have two areas you want to try and hold. You either want to try and hold this high ground to the northwest that's up there, or you want to hold the one building that's there. They're opting to kind of sit on the low ground, because I think if this zone does pull sort of, more northeast, more southwest, you're kind of setting yourself for a better position. Meanwhile, if you want to try and hold that high ground, good luck, because you got about 5 teams around there all looking to do the same.
Yeah, Zizix actually going to find a little bit of a corner building as well, kind of looking at them in the minimap from the perspective of Team Destroy, who is still trying to read more teams rotating right through where they previously were, kind of chasing their own shadows in a certain way. And we look over towards Destroy. He will be knocked. but a chance to keep themselves right in the mix. The plates being reaffirmed. Nate also just kind of trying to fight from the high ground, but yeah, now they know that there are players behind him. Shots coming out from Team Zizix has destroyed, completely cornered on this edge of the circle.
Yeah, and I really like, look, Zizix just kind of sitting over there, top of that factory building. You have this height, you can look down on in, but it's gonna be a mortar from Oki, dealing some insane damage. PDS on the outside, Raul with the shock stick, follows it up with the thermite. Okay, buddy.
And he's still healthy enough. Destroy's going to get purchased back in, so they're right back into this. It looked really desperate for a moment there. They're pinched between 3 different squads, but now look at where the rotation's going to come through. You've got Twisted Minds from the edge of the circle now playing up to the north. Smokes are through. You've even got, on top of that, Hamoud squad has taken the trolley to get back up to high ground. It's just absolute chaos here as we rotate back closer to prison.
This is one of those pulls that you hate to see, but if you can play it correctly, you will absolutely reap. And well, look who's sitting here top prison, full view of everybody trying to come on in. It is Hamoud. 11 kills already in this map. I know that they would love to get a win under their belt, jump up that leaderboard.
Well, I mean, they've got 24 total kills. Even a second place would be unbelievable for them to get not just in the mix, but like he's mentioned, maybe into a top 2 position overall on the leaderboard. And Hamoud can still stay up on top of this building for a little while longer. So now you're down to the final 3. Destroy squad out of the mix. You're looking at a full team of Alalua and then 1 player from both Exist as well as Twisted Minds left remaining. It looks like Tommy London Juki should pull this off, but I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
We've seen crazier endings today, my friend. Who knows? We'll have to wait. Now, the real thing is here is that if you are Z-Smith or Hamoud, it is so crucial that you get second instead of third right here. And it actually is going to be Z-Smith that goes down in third. Hamoud, top prison, will lay down the PDS. Maybe look to try and make something happen, but good luck. You're outside in the gas. You can only stay out here for so long. Gas mask has been depleted. You can see some of that damage coming on in. Not really enough cash to hit that mobile buy that's right near him. I don't know. This might just be a moment where you're just waiting, maybe get taken out by the gas and deny Alula that one extra little bit of point.
That's the right call, my friend. That's exactly it. Do not allow them to get that extra kill. That is an unbelievable game from Team Zizix, but the wild thing is it's going to feel like an empty win in certain regards from Tommy and co. They finish on 7 total. Oh, that's not 13. 13 total kills, I believe. So, again, not bad, but the teams that finished below them, second, third, fourth, all had more overall kills than they did.
That's kind of really the beauty of Resurgence. You can see how excited Hamoud and Zizix and Crims are right now. They are pumped, they are amped. When we looked at Tommy Juki's 11, they were like, all right, pumped, yeah, let's go, let's get into the next one. But that squad is excited, and you can see Tommy maybe chatting with the boys a little bit, feeling good. What I like about that win, though, if you are Alula, though, it seems like they've kind of struggled a little bit off their drop spots, getting into that mid-game. It seems like we saw them get into some action early, but they're able to regain, they're able to play out the rest of that game and make it to be that last sort of final 3 alive. Being able to make it to that endgame, being a full 3-man team, speaks a lot.
And on top of that, just looking back, they finished 13th in the last game with 0 kills, apparently, is what we're reading here. So that's a huge game just to get them into the conversation.
I love that you call that out. That's exactly the type of thing you need. And this is a team that is going to sort of thrive off of momentum, right? They are very momentum heavy. We've seen it with Juki's 11. We know that Tom is the same way, right? Sometimes it's easy to get down on yourself, but when Tommy's fired up, you got the best comms in the game on your team. You know he's going to be telling the boys, hey, we got this. We just need to kind of keep frying and keep maneuvering on out. So hopefully they can do that tomorrow, though, because I believe they are done for today.
They are, and I was just about to say, that's a great way to end your day. We kind of saw it from Tommy at the end of the solos yesterday. He had the 1v1 versus Breadman in one of the final 2 drops, and then here, the ability to kind of come with your full squad, take 2 different 3v1s. Now, granted, obviously they don't get to have a chance to take the last one. This final blow is going to feel very anticlimactic. It's more like the final breath at this point for Hamoud, but regardless of it, I think you're absolutely right. That's one of those you look back on for Alula and say, okay, we're in our groove. We have the right calls. We can trust that going into tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a game that you basically go and VOD review tonight. You're going to go with the boys. You're going to look at it and say, hey, we had some games we didn't do too well. We had one game we did really, really well. We need to at least be halfway point between that, but like, let's take the best, let's fix the worst. So that way, hopefully, when you come in tomorrow, you're feeling like a whole brand new team.
Can we early call that is the regain of the tournament, though, from Zizix getting farmed by Na'Vi to finishing with top kills in the lobby in second?
It's up there. It's at least tied.
I would say it's #1 for right now. I mean, unless you want to make an argument for I fell in with a pistol and I won the lobby.
I mean, hey, making a play through the gas, getting a buyback, winning a game, that might be up there, man.
Whoa, fun stuff so far as we finish out our second heat worth of games. One more heat to go, 2 more drops. We head back to Taylor and the rest of the desk.
All right, thank you, Shiv. Dandro, what a game that was. And finally, a good showing coming out from Team 6, one of their best performances. And the good news is they've got 2 more games to go since they are Group C. Game 1, we won't really talk about it. Game 2, though, we will talk about it without question. But Alula waking up for the first time, their 4th game of the day. That was their final until we see them tomorrow. Finally, they get something done.
It's about time. I mean, Alula had this ecstatic day number 1. We were all counting on them to keep that momentum into day 2. And exiting now the day, it was kind of a little bit of a shaky one. They kept on finding themselves fighting from the back foot time and time again, just constantly just trying to revive their teammates, just make it into place. But in that last game, we were all surprised watching them early on that, you know, Juki's, Tommy, and Lennon, they were all making it in towards the final circle. They just keep on playing against that adversity, and I think that's what makes this Alula team quite special. What we were looking forward to them is that no matter how much they get pushed back, we can always count on them to show up.
Well, let's talk about Team 6, because 6 was going off and going so well. Hamoud, too, I want to say one of the top slayers out there. These guys really made an impact in Game 2. We talk about them, 2 of them, right? Zix as well as Hamoud being Saudi locals, representing Saudi Arabia, representing the Falcons in the World Series of Warzone. Of course, not here, though, when it comes to the World Cup. But regardless, though, they are looking like a powerhouse team at this point, and I know they got to be happy. The snipes were on point. This is what I liked about this positioning. They were on top of, headquarters. They were pinning down teams, but then they made the rotation to factory.
Yeah, I mean, and smart plays all around. I mean, getting those snipes too, those picks, that was so crazy. Wiping out methods there too, which obviously they were dominating the last game around control. But that rotation was actually really chaotic, right? Let's talk about that towards the end. Yep. Because one of the teams that we saw in that early rotation, Brody, was Twisted Minds, right? They were set up on the other side of Factory. Not a lot going on. They were just chilling, right? And then all that action over by Prison.
Yeah, it's funny how everything can come tumbling down from early rotation, right? Twisted Minds, they made that early rotation, as you said, over towards that side of the map, which, to be fair, I think they were gravitated towards that area for a really long time. But again, they were chilling for like a long time, just waiting for something to come their way. The minute it does, it kind of all falls apart. I will say, shout out to Smith, though, towards the end of the game. I think Dandro called it perfectly. The difference between second and third can be massive in these games. He tried to hang on for as long as he possibly could. Unfortunately, just could not get it done. But I will say, Twisted Minds have had a hell of a consistent day. They have consistently been top fragging, consistently in top placing.
Yeah, I mean, come on, as we look at the highlights, you can even see, I'm sure, Twisted Minds tearing it up throughout those initial games. They've already played their 4. They'll come back tomorrow. But make no mistake, Twisted Minds are insane. This was the start of the game. Zix was getting warmed up. That game 1, at least for them today, game 3 that we've seen anyways, wasn't that good. But Crims, too, started joining into the mix. They're filling themselves over at Tense, and they continue to go and go and go. Some other key stars, though, Twisted Minds, as we said, Alula, but who else started to step it up?
Izund, right? Rodrigo and them, like, they were absolutely slaying it. I mean, we were looking at their eliminations, and I mean, yes, coming in contact with some of these players you see, it was just chaos through and through. But another player, too, that surprises us was Oki.
Yeah, Oki's been playing out of his mind all day, just straight up. Because he had a solid game. I think it was, what, 10, 11 kills last game?
Something like that.
You know, and again, this game, it wasn't just him. It was the entire roster turning up to play. Oki has been on fire. And again, bringing it back to that overarching storyline, the fact that Oki is doing this, what, post-surgery, right? I mean, it's the idea, right? Appendix is out, and he's right back in. He is playing out of his mind right now. He's got to be one of those candidates, I think, for a weekend MVP that we got to be talking about.
And how crazy was it that Prodigy right there just took down C9?
Altogether, I mean, C9 have just been not having a good go at this group so far. Entering in, Brody, you had the highlights onto this Cloud9 team, and they just haven't been able to piece it together. 0 points in the first game. They, get a couple in the second game, but starting to trickle down the ladder like we saw Alula back in their first set of games.
Yeah, this was when we started to look at Alula. Serious contenders to take that game. They ended up finishing it off. I was rooting for Team 6, of course, but you can only do so much. Top Prison, the gas isn't closing. If you had a little bit more money, the conversation gets interesting because there was a mobile buy on top Prison. Does he get his teammate back? Maybe so. What's the impact of that? I don't know. To be honest with you, Lula already had all 3 up, so they probably still win that, but a good effort nonetheless. Second place, they'll take that. And Alula, well, at least looks stronger now going into day 2 for their group play,
no doubt,
as opposed to how they started the day. So good news for Juki's fans out there, Tommy fans, of course, and Lennon.
Yeah, and it should be worth saying as well, to be fair, even though they end the day strong, I do wonder how much of an effect those early games are going to have on their final standings. Because remember, only so many teams are going to make it to the final day. So do those first 3 games damage them in any way? Sure, you can bounce back on the second day. You can have a phenomenal second day. That's what that second day is for, those adjustments. Right. But still, worth saying, those first few games, not great.
But it's about, like, kind of what I brought up earlier. You don't want to be the team to play catch-up at all. During a tournament like this, with the amount of that's on the line right now, you don't want to be in that position heading into day number 3 where you're playing catch-up because of everything that you did back on day number 2. And unfortunately, even though they come out with that win, Alula, I think they're putting themselves in that position.
Well, I'm about to pass it back to you because this one's going to feel special. It's time to crown our Sony MVP. Let's find out who it was. And as we take a look, it's Dongi from SGP, Seymour.
I'm telling you, Dongwick, this guy is a demon. They're going into that 4th game at the top as a total team. SGP, they had 41 kills heading into this game. Dongi himself with 18, just leading the charge throughout this entire day 2 of trios. And
I love that.
I feel like there's nobody really that Dongi's worried about playing. He says that he's just ready to kind of tear it up. As soon as he gets that gun in his hand, he's ready to fight anybody that comes in his sights. And he's proving that right now, that no matter what happens, you know, inside of the World Series of Warzone, no matter what happens in any other tournament, this is his tournament that he wants to win alongside Intex and Believe. He may not have been the first choice for them, but right now he's looking like the best choice.
Absolutely the best choice. And like we said, the Sony MVP, good on him for being able to do that. It's got to feel good, right? We crown one at least once a day, and well, he's going to be the second one we've crowned so far. Incredible stuff from Group A. Big wins, though, from Group A. What's the biggest win you would think?
From what?
Group A. Because now
Minds.
Twisted Minds, I think
Twisted
so.
Minds.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, absolutely, Tor.
You gotta talk
Twisted
about
Minds
BSL.
absolutely incredible, man. And you shouted them out. So look, I'll tell you what, Seymour, you're up here, man, and you know, one of the first times you're covering Warzone in a long time, and I tell you what, big-brained over there, brother.
I mean, like, I voted Twisted Minds. They're my team that I'm looking at to win this whole thing. I had my mind on the prize, and so did they. I think that it's incredible to see the way that they play.
All right, well, let's head over to the SDC Arena for one of our interviews with one of our great players.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SDC Arena, and I'm here with our victors from game number 1, Team Island, representing LATAM. First of all, congratulations on the win. We're going to go down our questions down the line here with Claudia, our translator, on the interview. First of all, Matthew, congratulations on the win. I want to ask you, walk me through that 1v1. You came in map 1, great position on the rooftop. How was that for you? What was the setup in your mind?
Bueno, primero de todo, enhorabuena por haber ganado y me gustaría que nos contaras un poquito sobre aquella batalla 1 contra 1 en el tejado, que fue muy buen posicionamiento.
Básicamente, Aison me revivió en la tienda, vi que podía caer en el techo, tenía zona, sabía que los demás iban a estar weak porque pues estaban peleando, simplemente caí y nada, los vivié y dije, GG's, ganamos, easy.
Yeah, so basically Aison informed me that that was a good place to land. So then I saw that the opponent was in a weak position, and I definitely took the chance to then beat him there.
Definitely. So the gas was the last finisher there to win it out for you and the squad. Going the line, Rodrigo, again, congratulations. Now, it seems like you and the entire team were moving together as one unit throughout the game. Was that your game plan the whole time?
Parece que estabais todos con un equipo bastante junto todo el tiempo. Me gustaría saber si ese era el plan de juego desde el principio.
Sí, la verdad que más que nada la persona que nosotros generalmente seguimos es a Mati, pero nosotros quedamos como ese es un mapa un poco más corto, un poco más pequeño, que cualquiera que tenga una idea vayamos con él y tenemos que confiar en nuestros compañeros siempre.
We were mostly following Mati, but we were always as a very, very close team at all times.
All right, very good. And finally, down the line, Izun, you are proclaimed as the best player in Colombia. How does it feel to represent your nation here at the Esports World Cup?
Izun, te consideras el mejor jugador de Colombia. ¿Cómo se siente estar aquí representando a tu país?
Bueno, la verdad es un orgullo muy grande poder representar a mi país y no solo pues mi país, sino en general a toda Latinoamérica y demostrar que en Latinoamérica también hay nivel y podemos competir en igualdad de condiciones a un alto nivel.
I am very proud to be representing Colombia and the whole region in general, and for us to prove that we can actually compete at this very, very high level.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for the translations. Thank you, all of you again. Congratulations on the win. And let's recap real quick for our Arabic viewers out there. بس لنذكركم معنا تيم ايزون الرابحين بأول خرطة هون بوارزون، واللي صار انتقلنا من لاعب للتاني. بلشنا بماتي اللي فسرنا كيف بال1 في 1 باخر ماب 1 قدر انه يربحها، كان ببوزيشن منيحه ورفقاته عطوه الكول، نزل اخذ الكل وربح الفريق. وصلنا بعدين على رودريجو، سالناه انه انتم بالماب عم تتحركوا كلياتكم كفريق.
All right, that was actually really cool. That was an
I love
interview in
that.
3 languages, by the way. That's special because it is the World Cup and we're covering all angles. Love the STC Arena interviews and the energy at the STC Arena in general. Aizen win game number 3. They start off strong, but their plays at the end were special.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's one of the smartest plays, probably if not the smartest play I've actually seen of the entire day so far.
Wow.
Right at the end of that game number 3, unfortunately I actually didn't get a chance to talk about it after the game, but I had an eagle eye on the map and I could just see one of those players floating in while the other fight between the other 2 teams was going down. That was actually Maddie. So just before that final circle on the final zone, right, those guys, Team Iceland, they went in towards prison all the way through tunnel, but unfortunately they all go down. Eisend, the namesake for the roster, plays his life for long enough that he can get Matty back in. Matty floats, waits for the gunfights to go down, gets himself onto the top prison, and then takes those final kills. Just an incredibly smart play.
Yeah, and it's crazy because me and Brody were kind of going back and forth on this, and I was like, no, Oki was trying to
Yeah,
find him.
I
I'm
remember
pretty
that.
sure
There was a heated
no one
debate.
was floating, but no, Isund, King Mati, Rodrigo, they had such a good game that game, and yeah, that was such a good shout because the floaties, like, I don't even think we talked about that, how floating is important.
It's a real thing, and it's been a real thing when it comes to Resurgence. In this case, it ended up winning the game. So shout out to the floaters out there. Sometimes not doing anything at that moment is the best play. Let's take a look at our standings and see who's leading the charge, because I'm personally curious. And at the top is Team Aizen, 69.4. Navi just below them, and then SGP. 3 teams that have had a heavy narrative today.
Yeah, and Twisted Mind's kind of falling behind there. Number 5, 54.4 points. Like we said, still shouldn't impact them for day number 2, but it's something to keep in mind. On top of that, Alula jumping up to number 8 out of the overall rankings there. They finish with 49 points. That could be a saving grace heading into day 3 as well. Lots of big changes towards the end for some teams who needed it, but lots of consistency that we saw out of Group A. I think if there's anything that surprised me today, is that Group A showed up.
Group A did, in fact, show up, and Group C showed up as well with Team 6. We've seen some great performances in Group B as a whole. I think today, all teams have kind of been performing well, and it's happy to see Destroy in 4th place. Remember, he started off Game 1 in 1st place because of the eliminations. He still is a little bit sick, but now he's back and in 4th place. That's a big performance.
Absolutely a big performance, and I mean, credits to, obviously, I mean, we saw Raul, right? Raul, one of my favorite characters.
Too.
Yeah, he literally had so many clutch plays, dude.
Yeah.
That insane buyback, what was that? I believe that last map there, that was insane. So the clutch factor, those guys have it, and I mean, man, when you got your little brother and that energy winning that game yesterday, yeah, that momentum is carrying.
Momentum indeed, 4th place, but I believe their games are done if I'm not mistaken. So there is a chance for some shifting up at the top, right, when it comes to Group C, who still have 2 more. Group B, obviously, still with 2 more games themselves. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to see how it's going to end up ending. And if Team 6, a team that I've been promoting for quite some time now, if they will continue that dominant run as they just had, because that game right there showed me they've got a lot of gas left in the tank. But as we do go into break, I ask you in the chat, what teams do you want to see go big from Group B and Group C? Our final 2 games of the day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will conclude day number 2 group play.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. This is day 2, and we're coming down to our last 2 maps of the day. Groups B and C about to face off against each other. But before we get into that conversation too deep, let's once again recap Group A, who have finished their 4 games of the day. Alula finally waking up right. Excited to see how they're going to perform tomorrow, carrying that energy from their last game. They ended up taking the win. But let's also talk Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, a team that, well, played very, very well. And then before we actually start that conversation, why don't we actually go over to the STC Arena and talk to Aiden from Twisted Minds.
What's up, guys? Puggy here on the 4 with the one and only Aiden. Now, Aiden, I gotta say, you are looking clean in this Twisted Minds jersey. Your teammates looking ferocious on the map. You're done for the day. This is day 1 in the books. How are we feeling?
Our games were kind of average. You know, I have high expectations for us. I think we can play a lot better. We had one good game where we won, but honestly, the way I'm looking at it is these group stages are kind of like practice. I mean, I'm definitely confident we're gonna get top 14. So as long as we can correct these mistakes by the finals, you know, that's kind of the goal.
So if you're just tuning in, we have 21 teams. Top 14 move on to the finals. That's where the money is being distributed. So let's talk a little bit how you're going to climb this leaderboard. What are the expectations for tomorrow, and what teams do you need to look out for?
Tomorrow we're probably just tonight we'll probably talk about, you know, our mistakes, what we did wrong, see if we can correct any stuff. I think the things that we did wrong were kind of obvious, so I think there'll be some easy corrections. Teams, we're not really worried about anyone. We're just playing our game no matter who we're playing against. So we're just gonna do our thing and just fry tomorrow.
Now, I know you get a lot of time playing against the NA competition. Yeah. What is it like here on the global scale? You're playing against some of the best around the planet. Anyone standing out today or shocking you with their performance?
Not really. I think NA on top.
NA on top. We just saw Hamoud and crew put up some big points. They're trying to catch up. We'll find out if they can. Best of luck, Aiden.
Thanks. I got stuff in my hand. Sorry.
Great guy, this Aiden. Love him, love him. Follow his Twitch, follow his YouTube. You're gonna love him too.
Well, there's Aiden, NA on top. It is the 4th of July after all. We're sorry, Brody, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, my brother.
That happened once, just once. You said it's Independence Day, it's the 4th of July. You know what, I'll let the Americans have it just this once.
Thank you very much, and we'll keep taking it. You don't even have to give it to us, okay? Hey, Aiden, a great player and an even better performance from his entire roster. Twisted Minds tearing it up, a big narrative throughout the day, and again, shout out to you, brother, for calling him out.
You know, maybe it was a big brain play to call them. Maybe my mind is just a little twisted right now, and I know exactly who to vote for, but I like that Aiden, after all the success that they found today, is still saying it was an average day for them. I think that says a lot about their mindset coming in towards this tournament. You know, you were mentioning that Z-Smith, he's really hard focused on the IGL role, and right now they're holding themselves to a standard that even they have not met today. So for this Twisted Minds team, they ended the day in a really good placing, 5th overall, but they are shooting for even more than that still.
Yeah, they're shooting for a lot more, and like you said, holding themselves to a higher standard. That's for good reason, because Aiden knows what it takes to be competitive. Tommy knows what it takes to be competitive. You know, other veterans know what it takes, but Aiden for sure, like, he knows, like, I need to be at the top of the food chain. He wants to be there, and he has been there. So for him, Right now, he wants a bit more. He knows it's not over with. They still need to make top 14 and then take the championship.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that, where that comes from Aiden, at least, like, it's just like, man, those late game moments, it's like, you know, you can close them. And I think where we saw a lot of consistency from them in those late game moments, like even when you think of Z-Smith and his solos yesterday, right? Like, there's so many situations where they could have come out on top of that, like being too overly critical, but also knowing, hey, I can do this better. That's very smart and humble for them to at least recognize that.
And they recognize the fact that they can always get better. And I love that. And you know that as a competitor yourself, and we've seen that throughout the history of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the point, right? That is the beauty of this format. You're not seeing all of these games played on one day. We are going to see a break tonight. These players, they're going to go back to the hotel rooms. They're going to be like, look, this is where we went drastically wrong in day number 1. We fixed up on those issues, and we're going to be good going into day number 2. To be honest, I really don't think Twisted Minds really need to change all that much.
I think,
Dream, you kind of got it right? We're just saying about kind of the late game plays, closing the games out. We know Twisted Minds were able to do it and get back in game number 2, but beyond that, again, just getting that consistently down, Twisted Minds might be walking away with one of the highest seeds out of this group stage of finals.
They very well could, which would be special for them. I know Juki's, it would be a tremendous thing. FIFA's also watching from home, and I know he's cheering his current teammate, I should say, for World Series of Warzone. Alula, right? They've been a big narrative on the desk here. They are done for the day as they were in Group A. They finish off in 9th place, looking to do better tomorrow. They did, in fact, do better, though, on their 4th game, taking the W. Let's tune in with Barney at the STC Arena with Alula.
Welcome back to the STC Arena. I'm joined by the 3 members of Al Ula. I've got Tommy, Jukis, and Lennon over here. Tommy, I'm going to come to you first, because a lot of the people, a lot of the casters, the analysts, they've all been stressing, especially on Resurgence, Rebirth, you know, the importance of the anchor role, right? You're kind of doing that for this team. How has it been? Have you felt like any additional pressure coming into this because of that anchor role being so important?
I wouldn't say I found any additional pressure on it. It's not something I usually do, but it's pretty simple. Any top player can really do it, so I trust any of these guys to do the same role. But it's just one of them ones that you need in Resurgence, because if you want 2 people to fight to pick up the kills, you need to be staying alive, just getting the loot in so you can get their spawn timer down. But it's a vital role in this. It sucks a little bit having to do it, like for anyone, because you all want to be running around killing, but no, it's fine.
If they want anyone to do it, Tommy's the man to do it. It's all right, man. You got this. Lennon, I'm going to come to you next, mate. And I think that, you know, a lot of people have been chatting about how the last LAN event you guys had was London. It was last year. Like this, there's few and far between. How important is it to you guys to ensure that you guys compete against everyone face to face, in person? How different is it?
I think it's more real. You realise that you're here with everyone that's playing that you've been playing against, like, for what, years? 4 years now since Verdansk. So it's more real, but it's pretty much just the same as it usually would be. But yeah.
Now, Jukis, I'm gonna come to you, mate. Let's talk about the end of the game, right? Let's talk about the end of map 4. So I feel like a very important thing that a lot of people are mentioning is patience. Patience has been vital, especially in a map as chaotic as Resurgence, Rebirth. Talk us through the final moments of that map, because you guys showed a lot of it down, because you didn't have high ground, you were in a bit of a sticky situation, but you had numbers.
Yeah, exactly. We had numbers. We done well to link up and actually get control of the building down low, which was in the zone as we went. Again, now what opened it up and we knew we could actually win this was when I noticed I had a goal. Garcia called the play, Tommy gave the go ahead. I went to do it. Someone chowed. Tommy got the knock, allowed me to climb up, get the fall, and then there's another guy there, got that kill, and allowed my teammates to come up, and then that was it. Then we took control. But it's just about, you know, coming up with that play, making sure the team are with it, and then obviously these 2 are good enough players to know that if I do try and make a play, someone's going to try and challenge, and then therefore they can open it up for me and for themselves. So that's exactly what happened, yeah.
And there you go, map 4. Jukis, we actually share something in common. We've got little ones at home. They might not be watching it because it might be past their bedtime. Is there anything you'd like to say to your little one, mate?
Oh, God, I don't know. I hope he has sweet dreams, you know, I miss him. I wish I could give him a hug and a cuddle, to be honest, but yeah, he probably doesn't understand me, you know. He only understands hugs and cuddles, so, you know, I wish I could give him some, but I'll see him when I get back after I win this mill.
Nice! A bit of tenderness over here on the stage never goes amiss. Same to my little one as well. I miss you loads. Now for you guys, thank you so much, Alula. I really hope you guys play extremely well tomorrow, and we hope to see you in the finals as well. But for now, we're going to go back to the studio to carry on day number 1 of the group stage.
Well, there's Alula talking. Lennon said, hey, it feels a little bit more real, right? We've been playing against these guys. Now we're here in person, and things, well, they feel great. And it must feel great, especially after that big win. They're coming into day 2 group play even stronger, and I'm hoping that they will perform like they did in that final game of the day. Group B is about to be introduced. They're coming back in real quick. A discussion, though. Obviously, Fnatic were looking great. Now they're coming back into the play. Icon's also a big impact team, looking to make a big impact. Just real quick, Seymour, is that the biggest team, Team Icons?
I mean, you have to talk Vamos, Team Icons right now. They are turning up in Group B. We got to talk about the elephant in the room, though. Falcons, they need to turn up eventually. We haven't seen them just yet. They don't have to worry about BSL this time, and they have to worry about Group C this time. So I wonder if they can catch their groove.
I wonder if they can. There it is, B and C, the final 2 maps of the day. That'll make 6 in total. Cloud9 definitely need to improve to a team that I'm going to be looking closely at. Hopefully they can avoid that tent over by Prison. But it seems like we're getting ready to go. Let's head over to the STC Arena and introduce Group B.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SDC Arena. And yes, our action continues. But a bit of a recap before we get into more of those meat and potatoes that we said earlier on in the day. Our 4 winners so far in our 4 matches: BSL, Twisted Minds, Izund, and Alola. And so our standings, Barney, they look as so. Our top 3 are Izund, Na'Vi, and SGP Syndicate, but they're all from Group A.
They are indeed. So we need to emphasize the fact that Groups B and C are still back on the stage, and they've got 2 matches left to round out day 1 of the group stage. And I know you might be thinking to yourself at home, but it's only day 1. It doesn't really matter. These points carry over. This could be the difference maker between you getting into the finals and not. So we need to hype up these teams. Our Falcons going to make a late stage surge. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled on the screen. Don't go anywhere. Grab the popcorn because it's going to get spicy. Back to the studio to go into our final maps of the day.
We are about ready to go as well. Desk is ready to go.
Hey, what's up, Desk?
We're also ready to go.
We're also ready to go.
And here, the interesting thing, and I think that the host put it out pretty perfectly here, is that everything at the top of the leaderboard is currently Group A.
Yep.
We have a lot of heavy hitters that have really shown some surprise for what we had in Group B, now returning to the stage again.
Yeah, we got a couple. One I want to shout out. You got to shout out the Brazilians, new Icons. They are going crazy on social media. Hashtag Vamos Icons. They are getting loud. They just want nothing more than to bring recognition to Brazil. And it kind of opens up this conversation, something that you and I were having, right? I know Aiden said, you know, we're on a global stage, no one's really here, but I feel like the one thing I'm witnessing when I'm looking at the standings is we're seeing a lot of these international teams. For lack of a better word, they be shooting.
The LATAM teams, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you put them on land, you say, my ping is as long as it takes for me to get to you, and all of a sudden, these guys are frying.
Yeah.
I think the cool thing about it was, even after the solo stage, I don't think our temperature changed much on the Latin American squads. Not really anything in particular that stood out in terms of, whoa, hold on a second. But you put them all together, and the collective force of teams like Izund, and here again with the new Icons, is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, I definitely think it's really, really cool that we're seeing maybe some of these teams that a lot of people were not expecting have come on in here and are really showing out. But on the flip side, Shift, we have a couple teams that I think are a little bit scary that they are at the bottom of our board here, and that's what makes me a little bit worried. You can see on our total leaderboard here. Listen, I've been hyping them up on social media all week long, but we got to talk about it. Cloud9 currently sitting in 19th. What has me worried here, Shift, I'm seeing Jace. Well, he's maybe had some donuts that we saw at breakfast today, because currently sitting on 0 kills for the squad. Something's just not clicking today.
Same thing with AG Global. You've got Castillo, same thing, on a goose egg. So there are 2 squads that we kind of looked at as possibly being major threats when we get into the collective group stage, have not been able to provide much, at least as of yet. So that has to change here, because looking at the metrics, you know, overall, the middle bar that Group A set was sitting at about 57.6 total points. That puts you kind of, at the moment, in the top half. But I think the thing about that is Group A really impressed. I mean, they're dealing with that worst in average placing of top 8. So they're getting good placements, they're getting good kills, and at the moment, the bottom half of both Group B and Group C are really lacking behind.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up the average placement too, because I feel like what that kind of tells us a story is like, you're basically, all of the teams are at least getting to that top half. So if you are any of these squads, you are looking to do the same. But let's turn up the heat, folks. Last 2 maps here of the Esports World Cup, day number 2, looking to get it started. We brought in a new group, some revitalization in the lobby here. Shift, I think it's about time we get loud.
I don't even think it's just a revitalization in the lobby. It's a revitalization in the venue because the Falcons are back on stage and you can hear the crowd already trying to inject some extra energy their way. They did fine, let's be honest. Kills are decent across the board. Placement's also not bad at all, but they're looking to improve upon what we consider to be the weakest of the 3 groups in Group C. Just comes down to will that actually matter, because again, we've been surprised all day long.
Well, and look who's already kicking it off. Breadman finding Drake off rip. So we saw Breadman go down pretty early on in that last game before the break. C9 not gonna let it happen here again. Already kind of sitting around here towards that side of the map, but over at Chemical, it's looking to already get mixy right off the drop.
Yeah, 3 different squads essentially here. Vitality are split. That's number 1 in red that you're starting to see, but you can already see new icons. Get a good read, Huskers nearby, they find the kill, and all of a sudden, Stevo actually makes his presence known, so an extra elimination on Brolic essentially gifts Chemical straight up already to new icons.
Yeah, and I really like this on the other side of that. AB Wiz, you're kind of holding this regain spot. You are right outside this sort of area of the map. You know that C9 is potentially nearby. You're all together, but you have enough space that you can back up if you need to, and that's exactly what's going to happen. A little bit of respect going down between these 2 teams. You don't need to push this early on, but as I look towards the kill feed, we are seeing something happen right now between Team Omit and Fnatic.
And Almond has been that guy. Yeah. He was that guy yesterday, really helped Fnatic hold on to a decent seed, and right there, looks like he just bailed his team out of a really difficult situation as Atlas trying to follow up. Uzi in hand, just whatever he could find to shoot with, and it works out for at least an initial down. Help is on the way by Thor and Jace, but he cannot get here in time, so the down gets reaffirmed, and Jace also gets knocked from a different squad. Wars in the mix.
A little bit tough there. Wars at range, just kind of jumping on in, like you said. More sniper rifle. Maybe you get a wall bang quickscope coming on out of that. Oki holding this shed, getting some great damage. Prodigy finally will go from an angle, brings them on down. Prodigy the only player with the loadout in hand, probably leading to a lot of success with that opening gunfight.
Keep your eye on Team 7. That is Guild from essentially the high ground, getting a really good evaluation of what's happening below them. And it looks like with the elimination onto another Cloud9 member, they're trying to get full control over through this backside area, and they have actually pushed off Abwiz and Co. So again, that little vying for position early on the coastline starting to come through.
Well, in their classic position, you got Team Falcons down here at the stronghold. Biffle does find a recon drone, and that should give them some solid information on where this other team is kind of sitting around there. So might be able to give them what they need to start making a push, start getting some early eliminations. But on top of Prison, look who's still battling it out. It's Fnatic and Gaming Gladiators, as Noobs will be able to bring down Huskers, but it's a little bit of a trade right now, and we're seeing a disengagement.
Yeah, Brolic falling off right there. Essentially, you have to commit to saying no more action here. Speaking of action, by the way, we really gave a lot of credit to Team Zizix, who had a really tough opening drop last map versus Na'Vi. They were in another difficult pickle again. This time, though, they do get really brought back towards what we expected to see versus Na'Vi. They are already eliminated out, so not a great start for them, kind of following off the success they had from their second place finish in their last drop.
Well, and Heretics, they last time we saw them in the lobby, they were feeling themselves. They were doing pretty solid. So already back over here at Control, we're seeing Daga doing a great job, kind of just holding this opening. Whoo! As we come on over, a little bit of a quick scope there onto Clapper, brings him on down. And I love this. You immediately go on up. You try to take the fight on top, but Zakar is there. And then, not today. Slams him on down.
That's a huge save from Zakar. Legitimately, they were in more than dire straits. Clapper still trying to get his feet underneath him. Not going to work out, but again, Zakar right there saying, get off my guy. Method Sick will go back to the respawn, and Cams now has to wait for Daga to come back in off the parachute.
And this is just, I don't know what it is about Control, but we are just seeing some farming happening. Cam flies on through the hipfire with the Superi is it. He's able to find the full and then take down Zakar. Finally, it looks like maybe the battle for Control going to the Heretics.
Yeah, and they need that regain really badly. Daga coming off of the respawn method's the same thing. As we head on over to a different point of view, Shifty in a little bit of trouble here. An awkward 1v1 that he will back off of just for a moment. Find someone else to take shots at, and that's JTech who will drop. Should be confirmed for the kill, no worries, and that will get Shifty a second kill.
And I love if you kind of look at this mini-map in your upper left-hand corner, what you can see here. You can see Shifty is kind of moving around the map by himself as part of that Team Falcon. Soka's kind of coming back on in. Biffle playing it a little bit safe just to ensure that Hisoka came back on into the mix. So while sort of Biffle's playing his life, making sure he's staying online. Shifty, not afraid to get aggro as he's made his way over towards Factory. Might be able to cause some chaos here for the Onyx Ravens.
Yeah, and that's another team that, again, is sitting kind of at the bottom of Group C. They could desperately use some points here in this drop to once again try to find themselves as part of the conversation, find a little bit more breathing room before we enter into day number 2. Amit also with some trouble here. Tenix is trying to swim to the bottom of the ocean, and he's found a little bit of safety here, at least enough to play, but you can see Rocket saying, you got to come up for air eventually, brother.
Yeah, eventually you have to be able to get up here, but maybe some pistol shots from underneath, maybe can connect, cause something to happen, but Rocket gonna really just commit to saying, no, I'm not giving this up. The amount of time I spend trying to make sure I can bring you down is worth it because it gives them just so much space on the map. But look at this. Tenix, he's bobbing and weaving. The smoke comes out from Rocket. He's got to disengage.
It didn't look like Rocket had any more plates left. So now all of a sudden, Tenix is going to be able to get onto dry land. Has an opportunity to look at a weapon. No way. Oh my goodness, Rocket. You almost got put on Reddit, my guy, but at least able to snap back, take care of Tenix, and we'll finish off elimination. But all this has been heard, and here come the Falcons trying to swoop in, but so are Onyx Ravens right over the top of this. They're trying to fight over the top side of this backside ship.
If you're the Onyx Ravens, though, you got to have a plan for how you want to take this fight. It's not enough to just start flying on in. Mojo, he's going to land deep. An armor crack from Shifty is there, but that basically just makes their presence known and says you do not need to come on over here. But look at sort of the positioning right now. That's what I love to see. They're sort of gatekeeping a lot. Back on over, sort of to this other side of the map. Guild, they're looking to still get involved in the same area against Team Abwiz.
Yeah, and Abwiz's squad, again, is right up at the top in terms of how they've started things off. Prodigy in some trouble backside staircase. Third might just be a little bit too deep, and Vision will fall. Abwiz able to secure the knock and also elimination. AJ also in trouble at range, and Oki able to melt him. So now it's just down to Wards. He's down to a single bullet. Can't get away. Elo's able to find it, and that's the end of Guild.
I just keep looking at this kill feed, and I am seeing Team Omit kind of just every sort of 30 seconds, more and more eliminations on there. And they are wiping some very, very good squads while they are doing it. As we are getting here, we're at the end of Circle Zone number 2, and we still have 11 teams up. We're missing 3 in this lobby. So players, seems like now, maybe kind of getting back on in, getting a little bit more aggressive, getting a little bit more loose.
And this is where you start to see possibly Falcons step into the conversation a touch. This is where they usually do well right before that respawn timer comes to an end. But Fnatic, you look at their position, they're very comfortable. Now, I will say they will have to rotate out of this spot eventually, but for the moment and until zone number 3 closes, they can just hang on to this entire side of the circle. The next closest team would be number 3 in Falcons, just down to their bottom right.
Yeah, I mean, if they kind of position themselves great, you maybe could take out the Falcons, but, you know, or you can just kind of hang out here, wait for the zone to close on in. You can fly towards top prison, kind of maintain that height throughout the map. We'll have to wait and see. As you can see, the Falcons already over here towards Factory. They're hot on the move, though. They see Castillo in the sky. The shot's coming in. Holger 26 for Biffle as he is able to bring down Castillo. Will get confirmed. That's going to be AG Global, only with 2 players left.
Yeah, that's just, that is so tough. If you look back over what happened with Guild, again, it looked like they were off to a really solid start. I mean, the kills were incredibly well put together. They had 10 in total before being eliminated, but again, no placement multiplier. That's going to feel like a major missed opportunity, maybe just overstepping their bounds just a touch.
Well, you know, even for a team like that, though, even if 10 is your worst, maybe you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like, if that's your bad game, hey, that's better than a lot of teams are putting up over the course of, you know, their entire group stages that is there. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously not how you want to go out, but maybe a couple little changes there in the plan. You're feeling a lot better. But back over here on Prison, it is a party. As we got about 4 different teams trying to vie for space.
And at the moment, again, Team Abwiz continue to impress. Prodigy able to deal with Nenus, at least for the time being. Vitality been quiet to this point. Only a couple of kills, but all 3 of them looking very healthy, looking very primed and ready to take the next set of engagements, which they're going to have a handful nearby because on the rotation in are also new Icons, and Patsuka does get a read, plus the Beamer. Help from Exian gets them into a fighting form to also just kind of hold on to this building. They're on the hunt for Lucanas.
I mean, I love it. Patsuka, he's known as the shooter for this team, but look who's laying in wait. It's Lucanas. You said they were trying to find him. Lucanas, though, he's able to grab one, but unfortunately, Exian not going to let that 2v1 happen here today. flies on in, able to make that trade. A really sort of kind of nice way to stay alive, keep your team in it if you are Team Vitality.
Squad 14 will be eliminated, as we saw kind of in the kill feed just underneath the minimap. That is the Onyx Raven squad. So another one bites the dust right before we start to get this next circle closing deeper and deeper as we will head over mostly into the Industries location. Shifty, Hisoka finding themselves in the kill feed. They have eliminated out our top team, at least currently in terms of total kills. That was Team Vitality that gets taken down. And so now Falcons look like they're possibly looking to dominate the middle of the map.
Well, and on the other side of the map, still top Prison playing this late side of zone. Fnatic see some of the nades coming out onto Castillo as Almond hops on up. Some shots coming, causes him to have to back on up, but I don't know, if you're Fnatic, I maybe want you to play around Almond just a little bit more. You're up here, but it's very obvious somebody has your number. They know that you're sitting up top here. The rest of AG Global is down below. Almond, he'll kind of take the opportunity, though, to move on out, because you got Skullface also still up here. Some good shots onto Castillo. Can you be able to get the confirm with the Semtex? Does it land? Doesn't look like it. Castillo staying alive.
Lots of damage for Skullface, and at least some high ground superiority reaffirmed here for Fnatic getting into the next circle. You can see all the amount of teams that are going to be vying for position inside the prison block, though. And Amit, just on the outside, kind of just tucked in a corner. I mean, legitimately, right between about 3 different squads, but they're just playing for position right now, and being the third party here is what they want to try to do.
And I actually really like this spot, right? You can catch a lot of teams that are trying to sort of fly around here, right? That maybe are not expecting somebody or even two of you to just be laying in wait. And even if somebody does slide in, you got that third player up on top who maybe can kind of create a little bit of a sandwich. So, and as the zone kind of moves here on our minimap that you can see, that's a great spot to already be able to set up on.
And there's a lot of space inside the circle. It's just Heretics currently in. Up to their northeast, Falcons will have a pretty easy rotation into the high ground of Industries, and then over to the northwest, Abwa's squad, still fully healthy, can just walk into the new zone. So here on the bottom side, where you see Team Fnatic trying to rotate through, is where all the action's going to come out. You've got AG Global still underneath, plus also a look over, at least at range, to where Abwa's team is starting to rotate in as well.
And I love this. Almond immediately, he kind of takes that first shot, says, I don't need to stay up here. Gonna take Mountaineer, use it to drop on down. Trying to be able to hold the wall here. Don't need to sit out here for too long, but hey, Omit, I said they can maybe find some people on the rotation, and they are. Castillo taken on out. They are looking for more. Everybody slowly but surely trying to march on into zone.
And this Mortar Strike is really punishing towards trying to get Team Abwas fully focused into the zone. Although the timing of this may not work out great here for Fnatic. They knew that there was a rotation in, but the smoke plus the Mortar Strike may have deterred them from finding the action that they want. So now they're on just opposite sides of the wall, and you can see the team down low as Heretics still hanging on as the zone starts to get really tight here. We're still full 7 teams up.
That's what has me worried if you are Team AB Wiz. Maybe you push out, you start taking this fight against Fnatic. It doesn't look good, so you say, hey, we're going to fly out the back, but Heretics is going to be laying in wait. You have to make this play really, really smart. Falcons, on the other hand, they're willing to just kind of start making their way on in. They've cut out a lot of this zone. They know where some of these teams are. They can put themselves in some power positions.
Vision in a little bit of trouble. Zakar able to get the plates back up. The Rockets on the other side, so they're going to be playing this one essentially 1v multiple. Here come Falcons around the outside, but a bit does get taken down. Stuck in that corner like we saw. They never were able to rotate away. Now you go back over to Falcons as they are still winning this zone. Plus, look at the rotation. They're going to have the ability to hold on to this while this thing starts to move their direction.
This is scary. If you are the Falcons, you are feeling good right now. You're starting to see some of those shots come on in. Prodigy will get taken on out. AB Wiz deleted, but Guzamir is going huge in the kill feed. Heretics, you'll get taken on out. We're into the top 5.
The Vamos can go a multitude of ways with squads that are still alive, although they will drop out. A little bit of team action for both Skullface as well as remaining Falcons members, who now all of a sudden, the Falcons have complete idea of where Fnatic is. It's just right above them, but they can find shots and damage through the grates of the floorboard, and that's enough for another knock. Just one more to grab, and it's right above Biffle, and I think they're very aware that, yep, we have full control of where this next zone's going to be.
It is just Fnatic scrambling on this water tower. Skullface has managed to find the one piece of cover that you can't wallbang through. Well, that's a tilt. It's just your face a little bit through the grate. Biffle trying to make his way left and right around. Maybe they can find it. Shifty will take down Almond as the Falcons are looking to close out this game in this first stage groups.
What a resurgence, no pun intended, back into the map for Team Falcons. The kill tally is high as it's just Clapper left, and he's making this really nasty, I'm not gonna lie. He's going to be able to tally another elimination onto Biffle. Clapper still in good fighting form here. He's got Thermites to deal with. Hold on a second. He can make this a mess.
I like this a lot. Clapper doing whatever he can to stay alive. I don't know. Do you try and 2v1 this, or is he just going to maybe say, all right, I'm staying up here. I'm in gas.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not going to give the Falcons this. When PDS is in, you can see Shifty and Soka, they're looking on up. He actually might be able to win them in a heal-off.
This is doable. Wait, surely not. No, Shifty's not going to allow him to get away with this.
He's got another PDS, buddy.
Okay.
He's got another one.
Hold on a second. I think Clapper heard the initial, and Biffle's going to get knocked. No way he pulls this off.
2v1. Still staying down below, but they have a PDS as well. Shifty able to do it, but it's going to be Hisoka at the end, brings them on down. You can see they're excited. The crowd's excited for them. The hometown team come back on it. Soka with the point. Team Falcons, they are alive.
And now it's time to showboat a little bit for the home crowd. Get a little bit of extra jazz in the arena. Yeah, that's a big one, though. Again, we talked about it, you know, all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Their event to lose. And, well, after the first day, I think we're all sitting here like, whoa, hold on a second, guys. I mean, they still put together a decent seed, but they find themselves in this very difficult Group B. But that feels like the Falcons we came to know.
And I feel like, you know, we kind of heard all of these sort of storylines where they said, you know, we're walking around, everybody's Team Falcons, heck yeah. You know, giving them fist bumps, saying we're really excited to watch you. I know that's a team, the fact that they can win a map, stand up, look at the crowd, and have most of the crowd cheering them on, that's dangerous. You do not want this team to have confidence in a lobby like this.
Well over 20 kills for the full squad. Not all three surviving to see the win screen, but I mean, let's be honest, that's not bad whatsoever, and that's going to absolutely jolt them up the leaderboard. But on the other side of the conversation, Clapper, what is that, another 2 kills he's able to tally up right there at the end, plus a second place, and that's a team vision that desperately needed some points.
Yeah, they definitely needed that on their side, and I love that you bring that up because he's in the 1.7 multiplier. So
yes,
2 kills might not seem like a lot, but hey, you get a couple in that 3 or 4 point area, that could be the make or break moment on are you going to be in that top 14, making it to our finals on Saturday.
And you got to keep in mind that we saw Zakar saving lives early, so he tallied a handful of kills, and the same could be said for Rocket there at the end, having those little 1v1s over towards the water that he's able to find a couple extra kills. So yeah, that multiplier will definitely help out Vision getting back into the conversation just a touch. And again, the bar that was set by Group A was, I think, higher than we would have expected. 57 plus points is getting you halfway through that group. So if that gets matched, wow, it would feel really bad to come away with like 50, 54 points and still be at the bottom half of our overall group stage of the first day.
Definitely agree, but wow, what a great game number 1 of this Group B versus C. Team Falcons, they're coming back on the map. They are winning that game. It's feeling great. We kind of heard those Team Falcons chants coming alive yet again right before we come back to us. I love how loud this arena is getting for this squad.
And let's be honest, that's like our first normal game.
In
terms of like our expectations actually kind of coming to life. Of course, there's still lots to go through in terms of where everyone finished off, and I know the desk was definitely in the nitty-gritty trying to track every little thing that happened. So we head back to Reflections and the gang to break everything down here for map number 5.
Yes, the Falcons are flying high for the first time. And like you said, Shift, it's like, oh, things are finally playing how we thought they would play when we first entered the tournament. Good job from the Falcons. But first, before we get even into that conversation, Clapper popping off. Top 4 makes it top 2. This man looked unstoppable.
Yeah, you know what's funny is at that point in the game, right, where you see him kind of just playing his life, playing all silent-like while Fnatic and Falcons were going at it, we were like, look, he's just playing for second right now. He's just chilling like a villain. He's just hoping that he can get that multiplier. And then he actually figures, you know what? I actually might have a shot at this one. A couple of PDSs to keep himself in the game. Honestly, if those rebuys do not come through towards the end of the game, if the money is not there for Falcons,
that's right,
there is a world in which Clapper is able to pull this one off. Here's a look at it once again. You know, that high ground for a Clapper. It's such a massive problem for Falcons. They're so concentrated on Fnatic in the final play. They never expect them to be here.
Yeah, once they cleared out the ground, right, Seymour, you look at Clapper, and at this point I'm thinking he's got a real chance here, but he had to go challenge Hisoka.
it's funny too because you see that they're all feeding into him too. It's really typical that Clapper gets 2 extra kills there.
Yes.
Biffle falling into the second one is just adding on to the points of that placement that he's getting for his team because in all honesty, when they were rotating in, I didn't think they were in the best position. Clapper kind of was the saving grace there. You saw even Rocket was in a bad spot in between all those teams. So Falcons almost forced them into a bad placement, but Clapper coming out the saving grace there. That is a huge moment.
Well, it's so cool because I know we were actually on a sideline talking about Rocket. Where's Team Rocket? Why haven't we talked about Team Rocket? Well, now we just did, and we're going to talk about them again, I'm sure, in the next game. But let's focus our attention to Falcons, and more specifically, Shifty to start off. Shifty, last time I checked, was sitting at 8 eliminations. I believe he maybe even got up to 9 potentially. I want to say 14. I don't even know what Hisoka was at. But Shifty makes it happen, and such a great player, an intense player. On the battlefield, you don't want to meet against him.
He's just such a heads-up player, right? And again, this is going back to the play that we were talking about this morning from yesterday in the solo stage. He's just constantly on it, right? Shifty knows exactly where he needs to be at all times. Does he need to be playing with his teammates? Does he need to be making those solo heads-up plays? This is one of those, right? Again, redeploy comes in for Biffle. Just a second later, Shifty knows he needs to pick up that kill. It's exactly what he does. But, I mean, how much more do we need to talk about Shifty at this point? This guy is an absolute beast going back towards global finals last year. If you've even watched a little bit of Warzone over the last year, you guys know what Shifty's capable of.
Well, let's talk about it a little bit more, Seymour, because you actually had a chance to talk to Shifty quite a bit on the bus right up back to the hotel yesterday. But on top of that as well, Falcons, they were pretty much non-existent yesterday in solo. A lot of questions were on them, right? And even today, they kind of start off a little bit slower, right? Top 8, now all of a sudden, they're #1.
I've been kind of against the crowd today, and I feel bad. I've been giving them a lot of flack, but I think that it was rightful because they're not meeting the expectations that we were kind of expecting from that Falcons team, but we finally get a little bit of a resurgence for them here in those last moments. They played very controlled in their rotation as well as we're looking through these highlights. And I think for Falcons, the one thing you can always trust, and we saw it last year in the global finals for a couple of these players, Shifty and Biffle in particular, is that you can always expect them to just play consistent no matter what, and they're going to show up eventually, and here they are.
Yeah, here they are. And one thing I want to talk about here in just a second, I wonder if we're going to see it in the highlight package. I really hope we do. And it really just goes to show how smart Falcons are of a team. It was a late rotation right at the end of the game. They third-party a couple of teams. It's the entire reason they're able to get to the position they are to win the game, to get onto the water tower. It's just such a smart play, and it's emblematic of just how good of a team, how experienced the Falcons roster are. And it has to be here in just a second, right? And I think this is actually it right about here, right? Yeah, Biffle, Shifty, they win all these gunfights. They third-party on towards Team Vision. They remove a couple of players from the play. Just able to get in a position and really shock players like that is huge.
And this is also where we start to see Clapper by himself. You notice Sakar, Rocket were trying to do everything in their power to stay alive, but then Clapper ended up being the last one up. Biffle, though, was giving hell to Skullface, who was trying to stay alive, and then you also had Skullface, who ultimately ended up running into himself into the ground because, well, you can't beat the full force unit of the Falcons. You notice how they were all sticking together this time, too, which is absolutely phenomenal. Love it. Falcons flying high, as they should be. I know the arena's ready to go, so let's get it going. Let's hop into game number 6. Casters, take it away.
No. That one didn't come to you on camera. Dangerous out here doing the caw.
I'm flapping my wings, baby. Fly, Falcons, fly. Oh, I love how they brought it in. They said, you know, we were waiting for them to kind of have their resurgence. Hey, that last map is their chance to take off and soar through their sky.
Yes, sir.
But here's the thing, Shift. Can they keep soaring? That's my question.
The thing about it is that map right there feels like job done for the day.
Yeah.
You know, it may not have been the calmest of opening 2 drops for them, but coming back in for drop number 3 in total for them with a major kill win and a chance to finish off the day on another high note, I'm sure we'll have them feeling real good, even if they don't necessarily put themselves at the top of the leaderboard after day number 1.
Absolutely. Here we go, coming on in. Let's see what we have happening in this map. Where are teams choosing to drop? That's always my question at the start of these games. Do we see any brand new contests? Do we see anybody get mixy right off drop? Well, look who's now sitting on over here, still at the stronghold. It's the Falcons.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it's not just Falcons in a pretty comfortable spot. They're going to get a really good look over the course of what possibly is going to be a split rotation here for a mid. There was a couple of shots that were tossed, and a mid is completely staggered across the map. One of the players is actually still in the water right now. J-Tech already dealt with. Fnatic also dealing with another member just over the top of headquarters. And yeah, that is a very poor opening here for a mid, who are going to have to essentially full reset and just allow their last player to sit in the water.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this on a regain. That's fine. I'm totally okay with that. But you're telling me off drop?
Off drop.
You're sitting in the water while your team is getting pieced up by Fnatic over there towards prison. Maybe not exactly what I would call the best play.
You know, look, I'm not one to judge, but didn't feel like the best opportunity, dropping essentially 1v3s into teams like Fnatic and Falcons. Questionable, to say the least. And that seems to be the strategy. I mean, we can see the big map. This member for a mid is still in the water. Like, he's just anchoring inside of water, has not gotten any loot, and Elo trying to find kills. This time it's been found by the Heretics.
Heretics doing a little good. They were feeling great at the end of that kind of first map. They set themselves up for success. Not able to really make it, I think, as deep as they would have liked. But for a squad that maybe had some question marks sort of coming into this event, we're seeing some signs of life for them when it comes to this trios area. But back on over towards Chemical, we are starting to see sort of some fights breaking on out as, well, LX is down here, maybe trying to throw a shoulder on this fight. Who is going to be the one to slide on out first? It's LX. The shots are there, and, well, see you later, nerd. That's what I like to say.
The hip fire connects, and you just feel like God's greatest gift to COD. And, ooh, interesting. Alex is kind of finding himself receiving a number of other contestants. Drake up top has Lukinas below, who also drops it. It looked like Drake was about to go join him, but now all of a sudden he's got to say, whoa, hold on a second. That's a different squad, and I'm not ready to take that battle yet.
Yeah, I think he was absolutely correct that you were trying to maybe get aggro, join your team to maybe try to turn the tides in your favor. But when you start seeing bullets coming from a completely different angle, well, and you just watch two of your friends go down, you have to stay alive. Looked like that was C9 down there towards the harbor area. They were trying to get a little bit active, maybe some damage on in. But back on over with Bio, we have Team Vitality holding on down. Looks like they're the only team that's kind of existing there. And towards the prison area, well, Fnatic, they've sort of gained control of the center of the map.
They kind of got it for free.
Yeah.
I mean, there was this drop that came through and it looked like they maybe took an early battle, but largely speaking, they've got this bottom side of prison well and truly in hand. The only other team kind of nearby would be Guild. You see them kind of in the kill feed just a touch. They're continuing to kind of take apart these individuals for a mid who continue just to drop into the action and try to make something happen out of nothing.
Well, while that was going on, something to note, we see one team is remaining or is deleted out of the lobby. It's Gaming Gladiators, already taken out in this game. They really would have loved to have a much better sort of scenario in their back pocket, but when it comes to this game, it's just a little bit tough for them to stay online.
They had a bad drop last game, too.
Yeah.
I want to say they finished outside of any multipliers, maybe 3 kills.
Yeah,
so
it's not great.
Yeah, so they're in trouble, too. And on top of that, not outside the conversation, is Cloud9. You kind of brought them up earlier. They're in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Vitality has rotated down through Onyx Raven, and you can see that Falcons are also kind of on the other side of the map, also picking apart kills. So we're going to have some really early action between some squads who really need some extra points.
Yeah, one thing I do like, though, I mean, Cloud9, you can see on your mini-map there, we have 2 of these players that have made their way over to Chemical, but they still have 1 player all the way back in Harbor. So even if those 2 players go down, you got your anchor still alive, feeling good. Nobody's around you. He'll be able to stay up. But it looks like maybe they kind of made their way over towards Chemical, said, we don't really feel comfortable about this fight. We're going to come back towards Harbor and hang on out there. But Zizix, he's been able to make some moves against Fnatic. You see J-Tech is down, Noobs is down. A little bit of cleanup on Isle headquarters if you are Zizix, but it's not going to be for free.
Hamoud tries to provide some supporting fire, but now as he's the last one up, he has to step away. And it will allow Ullman and co to start to move their way in as he rotate back over towards Zaga. Able to deal with 2 different members from Team Vision. So we come off the praises of them finishing in second to immediately getting destroyed.
Oh, and Jodo keeping it alive as well. Some of these teams that we needed to start doing well, they know that this is their last opportunity to put points on the board before tomorrow. Maybe feel a little bit good about how you end the day, and they're starting to turn on up. Joe with a fantastic elimination there. Bread starting his way to make some moves on this ship.
And you can also see in the kill feed, Team Falcons picking up where they left off. A couple of individual kills for all 3 of the members have been tallied. And as Zizix and co, well, now it's just Zizix actually in this area, has to kind of hit the high road. It is Falcons on the run. Hamoud, armor broken, 1 more tag in, but through the smoke, no connections. And Shifty will say that's the line in the sand. No need to go any further to try to get too ego.
I would have loved to see him try and push that, but I think they know that C9 is behind them. Shifty wants to back on up, help Biffle. Some shots coming on through. You can see maybe trying to get some hip fires through the smoke. get any sort of idea where this player is going to be, but okay, you're not able to stay alive for that long. Jace, we have some question marks coming into this map. He's coming online.
And an opportunity to play off the high ground. Another tag comes through, but Shifty off the self-revive. Able to allow Biffle a little bit of extra breather, but Jovo knows that both players are weak. He's trying to now save Jace's life. They know Shifty's playing in the corner, but he's been down by Breadman, so Cloud9 will win out this battle, and it leaves just one more Falcon left to rotate back towards living quarters. He's got to be careful because Amit are now fully on the map, and that's where Hisoka's headed.
A little bit of an aggressive play there from C9 that causes Falcons to falter. I like it. We're seeing signs of life from this Cloud9. I was a little bit worried when Jace kind of tried to take that 2v1. You let Shifty get the self-revive off, but it's just some great positioning from the teammates of Joe and Breadman that allows them to clean up the Falcons. So if you were the Falcons, you're probably coming into this game feeling really good. Now you're on the regain.
Yeah, a little bit. But everyone should be able to jump on in towards living quarters and get themselves into a little bit more proper fighting form. But again, Amit are nearby, and you can see them dueling it out here in the kill feed. Elo able to track down Hisoka. He was the healthiest and most stable of the 3 Falcons members, so now again, trying to scramble for loot and find some ground to work with on the remaining 2 players.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation you can find yourself in where, yeah, okay, you have 2 players go down, you have your third who's still alive, your anchor that's there, but while your 2 are regaining, coming on in, your anchor goes down. Now, welcome to the blender is what I like to call it, because you are just constantly kind of feeding in and out, and it's really easy to get caught with all 3 of you being down, and maybe you go out a little bit earlier than you anticipate.
And this is pretty much an exhibit of all that conversation. Biffle has a pistol, just trying to hold on to this rooftop, 10x over the top. Dealt with him without much cause for concern. Shifty also falls. So Hisoka, who's floating in, he's got to rotate to somewhere else where they have no information. So really good regain here for a bit after a very chaotic start from the squad. And we rotate back in towards where Fnatic now find themselves rotating into the mix over towards Factory. They have themselves Zizik's team right in front of them, and the team leader and the team namesake of it has already dropped Skullface. I don't know if that was an intentional mantle or not on the door frame, but he's going to get the plates back off and try to extend this 1v1, and that's all he needs to reset versus Cribs.
Oh, but look, not too far away. You got Hamoud who will fly on through, make the trade. So even though Skullface does a great little dance to win that gunfight, it is short-lived victory. Hamoud gonna put Skullface back on into the Resurgence. As Almond still alive, you can see over here towards this bottom of the factory. Looks like this has now become Team Zig's home. As well, the Falcons, they've been able to fly back on over here towards Harbor, kind of get back to this area of the factory that you know they love to hang on out as Biffle walks on in. Apparently did not see that cluster mine.
The thing about it is, what teams we have here in the form of Cloud9, Zizix, and a couple of stray members from the Falcons, they may be able to third-party this. They're going to get a buyback in, so all 3 of them will be here. They're not going to have the greatest of loadouts in the world, but as the zone starts to shrink, you're going to get some action here on the backside of Factory, and if those 2 contacts start to come through for Team Zizix and Cloud9, you have to think Falcons are going to be right on in there trying to third-party it.
And one thing I love about any of these maps is consistency. Because look where Team Abwas is. It's the exact same spot. We saw them in that last game. This is an area that they know, they love, they understand how they want to play it, and where they'd like to start working around the map. And if you're them right now, well, you got at least a solid 25% of the map. That's just basically free rotates.
Yeah. Speaking of kind of the same situation here for Vitality, Ninus is making this a little bit more difficult, but he's also got to be pushed from the smoke. That's enough for Patsuka to get kill number 8. He is on a burner. 8 of the, I think, current 12 kills that Team Vitality have, so he continues to impress. He impressed yesterday, and so far he's dealing a lot of damage here for Team Vitality as they will safely rotate over. And actually, I say that, they're going to run right into the Falcons next, and you can see that starting to pop up in the kill feed as Hisoka has found the last remaining member for LX.
Some good shots coming out from Abwiz, though, on some of the members of Fnatic on the roof. Single tap SVA coming in clutch there. Somebody just peeks their head. You know, you love to have a sniper to maybe make that. Well, single tap SVA is going to be the next best thing. You hit those headshots, it's going to start ripping.
The laser beam, my guy.
Absolutely. It's almost a ray gun.
Oh, okay. Could you imagine if you just found random ray guns?
That was in the game for a while. C9 rotating back on up to Grandma's. Breadman on 5 already, 2,000 damage. Looking to get Mixie, sees towards the top of the roof. Some great shots coming on in on the noobs. Hopefully that gives them the opportunity to sort of reset. It is, so they've now taken control of Grandma's, this building that's right on the edge of zone.
This is very safe right now for Cloud9, but the issue is you can see where the rest of the circle's starting to pull. Fnatic once again own the high ground on Prison. That has been, again, to your word, consistent for them. They have gotten into Prison off their opening drop pretty much for free, and now you've got dominating control of where this next rotation is going to be, especially as squads like Amit have to rotate in. Same for a couple of the members for the Onyx Ravens, and on top of that, Vitality also in the mix as they actually finish off the previously mentioned Onyx Raven squad.
And Fnatic is doing something that we actually saw Team Destroy do in some of the earlier games, which is you have somebody sit up in this Lighthouse, and you have your 2 other players play down below on Prison. What this is going to do is going to let that player in Lighthouse kind of hold this control center, headquarters side of the map, so if anybody tries to push on through, you're going to be able to at least make those calls to your teammates. The other 2, you get to kind of watch that other side of Prison. So this control that they've been able to set up for the last couple of zones is going to be really crucial as we see it kind of pull towards that small side of Prison.
Yeah, mid are in trouble right now. Noobs kind of watching 2 squads at once as you rotate back to the other side of the circle, and it's Team Falcons who've been able to keep themselves fully alive for a while, mind you. They got a couple of kills on some of the Onyx Ravens members, so they have full loadouts. Smoke are in. They're fighting from the low ground, but there's enough circles here for them to at least weasel their way in and try to reset while everyone else tries to rotate in as well.
Slowly but surely making your way up these stairs. A couple shots come in. It looks like that's Guild. Has an idea that they're trying to fly on through, but a couple smokes will give them the cover they need to enter into the showers. Trying to maybe kind of hold out here, but look who's laying in wait. It's Zix. Was maybe hoping he could stay alive a little bit longer, but unfortunately does get sniffed on out. So as they push on through, this becomes their home now, their area. Anybody tries to come on through the showers, they are going to know they're going to be laying in wait as we see Hisoka engage a recon drone.
This is a messy circle, and it's not going to get any cleaner as we continue to go forward. Falcons just holding doorways. I mean, everyone's going to be doing the same thing. Everyone's just going to be holding choke points, holding doorways, and have to essentially hope they get good COD timing. The one team that's really comfortable, though, is the team still on top of Prison. Fnatic are still up there looking at everything from below. They have a full triangular setup topside, and you can see it here on the overview.
And look even where this zone is going to start pulling. It's going to pull a little bit to the edge, almost where that last game ended, just a little bit on the outside of the water tower. So if they can manage to kind of hold this entire rooftop, they're going to have ultimate height as the rest of these teams are going to have to figure out how do they want to try and play through. We are going to see some insane gas plays have to come on through, like from Team Omit. As they're trying to run around, but Falcons, they were a team that had to make that happen, but we see a couple of them going down. It's all on Hisoka.
Vitality down and out. Rotation in for Hisoka. He'll be the first one forward and the only one who can actually stay alive. Now it's just down to can he get to a top 5 position for a little bit more boost on the overall multiplier. It looks like he's been seen. Again, Fnatic up top, continuing to scout things out below them. They're going to have the ability to rotate in lane if they want to. Claymore gets set, and Hisoka's going to find damage with it, but cannot survive through the full power of the Heretics. That's enough for the full squad wipe, and now we find ourselves with 6 teams remaining.
I like that the Heretics make that call, that they need to swing that all right. It would have been really easy for Hisoka maybe to find 1 or 2, and even if he does get taken on out, you're feeling good about being able to kind of have that Heretics would then be on the back foot. So Heretics fly on out. They grab that little sort of cubby area that we were mentioning earlier from Team Omit to hold it on through, but look at Fnatic. Almond, he's the one who's dropping off the top. He's able to find Wars from Team Guild. Can they be able to maybe clean up the rest of this? No. The revive comes on in as, well, the Heretics down low, they're still finding more.
And they've got good cover, honestly. I mean, you've got 2 different squads on 2 different levels of the remaining portion of Prison that finds itself inside the zone. But like you mentioned, both these teams are going to have to rotate, and it's Heretics who find themselves holding on the ground. Jace dealt with. Guild still battling it out with Fnatic. Allman down low. This is a tough battle from the dramatic high ground, and Heretics are just following the zone. They're playing for placement. It's working out so far, while Guild and Fnatic keep battling it out.
I mean, Fnatic, you had control of the roof, but I don't know what happens. Guild, they're able to make their way on up. They push Fnatic on out. I believe they're able to fully take them on down, as it's basically going to come down to a battle between Guild and Heretics. C9 will be a team that is still alive, taking on out. Finally, Jace goes down. A flurry of kills between these 2 squads. Daka goes huge. Cam's still down below, but AJ from above will be the final player to lock it on in as we cut on over. These boys are happy. This is a squad that everybody's hyped up. You hyped up, and we are excited that we ended map number 6 on a dub for them.
I gotta say that King AJ makes the Giga Brain play, though. Everyone he knows has to be fighting for that low ground position. He must have had the durable gas mask, because he's sitting up top on that zip line the whole time, laying down shots while the rest of his teammates get into the mix. And all of a sudden, AJ's like, I'll sit up here and wait, see what happens. And wouldn't you know it, the last remaining Heretic member that did kind of 1v2 not strong enough to deal with AJ, who's just watching it all happen, secures the win with a very high kill tally. But not only is that good news for players on Guild, that's great news for Heretics because they're also kind of floating on the bubble. It's a very strong second place finish.
Yeah, that's a reminder to everybody today. You know, we played these 6 games today across our 3 groups. We do the exact same thing tomorrow. So even if maybe you didn't have the best day 1, it's games like this that make you feel good that you can do it as you get ready to move into day number 2.
And I think the thing about it is, you know, where is that line going to be drawn in terms of, you know, for a full day of action? How many points do you need to try to find your way through to get into that top 14? Because I think it's going to be a lot tighter than maybe we would have expected. And I think some of that is due to the fact that the teams we didn't expect to play well played really, really well today. So that changes expectations, and it definitely moves the meter in terms of where you think you need to end on total score if you want to make it to that grand finals.
And you can see King AJ there. He's just hyped, dapping up his boy Vision. Wars there, laid back, looking cool. Says, yeah, boys, I've been here before. Okay, this is all good. But look at that beautiful trophy. You got Guild Esports, the winner of that map number 6, coming on up behind it. A great day of games for us. Let's take a look at that last moment there, because you mentioned it. King AJ makes the ultimate wrap.
Yeah, and he's down right now. So he's going to get up and then what? Take the zip to go all the way back up to the high ground? That seems to be maybe the call here because, yeah, I mean, you see Heretics cleaning things up on Cloud9, who also needed the points, by the way. And then, yeah, AJ's just sitting behind saying, you boys go fight. And maybe there's a call. Maybe AJ, yeah, he sees that more, and Jace is still floating above. So he goes up top to deal with that. And then he finds himself looking right back down saying, oh, you guys are still fighting down there? Don't worry, I got you, no problem.
That was a really, really great call from him. While the 2 teammates are fighting, say, I'm hitting the zip. I need to grab this ultimate height, especially after coming off of a self-revive. I think some players would get really frantic in that situation and just say, I'm going to play with my team. We're going to fry on out. Hey, you don't do that. You don't make that play. Jace might be set up to kind of be in the position that AJ was in, clean up the rest of that lobby.
Really clean stuff, good decision making, and with that, a couple of squads right there at the end of our top 3 who needed points, secure points. So things are to get really tight in the standings as we head down to reflections in the game to close out the day.
Hey, thank you, boys. Appreciate that. Final game of the day has concluded. All 6 games for Group Day, at least for Day 2, is over. 6 more tomorrow. But first, we got to talk about how today unfolded because it was exciting. And Game 6 gave us a fresh winner. Okay, we're talking about Guild, a team that you covered not only from Day 1, but even at the start of today.
Man, I keep on going up and down on this team. Am I happy I picked him at the start? Am I not happy? I'm happy now. Let me tell you, at the end of that game, I think Shift broke it down perfectly again. Massive play from King AJ to jump back on top of the building right at the end, so you take the zipline all the way up to ensure that the victory was theirs against Heretics in those closing moments. And it's those kind of plays that I think really do define this Guild roster. Again, those heads-up plays in the moment. It's why you're looking at the likes of Prodigy being so well regarded, and King AJ as well, excuse me, just so well regarded. Just such a good team. I think just looking at this roster, looking really good.
It's a good team, and I feel like Seymour, like, even though they haven't necessarily been like the strongest team today, they've still been a narrative at some point or another because of their incredible plays.
Yeah, it's because they're one of the best teams coming out of EU. We got a lot of flack on EU from the caster desk today, by the way. I'm sorry, Brody. I'm sorry, Enigma as well. You have to deal with all that. But Guild's finally putting that to rest, and they're really showing what they can bring to the lobbies here at the end of the game. Finishing off strong is going to give them good momentum heading in towards tomorrow as well. And not only that, it's kind of like the whole discussion that group stage isn't done either. So coming out with a win, any team that comes away with a win, especially as big as Guild right now, it's going to keep you away from that danger zone tomorrow. So that's good standing for Guild.
That danger zone is real, right? You do not want to be one of the bottom 8 teams because that means your World Cup trophy run will end. Now, Abwiz, phenomenal day from those guys, right? Phenomenal day, and I was hoping they would perform well because they're always a big narrative.
Absolutely, and I mean, did you guys notice a lot too on the northern part of the zone by the boat, by that control side? They were wiping everybody out on that last map, and it was just so amazing too. Oki, the plays that he made, the gas plays that he made, truly incredible.
But also the Falcons, right? The crowd favorite. I actually had a chance to go over there. That's where I went. I do apologize. I had to experience the arena. Normally I'm stuck over here, but they were going nuts whenever the Falcons were doing incredibly well. And I do believe we have a chance to chat with one of the Falcons member, if I'm not mistaken, in just a little bit. Falcons, a team that, again, they came in with the expectation to pressure on them to perform. They started off a little bit, slow. 2 8-play finishes, but then they end up finishing with a win. real quick, Falcons, have they delivered what we expected?
I think certainly towards the penultimate game, the answer is absolutely yes. I think even in that final game, though, they were flagging. You mentioned it, right? Not the start that they wanted to that final game. And they never really felt like they recovered. I think tomorrow, they'll be looking at what they need to do better.
Well, that's it. The Falcons pulling up and going big towards the tail end. Let's head to the STC Arena to talk to the Falcons.
Welcome back to the main stage of the STC Arena. I'm joined by Falcons. I've got Hisoka, I've got Biffle, and I've got Shifty. You know what, Biffle, I'm going to come to you first. The victory that everyone has been waiting for, obviously the crowd has been behind you this whole time. How does it feel to have the crowd chanting for you guys while you're playing?
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, they're very loud, so like whenever you hear them, you know, it just gets us very amped. You know, I hope you guys keep it going all week long. We got next 2 days, so I'll be hyped to hear the crowd again on our more wins.
I'm sure they will keep going, I can promise you that. I've been here before, they just keep going, and it's amazing. Now, Shifty, today didn't really start the way that you guys would have planned, not the way you would have hoped. I think 7th and 8th were your first 2 maps. What happened? What were kind of the issues that you might have been facing?
We just started off a little bit slow. I'm not gonna lie, I credit those 2 maps to me. I stunned myself and got killed because of it. So, I mean, maybe just shaking off the jitters, you know, we're back on land, and, you know, I'm glad that we just came back.
But then map 5, you shook it off and you popped off, so congratulations for that. It was an amazing map to watch. Soka, how you feeling, man? You okay?
I'm good, man.
You're always good. You're really chilled. It's nice. It never gets to you, does it? Being on the stage, like, you know, doesn't get to you?
I'm not like these other gamers, you know? I'm here to prove something and show out, baby. You know, dude.
Okay. So let's talk about the comms, because you're IGL. How were the comms at the end of map 5? Because you didn't have high ground. Most teams might have panicked. Some IGLs might have panicked, but it seemed like you had full control.
Yeah, we definitely have full control. You know, ideally you would want high ground. You know, usually high ground wins games, but that specific zone, high ground was water tower, so it's kind of easy to break from under because you could shoot basically everything in water tower. So I already knew that, and the boys, they shot their gun and made my job easy. So.
You did indeed, and congratulations. I do have to give a shout out to Clapper for surviving for that long, but ultimately, Falcons took that win. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Milos, you got anything to say about that one?
Very much I do. Thank you, Barney. Congratulations again to Falcon. And this is now for all of the Arabic fans out there.
Seriously, they come in as one of the top dogs, and they finish as a top dog, at least when it comes to our final games. Falcons, fans giving them energy, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in a LAN setting. I mean, you think about Biffle. You know, I always talk about Hisoka, Shifty. So Biffle, obviously a beast in his right mind, but WarzoneEarnings.com, man, beautiful tool. 17 tournaments out of the last 17 tournaments that he's played. Biffle has won 16 of them. In the 17th one, he got second. So when you think about that, you think about Hisoka when his average placement's at 1.88. Come on.
1.88, that's not bad at all. But also today, 8 seems to ring a bell.
Yeah, it's 3 8th place finishes from Falcons. They get that first place finish, so, you know, you can see the Falcons are starting to kind of pick things up, unlike what we saw yesterday in the solos. But I think it really highlights what we're seeing out of the Falcons, and that they're getting that 8th place is because they're really seeing the elevation of the teams around them. You know, players contesting them, teams watching out for them, targeting them. It's not an easy road right now for the Falcons, but you can see the crowd's giving them the energy. They're still very strong-willed. They still know that they can battle against them. In the gains, they've been making it happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing, right? I mean, you saw that as an example right towards the end of the game. Hisoka, despite being left alive all on his own, he's even still a massive threat against Heretic, trying to push him out. Almost manages to get away with a freebie that he should never be getting. Something, again, we referenced last game, and we saw that little highlight reel from Shifty. Another one of those players consistently just doing things that they should not be doing. The Falcons, they're starting to get some speed.
Starting to get some speed. It's starting to look good, but let's crown our Sony MVP, at least for the last 2 games. Who is it? And it's none other than Oki coming in with the appendix game. Like I said, MJ flew. Now, he's got the appendix game. He had it out last Tuesday, flew in against Doctor's Orders, and still made some magic happen on the stage. He's been one of the most consistent players. I've been a big fan of him, not only yesterday as in solos, but also all day today during his 4 games. Oki from Abwiz, incredible stuff.
Absolutely, and I mean, every time you went on this guy, he was literally a walking highlight reel. But what was amazing about Oki was how many gas-saving plays he was attempting to make, or even utilizing and throwing himself out there to separate, you know, some teams, maybe create some diversion for his teammates. But anytime you saw their squad, they were always either wiping other squads out, forcing other teams to regain somewhere else, and completely dominating their side of the map. All three always alive.
They were totally left alone. 4 games, we saw them land the same spot, and they just kept on pressuring teams into prison, just funneling them into prison, and that's just leading them in towards the end circle every time. Even though we're highlighting Oki for the MVP, I think we have to give a big shout out to the entirety of Team Appwiz because they were playing on fire. Even Prodigy towards the end. Game 6, a big finish towards the end, just hiding in the circle while everybody fought out. The Game 5, hiding underneath the water tower, just maintaining a 4th place finish. Even though this team might not be finding wins towards the end there, you have to pay attention to the way that they're starting games and finishing with still good placements.
I think they're just keeping an eye on every single threat that's around them, right? The closest that anybody has got, at least from our perspective, to taking them out of those positions is Vitality last game, and even they got third-partied, right? So right now, Team ABWiz, I mean, they're not just getting these kills, they're being so damn annoying when doing it.
They absolutely are, and controlling the edge of the map. Like, that is something special not many teams have been able to do. Well, that's 6 games done. I think it's time to look at our leaderboards and see who ended up on top for day number 1 of group play, and it's Team Falcons. I cannot believe. No, not of course. After how they started, I thought they were for sure going to be at least top 10, but not number 1.
Same with Fnatic too, right? Like, I mean, okay, they were kind of coasting themselves, but even from yesterday, we were talking about maybe the morality would be low, maybe high, but still, top number 2 right there from them. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise for me to see Fnatic there because they've not just been consistently performing well all day, but they've been consistent with the approach. Every single game, it has been the exact same play for Fnatic, and they know how to make it work. Prison has been theirs. I mean, they've got the keys to the whole damn place at this point.
Talk about kind of falling down the standings a little bit. Twisted Minds, after their 4 games, they drop all the way down to 11th. So you can see that into the back half of the day, some teams really picked up the heat. You got to give a big shout to our 2 teams from Group A, Na'Vi and SGP Syndicate, 7th and 8th place along those 2 sides of them. We didn't see wins out of these teams. We saw Dongy frying, we saw Levi frying from Na'Vi, and a couple other big hits as well. You know, I think we got to give some respect over towards BSL and Isend as well.
Well, we also have to talk about the bottom 8 teams going from Gaming Gladiators up to maybe even Omit, right? That's where things start to get scary because that's where you start to run the risk of being eliminated and not making it to the 4th day, the final day where only 14 teams will compete, right? So if you're one of those bottom 8 teams, let's even say the bottom 12 teams, right? You have to step it up tomorrow. You've got 4 more games to do it, secure potentially a top 14, and then after that, you could start fixing up the rest of the issues to go for not only your club championship points, but also the Warzone World Cup trophy. But a great day nonetheless. Throughout 6 games, we saw some incredible action. It did not disappoint. The trios, hey man, they came here to play. Seymour, always great to work with you. What are your final thoughts before we get out of here?
I think it's really apparent that, you know, yesterday in the solos, we saw some players falling behind. We saw some teams really struggling, but we never had a doubt in the world that heading in towards the trios, this is where the fun was going to begin. This is where the event kind of truly started for some of these teams, and that chemistry, that coordination, and the planning that went into the EWC. These teams, they're bringing the heat to this tournament.
Bringing the heat, and you're bringing the heat to Infinity. Always great to work with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, just an awesome day overall. I think I definitely echo what Colin was saying, right, in regards to, you know, teams that maybe didn't perform that well yesterday, coming into today, performing well. I think I got to shout out Fnatic in particular. We didn't really see much of Fnatic yesterday, even though we knew they were doing well today. We saw them perform every single time. Falcons another one as well. Just big performers, and I can't wait to see the adaptations going into tomorrow for those teams that didn't do so well.
That's right. It's going to be a big day tomorrow, not only for the teams, but also us. Dream, great working with you. Final words before we get out of here.
Honestly, it was a beautiful day. Falcons #1. No, I'm kidding. I honestly, what to be expected though? But for those bottom half of the teams, it's going to create some more pressure. So for tomorrow, I think a lot of adjustments are going to be made, and I'm excited, guys. It was a good day. And yeah, can't wait for tomorrow.
Can't wait for tomorrow. Hey, we have 2 more days left. Tomorrow is the last day of group play, and then we move into our final day, right? Championship number 4. It's going to be great. The top 14 teams will compete. Who will get all the money? $1 million to earn and a lot of prestige to claim the first ever Warzone World Cup trophy. Hey, thank you for joining us tomorrow, 5 p.m. local time. Please come back because we will find out who the bottom 8 teams will be and the top 4 teams moving towards championship day.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدسوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب. بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.